Chapter 18 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Sylvia Skates Merrily on Thin Ice. The design for the yellow chiffon dropped almost literally at Sylvia's feet the next day on the frontispiece of a theatrical magazine left by another passenger in the street car in which she chanced to be riding. Sylvia pounced on it with instant recognition of its value. It was different, and yet not queer. It was artistic, and yet fashionable, and with its flowing lines it would not be hard to construct. It was the creation of a Parisian boulevard actress, known widely for her costumes, for the extraordinary manner in which she dressed her hair, and for the rapidity of her succeeding emotional entanglements. Her name meant nothing to Sylvia. She tore out the page, folded it, and put it for safe keeping between the pages of her textbook on logic. That afternoon she began work on it, running the long seams up on the machine with whirring rapidity, acutely aware of her mother's silent, uncommenting passage back and forth through the sewing room. With an impulse of secrecy which she did not analyze, she did the trying on in her own room, craning and turning about before her own small mirror. She knew that her mother would think the dress was cut too low, although, as she told herself, looking with complacency at the smooth, white, exquisitely fine grained skin thus disclosed, it wasn't nearly as low cut as the dresses Eleanor Hubert wore to any little dance. She had long felt it to be countrified in the extreme to wear the mild compromises towards evening dress which she and most of the State University girls adopted, as compared with the frankly disclosing gowns of the town girls whose clothes came from Chicago and New York. She knew from several outspoken comments that Jerry admired Eleanor's shoulders, and as she looked at her own she was not sorry that he was to compare them to those of the other girl. After this brief disposal of the question, she gave it no more thought, working with desperate speed to complete all her preparations. She had but a week for these, a week filled with incessant hurry, since she was naturally unwilling to ask help of her mother. Judith was off again with her father. This absence greatly facilitated the moment of Sylvia's departure, which she had dreaded. But, as it happened, there was only her mother to whom to say the rather difficult good bye, her mother who could be counted on never to make a scene. About the middle of the morning of the 23rd of December, she came down the stairs, her handbag in her hand, well hatted, well gloved, freshly veiled, having achieved her usual purpose of looking to the casual eye like the daughter of a wealthy man. She had put all of her autumn allowance for dress into a set of furs, those being something which no ingenuity could evolve at home. The rest of her outfit, even to the odd little scarlet velvet hat with its successful and modish touch of the ugly, was the achievement of her own hands. Under its absurd and fashionable brim, her fresh face shone out excessively pretty and very young. Mrs. Marshall kissed her good bye gently, not smiling at Sylvia's attempt to lighten the moment's seriousness by saying playfully, "Now, Mother, don't you be such an old worrier." But she said nothing uncomfortable, for which Sylvia was very grateful. She had no sooner embarked upon the big interurban trolley car, which was to take her to Mercerton, than her attention was wholly diverted from uneasy reflections by the unexpected appearance of two of the house party guests. Eleanor Hubert, every detail of her complicated costume exquisitely finished as a Meissonier painting, sat looking out of the window rather soberly, and so intently that she saw neither Sylvia's entrance nor, close upon her heels, that of a florid-faced, rather heavily built young man with a large, closely shaven jaw, who exclaimed joyfully at seeing Miss Marshall, and appropriated with ready assurance the other half of her seat. "Now this is surely dandy! You're going to the house party too, of course," he cried, unbuttoning and throwing back his bright tan overcoat. "Here's where I cut Jerry out all right, all right. Wait a minute. How much time have we?" He appealed to the conductor as though a matter of life and death depended on the answer. "4 minutes? Here goes." He sprang to his feet, dashed out of the car and disappeared, leaving his coat beside Sylvia. It was evidently quite new, of the finest material, with various cunningly stitched seams and straps disposed upon its surface in a very knowing way. Sylvia noted out of the corner of her eye that the address of the maker, woven into the neckband, was on Fifth Avenue, New York. The 4 minutes passed, and the conductor approached Sylvia. "Your friend's coming back, ain't he?" he asked with the tolerant, good natured respect natural for the vagaries of expensively dressed young men who wore overcoats made on Fifth Avenue. Sylvia, who had met the young man but once before, when Jerry had introduced him as an old friend, was a little startled at having a casual acquaintance so publicly affixed to her, but after an instant's hesitation, in which she was reflecting that she positively did not even remember her "friend's" name, she answered, "Oh yes, I suppose so. Here he is now." The young man bounded up on the back platform panting, holding his hat on with one hand, a large box of candy in the other. Sylvia glanced at the name on the cover. "You didn't go all the way to Buttons!" she cried. He nodded, breathless, evidently proud of his feat, and when he caught his breath enough to speak, explained, "Yep. It's the only place in this bum town where you can get alligrettis, and they're the only kind that are fit to eat." He tore open the box as he spoke, demolishing with ruthless and practised hands the various layers of fine paper and gold cord which wrapped it about, and presented the rich layer of black chocolates to Sylvia. "Get a move on and take one," he urged cordially. "I pretend I buy 'em for the girls, but I'm crazy about 'em myself." He bit into one with an air of prodigious gusto, took off his hat, wiped his forehead, and looked at Sylvia with a relish as frank as his enjoyment of the bonbon. "That's a corking hat you got on," he commented. "Most girls would look like the old Harry with that dangling thing in their eyes, but you can carry it off all right." Sylvia's face assumed a provocative expression. "Did you ever make that remark to any other girl, I wonder?" she said reflectively. He laughed aloud, eyeing her with appreciation, and clapping another large black chocolate into his mouth. "You're the prompt article, aren't you?" he said. He hitched himself over and leaned towards her. "Something tells me I'm going to have a good time at this house party, what?" Sylvia stiffened. She did not like his sitting so close to her. She detected now on his breath a faint odor of alcohol, and she was afraid that Eleanor Hubert would think her lacking in dignity. She regretted having succumbed to the temptation to answer him in his own tone, but under her bravado she was really somewhat apprehensive about this expedition, and she welcomed a diversion. Besides, the voluble young man showed not the slightest sign of noting her attempt to rebuff him, and she found quite unavailing all her efforts to change the current of the talk, the loud, free and easy, personally admiring note of which had the effect on her nerves of a draught of raw spirits. She did not enjoy the taste while it was being administered, but the effect was certainly stimulating, not to say exciting, and absorbed her attention so entirely that uncomfortable self-questionings were impossible. She was also relieved to note that, although the young man flung himself about in the public conveyance with the same unceremonious self-assurance that he would have shown in a ladies' drawing room, Eleanor Hubert, at the other end of the car, was apparently unaware of his presence. Perhaps she too had some grounds for uncomfortable thought, for throughout the hour's journey she continued to stare unseeingly out of the window, or to look down fixedly and rather sadly at her gloved hands. Even through the confusion of her own ideas and plans, and the need for constant verbal self-defense against the encroaching familiarity of her companion, the notion flitted across Sylvia's mind that probably Eleanor was thinking of the young assistant in chemistry. How queer and topsy‐turvy everything was, she reflected, as she bandied lively words with the lively young man at her side, continuing to eat his candies, although their rich, cloying taste had already palled on her palate. Here was Mrs. Hubert throwing Eleanor at Jerry's head, when what Eleanor wanted was that queer, rough‐neck freak of an assistant prof. And here was Jerry's parents making such overtures to Sylvia, when what she wanted, she didn't know what she did want. Yes, she did. She wanted a good time, which was somehow paradoxically hard to attain. Something always kept spoiling it, half the time, something intangible, inside her own mind. She gave the candy box a petulant push. "Oh, take it away," she said impatiently. "I've eaten so many now, it makes me sick to look at them." The donor showed no resentment at this ingratitude, holding the box on his knees, continuing to help himself to its contents with unabated zest, and to keep the conversation up to concert pitch. "The only girl I ever saw who'd stop eating Alligretti's while there was one left. Another proof that there's only one of you. I said right off that any co-ed that Jerry Fiske would take to must be a unique specimen." He did not further specify the period to which he referred by his "right off," but the phrase gave Sylvia a tingling, uncomfortable sense of having been for some time the subject of speculation in circles of which she knew nothing. They were near Mercerton now, and as she gathered her wraps together she found that she was bracing herself as for an ordeal of some sort. The big car stopped, a little way out of town, in front of a long driveway bordered with maple trees. She and the young man descended from one end platform, and Eleanor Hubert from the other, into the midst of loud and facetious greetings from the young people who had come down to meet them. Jerry was there, very stalwart, his white sweater stretched over his broad chest. All the party carried skates, which flashed like silver in the keen winter sun. They explained with many exclamations that they had been out on the ice, which was, so the three newcomers were assured many times, perfectly grand, perfectly dandy, simply elegant. A big, many-seated sled came jingling down the driveway now, driven by no less a personage than Colonel Fiske himself, wrapped in a fur-lined coat, his big mustache white against the red of his strongly marked old face. With many screams and shouts the young people got themselves into this vehicle, the Colonel calling out in a masterful roar above the din, "Miss Marshall's to come up here with me." He held in his pawing, excited horses with one hand, and helped Sylvia with the other. In the seat behind them sat Jerry and Eleanor Hubert and the young man of the trolley trip. Sylvia strained her ears to catch Jerry's introduction of him to Eleanor, so that she might know his name. It was too absurd not even to know his name! But the high-pitched giggles and deeper shouts of mirth from the rest of the party drowned out the words. As a matter of fact, although he played for an instant a rather important rôle in Sylvia's drama, she was destined never to know his name. The Colonel looked back over the sleigh load, shouted out "All aboard!" loosened the reins and snapped his whip over the horses' heads. They leaped forward with so violent a spring that the front runners of the long sled were for an instant lifted into the air. Immediately all the joyful shrieking and screaming which had gone on before became as essential silence compared to the delighted uproar which now rose from the sleigh. The jerk had thrown most of the young people over backward into each other's arms and laps, where, in a writhing, promiscuous mass, they roared and squealed out their joy in the joke, and made ineffectual and not very determined efforts to extricate themselves. Sylvia had seen the jerk coming and saved herself by a clutch forward at the dashboard. Glancing back, she saw that Jerry and Eleanor Hubert still sat upright, although the gay young man beside them had let himself go backward into the waving arms and legs, and in a frenzy of high spirits was shouting and kicking and squirming with the others. It was a joke after his own heart. Colonel Fiske, so far from slackening his pace to help his young guests out of their predicament, laughed loudly and cracked his whip over the horses' ears. They went up the long curving driveway like a whirlwind, and drew up under the porte cochere of a very large brick and stone house with another abrupt jerk which upset those in the sleigh who had succeeded in regaining their seats. Pandemonium broke out again, in the midst of which Sylvia saw that Mrs. Fiske had come to the doorway and stood in it with a timid smile. The Colonel did not look at her. Jerry nodded carelessly to her as he passed in, and of all the disheveled, flushed, and laughing young people who crowded past her into the house, only Sylvia and Eleanor recognized her existence. The others went past her without a glance, exclaimed at the lateness of the hour, cried out that they must go and "fix up" for lunch, and ran upstairs, filling the house with their voices. Sylvia heard one girl cry to another, "Oh, I've had such a good time! I've hollered till I'm hoarse!" After luncheon, a meal at which more costly food was served than Sylvia had ever before seen, Jerry suggested between puffs of the cigarette he was lighting that they have a game of billiards. Most of the young people trooped off after him into the billiard room, but Sylvia, after a moment's hesitation, lingered near the big wood fire in the hall, unwilling to admit that she had never seen a billiard table. She made a pretext of staying to talk to Mrs. Fiske, who sat stooping her tall figure forward in a chair too small for her. Sylvia looked at this ungraceful attitude with strong disapproval. What she thought was that such inattention to looks was perfectly inexcusable. What she said was, in a very gracious voice, "What a beautiful home you have, Mrs. Fiske! How wonderfully happy you must be in it!" The other woman started a little at being addressed, and looked around vaguely at the conventional luxury of the room, with its highly polished floors, its huge rich rugs, its antlers on the wall, and its deeply upholstered leather chairs. When Sylvia signified her intention of continuing the talk by taking a seat beside the fire, Mrs. Fiske roused herself to the responsibility of entertaining the young guest. After some futile attempts at conversation in the abstract, she discharged this responsibility through the familiar expedient of the family photograph album. With this between them, the two women were able to go through the required form of avoiding silences. Sylvia was fearfully bored by the succession of unknown faces, and utterly unable to distinguish, in her hostess's somewhat disconnected talk, between the different sets of the Colonel's children. "This one is Stanley, Jermain's brother, who died when he was a baby," the dull voice droned on, "and this is Mattie in her wedding dress." "Oh, I didn't know Jerry had a married sister," murmured Sylvia indifferently, glad of any comment to make. "She's only his half sister, a great deal older." "But you haven't a daughter old enough to be married?" queried Sylvia, astonished. "Oh, no, no, Mattie is the daughter of the Colonel's first wife." "Oh," said Sylvia awkwardly, remembering now that Mrs. Draper had spoken of the Colonel's several marriages. She added to explain her question, "I'd forgotten that Jerry's mother was the Colonel's second wife, and not his first." "She was his third," breathed Mrs. Fiske, looking down at the pages of the album. Sylvia repressed a "Good gracious!" of startled repugnance to the topic, and said, to turn the conversation, "Oh, who is that beautiful little girl with the fur cap?" "That is my picture," said Mrs. Fiske, "when I was 18. I was married soon after. I've changed very much since my marriage." Decidedly it was not Sylvia's lucky day for finding topics of talk. She was wondering how the billiard game was progressing, and was sorry she had not risked going with the others. She was recalled by Mrs. Fiske's saying with a soft earnestness, "I want you to know, Miss Marshall, how I appreciate your kindness to me." Sylvia looked at her in astonishment, half fearing that she was being made fun of. The other went on, "It was very nice of you, your staying here to talk with me instead of going off with the young people. The others don't often." She played nervously with a gleaming pendant on a platinum chain, which hung over her flat chest, and went on, You have always seemed to me the very nicest of Jerry's friends, and I shall never forget your mother's kindness. I hope so much I shall see more of her. The Colonel thinks so too. We've liked so much having him like you." The incoherence of this did not prevent Sylvia's having a chillingly accurate grasp on its meaning. "It is the Colonel's hope," she went on painfully, "to have Jerry marry as soon as he graduates from the law school. The Colonel thinks that nothing is so good for a young man as an early marriage, though of course Jerry isn't so very, very young any more. He, the Colonel, is a great believer in marriage." Her voice died away into murmurs, her long, thin throat contracted in a visible swallow. At this point only Sylvia's perception of the other's anguished embarrassment prevented her from literally running away. As it was, they sat silent, fingering over the pages of the album and gazing unseeingly at the various set countenances which looked out at them with the unnatural glare of the photograph. Sylvia was canvassing desperately one possibility of escape after another when the door opened and the lively young man of the trolley car stepped in. He tiptoed to the fireplace with exaggerated caution, looking theatrically over his shoulder for a pursuer. Sylvia positively welcomed his appearance and turned to him with a cordiality quite unlike the cool dignity with which she had planned to treat him. He sat down on the rug before the fire, very close to her feet, and looked up at her, grinning. "Here's where I get another one on Jerry, what?" he said, ignoring Mrs. Fiske. "Old Jerry thinks he's playing such a wonderful game in there he can't tear himself away. But there'll be something doing, I guess, when he does come and finds where I am." He had partaken freely of the excellent white wine served at luncheon, the first Sylvia had ever seen, and though entirely master of his speech, was evidently even more uplifted than was his usual hilarious wont. Sylvia looked down at him and across at the weak-faced woman opposite her, and had a moment of wishing heartily she had never come. She stood up impatiently, a movement which the young man took to mean a threat of withdrawal. "Aw, don't go," he pleaded, sprawling across the rug towards her. As she turned away, he snatched laughingly at her skirts, crying out, "Tag! You're caught! You're it!" At this moment Jerry Fiske appeared in the doorway. He looked darkly at his friend's cheerful face and said shortly, "Here, Stub, quit it! Get up out of that!" He added to Sylvia, holding out his hand, "Come on, go skating with me. The ice is great." "Are the others going?" asked Sylvia. "Oh yes, I suppose so," said Jerry, a trifle impatiently. The young man on the floor scrambled up. "Here's one that's going, whoever else don't," he announced. "Get yourself a girl then," commanded Jerry, "and tell the rest to come along. There's to be eats at 4 o'clock." The ice was even as fine as it had been so redundantly represented to Sylvia. Out of doors, leaning her supple, exquisitely poised body to the wind as she veered like a bird on her flying skates, Sylvia's spirits rebounded with an instant reaction into enjoyment. She adored skating, and she had in it, as in all active exercise, the half wild pleasure of one whose childhood is but a short time behind her. Furthermore, her costume prepared for this event Mrs. Draper had told her of the little lake on the Fiske estate was one of her successes. It had been a pale cream broadcloth of the finest texture, one of Aunt Victoria's reception gowns, which had evidently been spoiled by having coffee spilled down the front breadth. Sylvia had had the bold notion of dyeing it scarlet and making it over with bands of black plush, the best bits from an outworn coat of her mother's. On her gleaming red brown hair she had perched a little red cap with a small black wing on either side (one of Lawrence's pet chickens furnished this), and she carried the muff which belonged with her best set of furs. Thus equipped she looked like some impish, slender young Brunhilde with her two upspringing wings. The young men gazed at her with the most unconcealed delight. As she skated very well, better than any of the other girls, she felt, sweeping about the pond in long swift curves that she was repaid for her ignorance of billiards. Jerry and the young man he called Stub were openly in competition for her attention, highly jocose on Stub's part and not at all so on Jerry's, whose brow did not clear at the constant crackling of the other's witticisms. On the shore burned a big fire, tended by a manservant in livery, who was occupied in setting out on a long table a variety of sandwiches and cups of steaming bouillon. Sylvia had never encountered before a real manservant in livery. She looked at him with the curiosity she might have shown at seeing a medieval knight in full armor. Jerry brought her a cup of the bouillon, which was deliciously hot and strong. Experienced as she was in the prudent provisioning of the Marshall kitchen, she was staggered to think how many chickens had gone into filling with that clear liquor the big silver tureen which steamed over the glittering alcohol lamp. The table was set. for that casual outdoor picnic lunch, as she could hardly have imagined a royal board. "What beautiful things your people have!" she exclaimed to Jerry, looking at a pile of small silver forks with delicately carved ivory handles. "The rugs in the house are superb." Jerry waved them aside as phenomena of no importance. "All of 'em tributes from Dad's loving constituents," he said, repeating what was evidently an old joke in the family. "You'd better believe Dad doesn't vote to get the tariff raised on anything unless he sees to it that the manufacturers know who they have to thank. It works something fine. Talk about the presents a doctor gets from his grateful patients. Nothing to it." This picturesque statement of practical politics meant so little to Sylvia's mind that she dismissed it unheard, admiring, in spite of her efforts to take things for granted, the fabulous fineness of the little fringed napkin set under the bouillon cup. Jerry followed the direction of her eyes. "Yep, tariff on linen," he commented pregnantly. The young man called Stub now sped up to them, skating very fast, and swept Sylvia off. "Here's where we show 'em how to do it," he cried cheerfully, skating backward with crazy rapidity, and pulling Sylvia after him. There was a clang of swift steel on ice, and Jerry bore down upon them, the muscles of his jaw showing prominently. Without a word he thrust his friend aside, caught at Sylvia's hands, and bore her in a swooping flight to the other end of the pond, now deserted by the other skaters. As they sped along, he bent over Sylvia fiercely and said in a low, angry tone, "You don't like that bounder, do you? You don't!" Sylvia was astonished at the heat of his suspicion. She had known that Jerry was not notably acute, but it had seemed to her that her dislike for his friend must be more than apparent to any one. They had reached the edge of the ice now, and Sylvia's hands were still in Jerry's, although they were not skating, but stood facing each other. A bush of osier, frozen into the ice, lifted its red twigs near them. Sylvia looked down at it, hesitating how to express her utter denial of any liking for the hilarious young man. Jerry misunderstood her pause and cried out, "Good God, Sylvia, don't say you do!" Sylvia's heart gave a frightened leap. "Oh no, no, not a bit!" she said hastily, looking longingly across the pond at the group around the fire. Jerry caught his breath with a gasp and gripped her hands hard. "It makes me crazy to see you look at another fellow," he said. He forced her eyes to meet his. "Sylvia, you know what I mean." Yes, Sylvia knew what he meant. Her very white face showed that. The young man went on, pressing, masterful, confident, towering over her. "It's idiotic to speak of it now, out here, with all these people around, but it just got me to see you with that. I wasn't sure how I felt about you till I saw how I felt when you seemed so friendly with him, when you got off the car together. Then I knew. It made me crazy. I wanted you." Sylvia had not been able once to look away from him since he began to speak. Her mouth was a little open in her white face, her eyes fixed with a painful intensity on his. He moistened his lips with his tongue. "Sylvia, it's all right, isn't it?" With no change of expression in her strained face, Sylvia nodded. As suddenly and apparently as automatically she took a backward step. The young man made a great stride towards her. There was a sound of quick strokes on the ice and "Boo!" shouted the hilarious young man, bursting between them at railroad speed. He executed a marvelous pirouette and returned instantly, calling out, "Less spooning in the corners, if you please, or if it's got to be, let me in." He was followed closely by a string of young men and girls playing Snap the Whip. They snapped just as they reached Jerry. The end girl flew off and bumped, screaming with joy, into Jerry's arms. He looked furiously over her head towards Sylvia, but she had been enveloped in a ring and was being conveyed away to the accompaniment of the usual squeals and shouts. The Colonel had come down to take them all back, she was informed, and was waiting for them with the sleigh. CHAPTER XIX of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. As a Bird Out of a Snare. Sylvia dressed for dinner literally like one in a dream. Outwardly she was so calm that she thought she was so inwardly. It was nothing like so exciting as people said to get engaged, she thought, as she brushed out her hair and put it up in a big gleaming knot. Here she had been engaged for a whole hour and a half, and was getting calmer every minute, instead of the reverse. She astonished herself by the lucidity of her brain, although it only worked by snatches, there being lacunae when she could not have told what she was doing. And yet, as she had approached the house, sitting again beside the Colonel, she had looked with a new thrill of interest at its imposing battlemented façade. The great hall had seemed familiar to her already as she stepped across it on her way to the stairs. Her feet had pressed the rugs with assurance. She had been able to be quite nonchalant about refusing the services of the maid who offered to help her dress. It was true that from time to time she suddenly flushed or paled. It was true that her mind seemed incapable of the slightest consecutive thought. It was true that she seemed to be in a dream, peopled by crazily inconsequent images. She had again and again a vision, startlingly vivid, of the red-trigged osier beside which she had stood. It was true that she had a slight feeling of vertigo when she tried to think ahead of the next moment, but still she was going ahead with her unpacking and dressing so steadily that she marveled. She decided again from the depth of her experience that getting engaged was nothing like so upsetting an event as people made out. She thrust the last pin into her hair and tipped her head preeningly before the big triplicate mirror, the first time she had ever encountered this luxury outside of a ready-made clothes shop. The yellow chiffon came out from the trunk in perfect condition, looking like a big silk-petaled flower as she slipped it on over her bare shoulders, and emerged above, triumphant, and yet half afraid to look at herself in the mirror, lest she should see that her home-made toilet had not the right look. One glance satisfied even her jealous eagerness. It had exactly the right look. That is, it looked precisely like the picture from which she had copied it. She gazed with naïve satisfaction at the faithfulness with which her reflected appearance resembled that of the Parisian demi-mondaine whose photograph she had seen, and settled on her slim, delicately modeled shoulders the straps of shirred and beaded chiffon, which apparently performed the office of keeping her dress from sliding to the floor. In reality, under its fluid, gauzy draperies, it was constructed on a firm, well-fitting, well-fastened foundation of opaque cloth, which quite adequately clothed the young body, but its appearance was of a transparent cloud, only kept from floating entirely away by those gleaming straps on the shoulders, an effect carefully calculated in the original model, and inimitably caught by Sylvia's innocent fingers. She turned herself about, artlessly surprised to see that her neck and shoulders looked quite like those of the women in the fashion plates and the magazine illustrations. She looked at the clock. It was early yet. She reflected that she never could take the time other girls did in dressing. She wondered what they did. What could one do after one's bath was taken, one's hair done, and one's gown donned? Oh, of course, powder. She applied it liberally, then wiped away every grain, that being what she had seen older girls do in the gymnasium dressing room. Then, with a last survey of her face, unaltered by the ceremonial with the powder puff, she stepped to the door. But there, with her hand on the knob, she was halted by an inexplicable hesitation about opening the door and showing herself. She looked down at her bare shoulders and bosom, and faintly blushed. It was really very, very low, far lower than any dress she had ever worn. And the fact that Eleanor Hubert, that all the Swell girls wore theirs low, did not for the moment suffice her. It was somehow different, their showing their shoulders, and her showing her own. She could not turn the knob, and stood irresolute, frowning vaguely, though not very deeply disquieted. Finally she compromised by taking up a pretty spangled scarf Aunt Victoria had sent her, wrapping it about her like a shawl, in which quaint garb she went out in more confidence, and walked down the hall to the stairway. Half way down she met Colonel Fiske, just coming up to dress. Seeing one of his young guests arrayed for the evening, he made her his compliments, the first words rather absent and perfunctory. But when he was aware which guest she was, he warmed into a pressing and personal note, as his practised eyes took in the beauty, tonight startlingly enhanced by excitement, of the girl's dark shining eyes, flushed cheeks, and white neck and arms. He ended by lifting her hand in his florid way, and pressing it to his white mustache for a very fervent kiss. Sylvia blushed prettily, meeting his hot old eyes with a dewy unconsciousness, and smiling frankly up into the deeply lined carnal face with the simple hearted pleasure she would have felt at the kind word of any elderly man. The Colonel seemed quite old to her, much older than her father, like Professor Kennedy. "Jerry's in the library waiting," his father announced with a sly laugh. "I wondered at the young rascal's being dressed so far ahead of time." He turned reluctantly and went on up the stairs, leaving Sylvia to go forward to her first meeting alone with the man she had promised to marry. As she descended the long flight of stairs, her scarf, loosened by her movement, slipped unobserved in her excitement and hung lightly about her shoulders. The door to the library was shut. She opened it with a rapidly beating heart, and stood on the threshold, shyly hesitating to advance further, looking with agitation at the stalwart, handsome, well groomed figure which stood in an attitude of impatient expectation by the window. Except for the light which came in from the electric bulb on the porch outside, the big room was in twilight. In the brilliantly lighted door opening she stood revealed as by a searchlight. At the sound of the opening door, and his name spoken in a quavering voice, the young man turned, paused an instant as if blinded by the vision, and sprang forward. The door behind Sylvia swung shut, and her eyes, widening in the dusk, saw only the headlong, overwhelming rush upon her of her lover. She was enfolded strongly in muscular arms. She was pressed closer and yet closer to a powerful body whose heat burned through the thin broadcloth. She was breathless, stunned, choked. As the man bent forward over her, clasping her to him, her flexible spine bent and her head drooped backward, her face with its flush all gone, gleaming white in the dusk. At this he rained kisses on it, on her eyes, hair, cheeks, mouth, the burning softness of his full lips seeming to leave a smear on her skin where they pressed it. Still holding her with one arm pressed to him as though the two young bodies were gripped together by a vice, he loosened the other arm and thrust it at the back of her dress, through the flimsy gauze of her scarf, down next her body. His stiff cuff caught on the edge of her dress and his sleeve slid up. It was his bare arm against her naked flesh. He gave a savage, smothered, gasping exclamation, pressed his fingers deeply into her side, still kissing her passionately, her neck, her shoulders, burying his hot face in her bosom. It was the girl's body which acted, since at the first instant of the whirlwind which had broken over her, her mind had been shocked into a swooning paralysis. Only her strong, sound body, hardened by work, fortified by outdoor exercise, was ready in its every fiber for this moment. Her body bent suddenly like a spring of fine steel, its strength momentarily more than a match for his, and thrust the man from her with staggering violence. Her reaction from him was as physical a sensation as though she had bitten into a tempting fruit and found it not sweet, not even bitter, but nasty. She sickened at the sight of him. As he caught his balance, laughing a little but not at all good naturedly, and started back towards her with a dangerous dark face of excited anger and desire, his headlong rush was checked an instant by the fierce eyes which flamed at him from her crimson face. Even her neck and shoulders were now scarlet. She held him off for the space of a breath, giving one deep exclamation, "Oh!" short, sharply exhaled, almost like a blow in his face. But his blood was up as well as hers, and after his momentary pause, he rushed forward again, his handsome blond face black with passion. Sylvia stooped, gathered up her skirts, turned, burst open the door, and fled out of the room, running in her high-heeled satin slippers as she did on the track in the gymnasium, with long, deer-like bounds. In a flash she had crossed the wide hall, which was, as it happened, empty, although she would not have slackened her pace for all the assembled company, and was darting arrow-like up the stairs, her torn scarf flying behind her like a banner. Her flight had been so unexpected and so swift that young Fiske did not attempt to follow her. But she reached her room, flung the door shut, and locked it with as much precipitancy as though he were on her heels, instead of standing quite still, open mouthed, where she had left him. The sharp crack of her slamming door, loud in the quiet house, broke the spell which held him. His mouth shut and his clenched hands loosened from their fierce tension. He took an aimless step and drew a long breath. A moment later, quite automatically, he fumbled for his cigarette case, and finding it, took out a cigarette and lighted it with fingers that were not steady. The familiar action and the first puff of smoke affected him like emerging from a turmoil of darkness into the quiet and order of a well-lighted room. "Well, may I be damned," he said to himself with the beginning of a return of his usual assurance. "The damn little spitfire!" He walked about the room, puffing vigorously, feeling with relief his blood resume its usual rate of circulation. His head seemed to clear of a thick vapor. The startling recollection of the anger in his fiancée's eyes was fading rapidly from his mind. Now he only saw her, blushing, recoiling, fleeing. He laughed out a little, this time not angrily, but with relish. "Ain't she the firebrand!" he said aloud. He found his desire for her 100-fold enhanced and stood still, his eyes very lustrous, feeling again in imagination the warm softness of her bosom under his lips. "Gee!" he exclaimed, turning restlessly in his pacing walk. He was aware that someone in the room moved. "Jermain?" said his stepmother's faint voice. He looked at her, smiling. "Hello, mamma," he said good naturedly. "When did you gumshoe in?" "Oh, just now," she told him, giving him an assurance which he doubted, and which he would not have valued had he known it to be true. He was perfectly indifferent as to the chance that this negligible person might have been a spectator to the scene between the son of the house and a guest. If she said anything about it, he meant to give the all-sufficing explanation that he and Miss Marshall had just become engaged. This would, of course, it seemed self-evident to him, make it all right. But Mrs. Fiske did not make any remark calling forth that information. She only said, in her usual listless manner, "Your sleeve is shoved up." He glanced down in surprise, realizing how excited he must be not to have noticed that before, and remained for a moment silent, looking at the splendidly muscular white arm and the large well manicured hand. He was feeling in every nerve the reminiscence of the yielding firmness of Sylvia's flesh, bare against his own. The color came up flamingly into his face. He moistened his lips with his tongue. "Jesus Christ!" he exclaimed, contemptuously careless of his listener. "I'm wild in love with that girl." He pulled his sleeve down with a quick, vigorous gesture, deftly shot the cuff out beyond the black broadcloth, and the picture of handsome, well-groomed youth in easy circumstances turned again to his father's wife. "What you in here for, anyhow?" he asked still, with his light absence of concern about anything she did or did not do. She hesitated, looking about the room. "I thought Miss Marshall would be here. She promised to come down early to write the names on the place cards. I thought I heard her voice." "You did," he told her. She came down early all right, but she went back again." He laughed, tossed his cigarette in the fireplace, and vouchsafing no more explanation, strolled into the billiard room and began to knock the balls about, whistling a recent dance tune with great precision and vivacity. He was anticipating with quickened blood the next meeting with Sylvia. As he thrust at the gleaming balls his mouth smiled and his eyes burned. Mrs. Fiske went upstairs and knocked at Sylvia's door. There was a rush of quick footsteps and the girl asked from the other side in a muffled voice, "Who is it?" Mrs. Fiske gave her name and added, in answer to another question, that she was alone. The door opened enough for her to enter, and closed quickly after her. She looked about the disordered room, saw the open trunk, the filmy cascade of yellow chiffon half on and half off the bed, the torn and crumpled spangled scarf, and Sylvia herself, her hastily donned kimono clutched about her with tense hands. The mistress of the house made no comment on this scene, looking at Sylvia with dull, faded eyes, in which there was no life, not even the flicker of an inquiry. But Sylvia began in a nervous voice to attempt an explanation. "Oh, Mrs. Fiske, you'll have to excuse me. I must go home at once. I was just packing. I thought if I hurried I could make the 8 o'clock trolley back to La Chance and you could send my trunk after me." Her every faculty was so concentrated on the single idea of flight, flight back to the safety of home, that she did not think of the necessity of making an excuse, giving a reason for her action. It seemed that it must be self-evident to the universe that she could not stay another hour in that house. Mrs. Fiske nodded. "Yes, I'll send your trunk after you," she said. She drew a long breath, almost audible, and looked down at the fire on the hearth. Sylvia came up close to her, looking into her lusterless eyes with deep entreaty. "And, Mrs. Fiske, would you mind not telling any one I'm going, until I'm gone, nobody at all. It's because you could say I didn't feel well enough to come down to dinner. If you and say I don't want any dinner up here either." "Won't you be afraid to go down through the grounds to the trolley alone at night?" asked Mrs. Fiske, without looking at her. "Everybody will be at dinner, won't they?" asked Sylvia. Mrs. Fiske nodded, her eyes on the floor. Upon which, "Oh no, I won't be afraid," cried Sylvia. Her hostess turned to the door. "Well, I won't tell them if you don't want me to," she said. She went out, without another word, closing the door behind her. Sylvia locked it and went on with her wild packing. When she came to the yellow chiffon she rolled it up tightly and jammed it into a corner of her trunk. But the instant afterward she snatched it out and thrust it fiercely into the fire. The light fabric caught at once, the flames leapt up, filling the room with a roaring heat and flare, which almost as quickly died down to a blackened silence. Sylvia faced that instant of red glare with a grimly set jaw and a deeply flushed face. It did not look at all like her own face. At 8:15 the room was cleared, the trunk strapped and locked, and Sylvia stood dressed for the street, gloved, veiled, and furred. Under her veil her face showed still very flushed. She took up her small handbag and her umbrella and opened the door with caution. A faint clatter of dishes and a hum of laughing talk came up to her ears. Dinner was evidently in full swing. She stepped out and went noiselessly down the stairs. On the bottom step, close to the dining room door, her umbrella tip caught in the balustrade and fell with a loud clatter on the bare polished floor of the hall. Sylvia shrank into herself and waited an instant with suspended breath for the pause in the chatter and laughter which it seemed must follow. The moment was forever connected in her mind with the smell of delicate food and fading flowers and human beings well washed and perfumed, which floated out to her from the dining room. She looked about her at the luxuriously furnished great hall and hated every inch of it. If the noise was heard, it evidently passed for something dropped by a servant, for Colonel Fiske, who was telling a humorous story, went on, his recital punctuated by bass and treble anticipatory laughter from his auditors. "And when he called her upon the phone the next day to ask her about it," she said, "she didn't know he'd been there at all." A roar of appreciation greeted this recondite climax, under cover of which Sylvia opened the front door and shut it behind her. The pure coldness of the winter night struck sharply and gratefully on her senses after the warmth and indoor odors of the house. She sprang forward along the porch and down the steps, distending her nostrils and filling her lungs again and again. These long deep breaths seemed to her like the renewal of life. As her foot grated on the gravel of the driveway, she heard a stealthy sound back of her, at which her heart leapt up and stood still. The front door of the house had opened very quietly and shut again. She looked over her shoulder fearfully, preparing to race down the road, but seeing only Mrs. Fiske's tall, stooping figure, stopped and turned expectantly. The older woman came down the steps towards the fugitive, apparently unaware of the biting winter wind on her bared shoulders. Quite at a loss, and suspiciously on her guard, Sylvia waited for her, searching the blurred pale face with impatient inquiry. "I thought I'd walk with you a little ways," said the other, looking down at her guest. "Oh no, don't!" pleaded Sylvia in despair lest some one notice her hostess's absence. "You'll take a dreadful cold, with no wraps on. Do go back. I'm not a bit afraid." The other looked at her with a smouldering flush rising through the ashes of her grey face. "It wasn't that. I didn't suppose you'd be afraid. I just thought I'd like to go a ways with you," she repeated, bringing out the words confusedly and with obvious difficulty. "I won't make you late," she added, as if guessing the girl's thoughts. She put a thin hand on Sylvia's arm and drew her rapidly along the driveway. For a moment they walked in silence. Then, "How soon will you reach home?" she asked. "Oh, about 10:15. The Interurban gets into La Chance at 9:15, and it's about half an hour across town on the Washington Street trolley." "In less than 2 hours?" cried Mrs. Fiske wildly. "In less than 2 hours!" Seeing no cause for wonder in her statement, and not welcoming at all this unsought escort, Sylvia made no answer. There was another silence, and then looking in the starlight at her companion, the girl saw with consternation that the quiet tears were running down her cheeks. She stopped short. "Oh! Oh!" she cried. She caught up the other's hand in a bewildered surprise. She had not the faintest idea what could cause her hostess's emotion. She was horribly afraid she would lose the trolley. Her face painted vividly her agitation and her impatience. Mrs. Fiske drew back her hand and wiped her eyes with her palm. "Well, I must be going back," she said. She looked dimly at the girl's face, and suddenly threw her arms about Sylvia's neck, clinging to her. She murmured incoherent words, the only ones which Sylvia could make out being, "I can't, I can't, I can't." What it was she could not do remained an impenetrable mystery to Sylvia, for at that moment she turned away quickly and went back up the driveway, her face in her hands. Sylvia hesitated, penetrated in spite of her absorption in her own affairs by a vague pity, but hearing in the distance the clang of the trolley car's bell, she herself turned and ran desperately down the driveway. She reached the public road just in time to stop the heavy car, and to swing herself lightly on, to all appearances merely a rather unusually well set up, fashionably dressed young lady, presenting to the heterogeneous indifference of the other passengers in the car even a more ostentatiously abstracted air than is the accepted attitude for young ladies traveling alone. One or two of her fellow voyagers wondered at the deep flush on her face, but forgot it the next moment. It was a stain which was not entirely to fade from Sylvia's face and body for many days to come. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Blow Wind, Swell, Billow, and Swim Bark. She reached home, as she had thought, before 10 o'clock. Her unexpected arrival occasioning the usual flurry of exclamation and question not to be suppressed even by the most self-contained family, with a fixed desire to let its members alone, and a firm tradition of not interfering in their private affairs. Judith had come home before her father and now looked up from her game of checkers with wondering eyes. Sylvia explained that she was not sick, and that nothing had happened to break up or disturb the house party. "I just felt like coming home, that's all," she said irritably, touched on the raw by the friendly, loving eyes and voices about her. She was glad at least that her father was not home. That was one less to look at her. "Well, get along to bed with you," said her mother, in answer to her impatient explanation. "And you children, keep still. Don't bother her." Sylvia crept upstairs into the whiteness of her own slant-ceiling room, and without lighting a lamp sat down on the bed. Her knees shook under her. She made no move to take off her furs or hat. She felt no emotion, only a leaden fatigue and lameness, as though she had been beaten. Her mother, coming in 5 minutes later with a lighted lamp and a cup of hot chocolate, made no comment at finding her still sitting, fully dressed, in the dark. She set the lamp down, and with swift deftness slipped out hatpins, unhooked furs, unbuttoned and unlaced and loosened, until Sylvia woke from her lethargy, and quickly completed the process, slipping on her nightgown and getting into bed. Not a word had been exchanged. Mrs. Marshall brought the cup of hot chocolate, and Sylvia drank it as though she were a little girl again. Her mother kissed her good night, drew the blankets a little more snugly over her, opened 2 windows wide, took away the lamp, and shut the door. Sylvia, warmed and fed by the chocolate, lay stretched at full length in the bed, breathing in the fresh air which rushed across her face from the windows, feeling herself in a white beatitude of safety and peace. Especially did she feel grateful to her mother. "Isn't Mother great?" she said to herself. Everything that had passed seemed like a confusing dream to her, so dreadful, so terrifying that she was amazed to feel herself, in spite of it, overcome with drowsiness. Now the roles were reversed. It was her brain that was active, racing and shuddering from one frightening mental picture to another, while her body, young, sound, healthful, fell deeper and deeper into torpor, dragging the quivering mind down to healing depths of oblivion. The cold, pure air blew so strongly in her face that she closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the sun was shining. She started up nervously, still under the influence of a vivid dream. Strange. Then, as she blinked and rubbed her eyes, she saw her mother standing by the bed, with a pale, composed face. "It's 9 o'clock, Sylvia," she said, "and Mr. Fiske is downstairs, asking to see you. He tells me that you and he are engaged to be married." Sylvia was instantly wide awake. "Oh no! Oh no!" she said passionately. "No, we're not. I won't be. I won't see him." She looked about her wildly and added, "I'll write him that. Just wait a minute." She sprang out of bed, caught up a pad of paper, and wrote hastily: "It was all a mistake. I don't care for you at all. Not a bit. I hope I shall never have to speak to you again." "There," she said, thrusting it into her mother's hands. She stood for a moment shivering in her thin nightgown in the icy draught, and then jumped back into bed again. Her mother came back in a few moments, closed the windows, and opened the register. There was not in her silence or in a line of her quiet presence the faintest hint of curiosity about Sylvia's actions. She had always maintained in theory, and now at this crisis, with characteristic firmness of purpose, acted upon her theory, that absolutely unforced confidence was the only kind worth having, and that, moreover, unless some help was necessary, it might be as well for the younger generation early to acquire the strengthening capacity to keep its own intimate experiences to the privacy of its own soul, and learn to digest them and feed upon them without the dubiously peptonizing aid of blundering adult counsel. Sylvia watched her mother with wondering gratitude. She wasn't going to ask. She was going to let Sylvia shut that ghastly recollection into the dark once for all. She wasn't going by a look or a gesture to force her helplessly responsive child to give, by words, weight and substance to a black, shapeless horror from which Sylvia, with a vivid impulse of sanity, averted her eyes. She got out of bed and put her arms around her mother's neck. "Say, Mother, you are great," she said in an unsteady voice. Mrs. Marshall patted her on the back. "You'd better go and take your bath and have your breakfast," she said calmly. "Judith and Lawrence have gone skating." When Sylvia, tingling with the tonic shock of cold water and rough toweling, and rosy in her old blue sailor suit, came downstairs, she found her mother frying pancakes for her in the kitchen, blue with smoke from the hot fat. She was touched, almost shocked by this strange lapse from the tradition of self-help of the house, and said with rough self-accusation, "My goodness, the idea of your waiting on me!" She snatched away the handle of the frying pan and turned the cakes deftly. Then, on a sudden impulse, she spoke to her mother, standing by the sink. "I came back because I found I didn't like Jerry Fiske as much as I thought I did. I found I didn't like him at all," she said, her eyes on the frying pan. At this announcement her mother's face showed pale and for an instant tremulous through the smoke. She did not speak until Sylvia lifted the cakes from the pan and piled them on a plate. At this signal of departure into the dining room, she commented, "Well, I won't pretend that I'm not very glad." Sylvia flushed a little and looked towards her silently. She had a partial, momentary vision of what the past 2 months must have been to her mother. The tears stood in her eyes. "Say, Mother dear," she said in a quavering voice that tried to be light, "why don't you eat some of these cakes to keep me company? It's 'most 10. You must have had breakfast 3 hours ago. It'd be fun. I can't begin to eat all these." "Well, I don't care if I do," answered Mrs. Marshall. Sylvia laughed at the turn of her phrase and went into the dining room. Mrs. Marshall followed in a moment with a cup of hot chocolate and buttered toast. Sylvia pulled her down and kissed her. "You'd prescribe hot chocolate for anything from getting religion to a broken leg," she said, laughing. Her voice shook and her laugh ended in a half sob. "No, oh no," returned her mother quaintly. "Sometimes hot milk is better. Here, where is my share of those cakes?" She helped herself, went around the table and sat down. "Cousin Parnelia was here this morning," she went on. "Poor old idiot, she was certain that Planchette would tell who it was that stole our chickens. I told her to go ahead, but Planchette wouldn't write. Cousin Parnelia laid it to the blighting atmosphere of skepticism of this house." Sylvia laughed again. Alone in the quiet house with her mother, refreshed by sleep, aroused by her bath, safe, sheltered, secure, she tried desperately not to think of the events of the day before. But in spite of herself they came back to her in jagged flashes. Above all, the handsome blond face darkened by passion. She shivered repeatedly, her voice was quite beyond her control, and once or twice her hands trembled so that she laid down her knife and fork. She was silent and talkative by turns, a phenomenon of which Mrs. Marshall took no outward notice, although when the meal was finished she sent her daughter out into the piercing December air with the command to walk 6 miles before coming in. Sylvia recoiled at the prospect of solitude. "Oh, I'd rather go and skate with Judy and Larry," she cried. "Well, if you skate hard enough," her mother conceded. The day after her return Sylvia had a long letter from Jermain Fiske, a letter half apologetic, half aggrieved, passionately incredulous of the seriousness of the break between them, and wholly unreconciled to it. The upshot of his missive was that he was sorry if he had done anything to offend her, but might he be everlastingly confounded if he thought she had the slightest ground for complaint. Everything had been going on so swimmingly. His father had taken the greatest notion to her, had said, the very evening she'd cut and run that queer way, that if he married that ripplingly pretty Marshall girl, he could have the house and estate at Mercerton and enough to run it on, and could practice as much or as little law as he pleased and go at once into politics. And now she had gone and acted so. What in the world was the matter with her? Weren't they engaged to be married? Couldn't an engaged man kiss his girl? Had he ever been anything but too polite for words to her before she had promised to marry him? And what about that promise anyhow? His father had picked out the prettiest little mare in the stables to give her when the engagement should be announced. The Colonel was as much at a loss as he to make her out. If the trouble was that she didn't want to live in Mercerton, he was sure the Colonel would fix it up for them to go direct to Washington, where, with his father's connection, she could imagine what an opening they'd have. And above all, he was crazy about her. He really was. He'd never had any idea what it was to be in love before. He hadn't slept a wink the night she'd gone away, just tossed on his bed and thought of her and longed to have her in his arms again. Sylvia suddenly tore the letter in two and cast it into the fire, breathing hard. In answer she wrote, "It makes me sick to think of you." She could not endure the idea of talking over the experience with any one, and struggled to keep it out of her mind, but her resolution to keep silence was broken by Mrs. Draper, who was informed, presumably by Jermain himself, of the circumstances, and encountering Sylvia in the street, waited for no invitation to confidence by the girl, but pounced upon her with laughing reproach and insidiously friendly ridicule. Sylvia, helpless before the graceful assurance of her friend, heard that she was a silly little unawakened schoolgirl who was throwing away a brilliantly happy and successful life for the queerest and funniest of ignorant notions. What did you expose, you baby? You wouldn't have him marry you unless he was in love with you, would you? Why do you suppose a man wants to marry a woman? Did you suppose that men in love carry their sweethearts around wrapped in cotton wool? You're a woman now. You ought to welcome life, rich, full-blooded life, not take this chilly, suspicious attitude toward it. Why, Sylvia, I thought you were a big, splendid, vital, fearless, modern girl, and here you are acting like a little thin-blooded New England old maid. How can you blame Jerry? He was engaged to you. What do you think marriage is? Oh, Sylvia, just think what your life would be in Washington with your beauty and charm." This dexterously aimed attack penetrated Sylvia's armor at a dozen joints. She winced visibly and hung her head, considering profoundly. She found that she had nothing to oppose to the other's arguments. Mrs. Draper walked beside her in a silence as dexterous as her exhortation, her hand affectionately thrust through Sylvia's arm. Finally, Sylvia's ponderings continuing so long that they were approaching the Marshall house, in sight of which she had no mind to appear, she gave Sylvia's arm a little pat and stood still. She said cheerfully, in a tone which seemed to minimize the whole affair into the smallest of passing incidents, "Now, you queer darling, don't stand so in your own light. A word would bring Jerry back to you now, but I won't say it will always. I don't suppose you've ever considered, in your young selfishness, how cruelly you have hurt his feelings. He was awfully sore when I saw him, and Eleanor Hubert is right on the spot with Mamma Hubert in the background to push." Sylvia broke her silence to say in a low tone, blushing scarlet, "He was horrid." Mrs. Draper dropped her light tone and said earnestly, "Dear little ignorant Sylvia, you don't realize life when you see it. That's the way men are, all men. And there's no use thinking it horrid unless you're going into a convent. It's not so bad either, once you get the hang of managing it. It's a hold on them. It's a force, like any other force of nature that you can either rebel against or turn your account and make serviceable, if you'll only accept it and not try to quarrel with water for running downhill. As long as she herself isn't carried away by it, it's a weapon in the hand of a clever woman. Only the stupid women get hurt by it, the silly ones who can't keep their heads. And after all, my dear, it is a force of nature, and you're too intelligent not to know that there's no use fighting against that. It's just idiotic and puritanic to revolt from it, and doesn't do any good besides." She looked keenly into Sylvia's downcast, troubled face, and judged it a propitious moment for leaving her. "Good bye, darling," she said, with a final pat on the shoulder. Sylvia walked slowly into the house, her heart like lead. Her food had no savor to her. She did not know what she was eating, nor what her mother, the only one at home for lunch, was saying to her. As a matter of fact, Mrs. Marshall said very little, even less than was her custom. Her face had the look of terrible, patient endurance it had worn during the time when Lawrence had had pneumonia and his life had hung in the balance for 2 days, but she went quietly about her usual household tasks. After the meal was over, Sylvia continued to sit alone at the table, staring palely down at the tablecloth, her mind full of Mrs. Draper's illuminating comments on life, which had gone through her entire system like a dexterously administered drug. And yet that ingenious lady would have been surprised to know how entirely her attack had failed in the one point which seemed to her important, the possibility of a reconciliation between Sylvia and Jermain. The girl was deeply under the impression made by the philosophy of the older woman. She did not for the moment dream of denying its truth, but she stood granite in a perfectly illogical denial of its implications in her own case. She did not consciously revolt against the suggestion that she renew her relations to Jerry Fiske, because with a united action of all her faculties she refused utterly to consider it for an instant. She would no more have been persuaded to see Jerry again by a consideration of the material advantages to be gained than she could have been persuaded to throw herself down from the housetop. That much was settled, not by any coherent effort of her brain, but by a coordination of every instinct in her, by the action of her whole being, by what her life had made her. But that certainty brought her small comfort in the blackness of the hour. What hideous world was this in which she had walked unawares until now? Mrs. Draper's jaunty, bright acceptance of it affected her to moral nausea. All the well-chosen words of her sophisticated friend were embedded in the tissue of her brain like grains of sand in an eyeball. She could not see for very pain. And yet her inward vision was lurid with the beginning of understanding of the meaning of those words, lighted up as they were by her experience of the day before, now swollen in her distraught mind to the proportions of a nightmare. It's a weapon in the hand of a clever woman. It's not so bad once you get the hang of managing it. It's a hold on men. Sylvia turned whiter and whiter at the glimpse she had had of what was meant by Mrs. Draper's lightly evasive "it," a comprehension of which all her advanced reading and study had left her mind as blankly ignorant as a little child's. Now it was vain to try to shut her thoughts away from Jermain. She lived over and over the scene with him. She endured with desperate passivity the recollection of his burning lips on her bosom, his fingers pressing into her side. Why not, if every man was like that as soon as he dared? Why not, if that was all that men wanted of women? Why not, if that was the sole ghastly reality which underlay the pretty smooth surface of life? And beyond this bleak prospect, which filled her with dreary horror, there rose glimpsed vistas which sent the shamed blood up to her face in a flood. If every man was like that, why, so were the men she had known and loved and trusted. Old Reinhardt, who seemed so simple, what had been his thoughts when he used years ago to take her on his knee? What were his thoughts now when he bent over her to correct her mistakes on the piano? The expression of Colonel Fiske's eyes, as he had complimented her, brought her to her feet with a shudder. But Colonel Fiske was an old man, as old as Professor Kennedy. Why, perhaps Professor Kennedy, perhaps. She flung out her arms. Perhaps her father. She ran to the piano as to a refuge, meaning to drown out these maddening speculations, which were by this time tinctured with insanity, but the first chords she struck jarred on her ear like a discordant scream. She turned away and stood looking at the door with a darkening face, one hand at her temple. Her mother, darning stockings by the window, suddenly laid down her work and said, "Sylvia, how would you like to walk with me over to the Martins to see if they have any eggs? Our hens have absolutely gone back on us." Sylvia did not welcome this idea at all, feeling as overwhelming an aversion to companionship as to solitude, but she could think of no excuse, and in an ungracious silence put on her wraps and joined her mother, ready on the porch, the basket in her mittened hand. Mrs. Marshall's pace was always swift, and on that crisp, cold, sunny day, with the wind sweeping free over the great open spaces of the plain about them, she walked even more rapidly than usual. Not a word was spoken. Sylvia, quite as tall as her mother now, and as vigorous, stepped beside her, not noticing their pace, nor the tingling of the swift blood in her feet and hands. Her fresh young face was set in desolate bitterness. The Martins' house was about 6 miles from the Marshalls'. It was reached, the eggs procured, and the return begun. Still not a word had been exchanged between the two women. Mrs. Marshall would have been easily capable, under the most ordinary circumstances, of this long, self-contained silence, but it had worked upon Sylvia like a sojourn in the dim recesses of a church. She felt moved, stirred, shaken. But it was not until the brief winter sun was beginning to set red across the open reaches of field and meadow that her poisoned heart overflowed. "Oh, Mother!" she exclaimed in an unhappy tone, and said no more. She knew no words to phrase what was in her mind. "Yes, dear," said her mother gently. She looked at her daughter anxiously, expectantly, with a passion of yearning in her eyes, but she said no more than those two words. There was a silence. Sylvia was struggling for expression. They continued to walk swiftly through the cold, ruddy sunset air, the hard frozen road ringing beneath their rapid advance. Sylvia clasped her hands together hard in her muff. She felt that something in her heart was dying, was suffocating for lack of air, and yet that it would die if she brought it to light. She could find no words at all to ask for help, agonizing in a shy reticence impossible for an adult to conceive. Finally, beginning at random, very hurriedly, looking away, she brought out, faltering, "Mother, is it true that all men are that when a girl marries she must expect to aren't there any men who " She stopped, burying her burning face in her muff. Her words, her tone, the quaver of desperate sincerity in her accent brought her mother up short. She stopped abruptly and faced the girl. "Sylvia, look at me!" she said in a commanding voice which rang loud in the frosty silences about them. Sylvia started and looked into her mother's face. It was moved so darkly and so deeply from its usual serene composure that she would have recoiled in fear had she not been seized upon and held motionless by the other's compelling eyes. "Sylvia," said her mother in a strong, clear voice, acutely contrasted to Sylvia's muffled tones, "Sylvia, it's a lie that men are nothing but sensual. There's nothing in marriage that a good girl honestly in love with a good man need fear." "But," began Sylvia, startled out of her shyness. Her mother cut her short. "Anything that's felt by decent men in love is felt just as truly, though maybe not always so strongly, by women in love. And if a woman doesn't feel that answer in her heart to what he feels, why, he's no mate for her. Anything's better for her than going on. And Sylvia, you mustn't get the wrong idea. Sensual feeling isn't bad in itself. It's in the world because we have bodies as well as minds. It's like the root of a plant. But it oughtn't to be a very big part of the plant. And it must be the root of the woman's feeling as well as the man's, or everything's all wrong." "But how can you tell?" burst out Sylvia. "You can tell by the way you feel. If you don't lie to yourself, or let things like money or social position count. If an honest girl shrinks from a man instinctively, there's something not right. Sensuality is too big a part of what the man feels for her. And look here, Sylvia, that's not always the man's fault. Women don't realize as they ought how base it is to try to attract men by their bodies." She made her position clear with relentless precision. "When they wear very low necked dresses, for instance." At this chance thrust, a wave of scarlet burst up suddenly over Sylvia's face, but she could not withdraw her eyes from her mother's searching, honest gaze, which, even more than her words, spoke to the girl's soul. The strong, grave voice went on unhesitatingly. For once in her life Mrs. Marshall was speaking out. She was like one who welcomes the opportunity to make a confession of faith. "There's no healthy life possible without some sensual feeling between the husband and wife, but there's nothing in the world more awful than married life when it's the only common ground." Sylvia gazed with wide eyes at the older woman's face, ardent, compelling, inspired, feeling too deeply to realize it wholly, the vital and momentous character of the moment. She seemed to see nothing, to be aware of nothing but her mother's heroic eyes of truth. But the whole scene was printed on her mind for all her life, the hard, brown road they stood on, the grayed old rail fence back of Mrs. Marshall, a field of brown stubble, a distant grove of beech trees, and beyond and around them the immense sweeping circle of the horizon. The very breath of the pure, scentless winter air was to come back to her nostrils in after years. "Sylvia," her mother went on, "it is one of the responsibilities of men and women to help each other to meet on a high plane and not on a low one. And on the whole, health's the rule of the world. On the whole, that's the way the larger number of husbands and wives, imperfect as they are, do live together. Family life wouldn't be possible a day if they didn't." Like a strong and beneficent magician, she built up again and illuminated Sylvia's black and shattered world. "Your father is just as pure a man as I am a woman, and I would be ashamed to look any child of mine in the face if he were not. You know no men who are not decent, except two, and those you did not meet in your parents' home." For the first time she moved from her commanding attitude of prophetic dignity. She came closer to Sylvia, but although she looked at her with a sudden sweetness which affected Sylvia like a caress, she but made one more impersonal statement. "Sylvia, dear, don't let anything make you believe that there are not as many decent men in the world as women, and they're just as decent. Life isn't worth living unless you know that, and it's true." Apparently she had said all she had to say, for she now kissed Sylvia gently and began again to walk forward. The sun had completely set, and the piled up clouds on the horizon flamed and blazed. Sylvia stood still, looking at them fixedly. The great shining glory seemed reflected from her heart and cast its light upon a regenerated world, a world which she seemed to see for the first time. Strange, in that moment of intensely personal life, how her memory was suddenly flooded with impersonal impressions of childhood, little regarded at the time and long since forgotten, but now recurring to her with the authentic and incontrovertible brilliance which only first-hand experiences in life can bring with them. All those families of her public school mates, the plain, ugly homes in and out of which she had come and gone, with eyes apparently oblivious of all but childish interest, but really recording life facts which now in her hour of need stretched under her feet like a solid pathway across an oozing marsh. All those men and women whom she had seen in 1,000 unpremeditated acts, whose tired-faced, kind-eyed, unlettered fathers and mothers were not breathing poisoned air, were not harboring in their simple lives a ghastly, devouring wild beast. She recalled with a great indrawn breath all the farmer neighbors, parents working together for their children, the people she knew so well from long observation of their lives, whose mediocre, struggling existence had filled her with scornful pity, but whom now she recalled with a great gratitude for the explicitness of the revelations made by their untutored plainness. For all she could ever know, the Drapers and the Fiskes and the others of their world might be anything, under the discreet reticence of their sophistication, but they did not make up all the world. She knew, from having breathed it herself, the wind of health which blew about those other lives, bare and open to the view, as less artless lives were not. There was some other answer to the riddle beside Mrs. Draper's. Sylvia was only 18 years old and had the childish immaturity of her age, but her life had been so ordered that she was not, even at 18, entirely in the helpless position of a child who must depend on the word of others. She had accumulated, unknown to herself, quite apart from polished pebbles of book information, a small treasury of living seeds of real knowledge of life, taken in at first hand, knowledge of which no one could deprive her. The realization of this was a steadying ballast which righted the wildly rolling keel under her feet. She held up her head bravely against the first onslaught of the storm. She set her hand to the rudder. Perceiving that her mother had passed on ahead of her, she sprang forward in a run. She ran like a schoolboy, like a deer, like a man from whose limbs heavy shackles have been struck off. She felt so suddenly lightened of a great heaviness that she could have clapped her hands over her head and bounded into the air. She was, after all, but 18 years old, and 3 years before had been a child. She came up to her mother with a rush, radiating life. Mrs. Marshall looked at the glowing face and her own eyes, dry till then, filled with the tears so rare in her self-controlled life. She put out her hand, took Sylvia's, and they sped along through the quick gathering dusk, hand in hand, like sisters. Judith and Lawrence had reached home before them, and the low brown house gleamed a cheerful welcome to them from shining windows. For the first time in her life, Sylvia did not take for granted her home with all that meant. For an instant it looked strangely sweet to her. She had a passing glimpse, soon afterwards lost in other impressions, of how, in after years, she would look back on the roof which had sheltered and guarded her youth. She lay awake that night a long time, staring up into the cold blackness, her mind very active and restless in the intense stillness about her. She thought confusedly but intensely of many things, the months behind her, of Jerry, of Mrs. Draper, of her yellow dress, of her mother, of herself. In the lucidity of those silent hours of wakefulness she experienced for a time the piercing, regenerating thrust of self‐knowledge. For a moment the full beating pulses of her youth slackened, and between their throbs there penetrated to her perplexed young heart the rarest of human emotions, a sincere humility. If she had not burned the yellow dress at Mercerton, she would have arisen and burned it that night. During the rest of the Christmas vacation she avoided being alone. She and Judith and Lawrence skated a great deal, and Sylvia learned at last to cut the grapevine pattern on the ice. She also mastered the first movement of the Sonata Pathétique, so that old Reinhardt was almost satisfied. The day after the University opened for the winter term, the Huberts announced the engagement of their daughter Eleanor to Jermain Fiske, Jr., the brilliant son of that distinguished warrior and statesman, Colonel Jermain Fiske. Sylvia read the announcement in the society column of the La Chance Morning Herald, with an enigmatic expression on her face, and betaking herself to the skating pond, cut grapevines with greater assiduity than ever, and with a degree of taciturnity surprising in a person usually so talkative. That she had taken the first step away from the devouring egotism of childhood was proved by the fact that at least part of the time this vigorous young creature, swooping about the icy pond like a swallow, was thinking pityingly of Eleanor Hubert's sweet face. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. Recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. Some Years During Which Nothing Happens. Judith had said to the family, taking no especial pains that her sister should not hear her, "Well, folks, now that Sylvia's got through with that horrid Fiske fellow, I do hope we'll all have some peace," a remark which proved to be a prophecy. They all, including Sylvia herself, knew the tranquillity of an extended period of peace. It began abruptly, like opening a door into a new room. Sylvia had dreaded the beginning of the winter term, and the inevitable sight of Jerry, the enforced crossing of their paths. But Jerry never returned to his classes at all. The common talk was to the effect that the Colonel had worked his pull to have Jerry admitted to the bar without further preliminaries. After some weeks of relief, it occurred to Sylvia that perhaps Jerry had dreaded meeting her as much as she had seeing him. For whatever reason, the campus saw young Fiske no more, except on the day in May when he passed swiftly across it on his way to the Hubert house, where Eleanor, very small and white faced, waited for him under a crown of orange blossoms. Sylvia did not go to the wedding, although an invitation had come, addressed economically and compendiously to Professor and Mrs. Marshall and family. It was a glorious spring day, and in her Greek history course they had just reached the battle of Salamis, at the magnificent recital of which Sylvia's sympathetic imagination leapt up rejoicing, as all sympathetic imaginations have for all these many centuries. She was thrilling to a remembered bit of The Persians as she passed by the Hubert house late that afternoon. She was chanting to herself. The right wing, well marshaled, led on foremost in good order, and we heard a mighty shout, "Sons of the Greeks, on! Free your country!" She did not notice that she trod swiftly across a trail of soiled rice in the Hubert driveway. She was like a person recovered from a fever who finds mere health a condition of joy. She went back to her music, to her neglected books, with a singing heart, and in accordance with the curious ways of Providence noted in the proverb relating the different fates of him who hath and him who hath not, there was at once added to her pleasure in the old elements of her life the very elements she had longed for unavailingly. Seeing her friendly and shining of face, friendliness went out to her. She had made many new acquaintances during her brief glittering flight, and had innumerable more points of contact with the university life than before. She was invited to a quite sufficient number of hops and proms, had quite the normal number of masculine callers, and was naively astonished and disillusioned to find that those factors in life were by no means as entirely desirable and amusing as her anguished yearning had fancied them. She joined one of the literary societies and took a leading part in their annual outdoor play. At the beginning of her junior year, Judith entered as a freshman and thereafter became a close companion. Sylvia devoured certain of her studies, history and English and Greek, with insatiable zest, and cast aside certain others, like political economy and physics, which bored her, mastering just enough of their elements to pass an examination and promptly forgetting them thereafter. She grew rapidly in intellectual agility and keenness, not at all in philosophical grasp, and emotionally remained as dormant as a potato in a cellar. She continued looking forward with a bright, vague interest to growing up, to the mastery of life which adolescents so trustfully associate with the arrival of adult years. She spent 3 more years in college, taking a master's degree after her B.A., and during those 3 years, through the many-colored, shifting, kaleidoscopic, disorganized life of an immensely populous institution of learning, she fled with rapid feet, searching restlessly everywhere for that entity, as yet non-existent, her own soul. She had, in short, a thoroughly usual experience of modern American education, emerging at the end with a vast amount of information, with very little notion of what it was all about, with Phi Beta Kappa and a great wonder what she was to do with herself. Up to that moment, almost every step of her life had been ordered and systematized that she might the more quickly and surely arrive at the goal of her diploma. Rushing forward with the accumulated impetus of years of training in swiftly speeding effort, she flashed by the goal and stopped short, finding herself in company with the majority of her feminine classmates in a blind alley. Now what? They asked each other with sinking hearts. Judith looked over their heads with steady eyes, which saw but one straight and narrow path in life, and passed on by them into the hospital where she began her nurse's training. Sylvia began to teach music to a few children, to take on some of Reinhardt's work as he grew older. She practiced assiduously, advanced greatly in skill in music, read much, thought acutely, rebelliously, and not deeply, helped Lawrence with his studies, and watched the clock. For there was no denying that the clock stood still. She was not going forward to any settled goal now. She was not going forward at all. She was as far from suspecting any ordered pattern in the facts of life as when she had been in college, surrounded by the conspiracy of silence about a pattern in facts which university professors so conscientiously keep up before their students. She was slowly revolving in an eddy. Sometimes she looked at the deep glowing content of her father and mother with a fierce resentment. How can they? She cried to herself. At other times she tried to chide herself for not being as contented herself. But it's their life they're living, she said moodily, and I haven't any to live. I can't live on their happiness any more than the beefsteaks somebody else has eaten can keep me from starving to death. The tradition of her life was that work, and plenty of it, would keep off all uneasiness, that it was a foolishness, not to say a downright crime, to feel uneasiness. So she practiced many hours a day and took a post-graduate course in early Latin. But the clock stood still. One of the assistants in her father's department proposed to her. She refused him automatically, with a wondering astonishment at his trembling hands and white lips. Decidedly the wheels of the clock would never begin to revolve. And then it struck an hour, loudly. Aunt Victoria wrote, inviting Sylvia to spend a few weeks with her during the summer at Lydford. Sylvia read this letter aloud to her mother on the vine-covered porch where she had sat so many years before, and repeated "Starlight, star bright" until she had remembered Aunt Victoria. Mrs. Marshall watched her daughter's face as she read, and through the tones of the clear, eager voice she heard the clock striking. It sounded to her remarkably like a tolling bell, but she gave no sign beyond a slight paling. She told herself instantly that the slowly ticking clock had counted her out several years of grace beyond what a mother may expect. When Sylvia finished and looked up, the dulled look of resignation swept from her face by the light of adventurous change. Her mother achieved the final feat of nodding her head in prompt, cheerful assent. But when Sylvia went away, light-hearted, fleeting forward to new scenes, there was in her mother's farewell kiss a solemnity which she could not hide. "Oh, Mother dear," protested Sylvia, preferring as always to skim over the depths which her mother so dauntlessly plumbed. "Oh, Mother darling, how can you be so, when it's only for a few weeks?" End of Chapter 21. End of Book 2. A False Start to Athens. Chapter 22 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22, Book 3. In Capua at last. Chapter 22. A Grateful Carthaginian. Arnold Smith put another lump of sugar on his saucer, poured out a very liberal allowance of rum into his tea, and reached for a sandwich, balancing the cup and saucer with a deftness out of keeping with his long, ungraceful loose-jointedness. He remarked in an indifferent tone to Sylvia, back of the exquisitely appointed tea tray, "I don't say anything because I haven't the least idea what you are talking about. Who was Capua, anyhow?" Sylvia broke into a peal of laughter which rang like a silver chime through the vine-shaded, airy spaces of the pergola. Old Mr. Sommerville, nosing about in his usual 5 o'clock quest, heard her and came across the stretch of sunny lawn to investigate. "Oh, here's tea," he remarked on seeing Arnold lounging, white flanneled, over his cup. He spoke earnestly, as was his custom when eating was in question, and Sylvia served him earnestly and carefully, with an instant harmonious response to his mood, putting in exactly the right amount of rum and sugar to suit his taste, and turning the slim-legged curate's assistant so that his favorite sandwiches were nearest him. "You spoil the old gentleman, Sylvia," commented Arnold, evidently caring very little whether she did or not. "She spoils everybody," returned Mr. Sommerville, tasting his tea complacently. "C'est son métier. She has an uncanny instinct for suiting everybody's taste." Sylvia smiled brightly at him, exactly the brilliant smile which suited her brilliant, frank face and clear, wide open eyes. Under her smile she was saying to herself, "If that's so, I wonder, not that I care at all, but I really wonder why you don't like me." Sylvia was encountering for the first time this summer a society guided by tradition and formula, but she was not without excellent preparation for almost any contact with her fellow beings, a preparation which in some ways served her better than that more conscious preparation of young ladies bred up from childhood to sit behind tea tables and say the right things to tea drinkers. Association with the crude, outspoken youth at the State University had been an education in human nature, especially masculine nature, for her acute mind. Her unvarnished association with the other sex in classroom and campus had taught her, by means of certain rough knocks which more sheltered boarding school girls never get, an accuracy of estimate as to the actual feeling of men towards the women they professed to admire unreservedly, which, had he been able to conceive of it, old Sommerville would have thought nothing less than cynical. But he did not conceive it, and now sat, mellowed by the rightness of his tea, white haired, smooth shaven, pink gilled, white waistcoated, the picture of old age at its best, as he smiled gallantly at the extremely pretty girl behind the table. Unlike Sylvia, he knew exactly why he did not like her, and he wasted no time in thinking about it. "What were you laughing about so delightfully as I came in, eh?" he asked, after the irretrievable first moment of joy in gratified appetite had gone. Sylvia had not the slightest backwardness about explaining. In fact, she always took the greatest pains to be explicit with old Mr. Sommerville about the pit from which she had been digged. "Why, this visit to Aunt Victoria is like stepping into another world for me. Everything is so different from my home life. I was just thinking, as I sat there behind all this glorious clutter," she waved a slim hand over the silver and porcelain of the tea table, "what a change it was from setting the table one's self and washing up the dishes afterwards. That's what we always do at home. I hated it, and I said to Arnold, 'I've reached Capua at last.' And he said," she stopped to laugh again heartily, full throated, the not to be imitated laugh of genuine amusement, "he said, 'Who is Capua, anyhow?'" Mr. Sommerville laughed, but grudgingly, with an impatient shake of his white head and an uneasy look in his eyes. For several reasons he did not like to hear Sylvia laugh at Arnold. He distrusted a young lady with too keen a sense of humor, especially when it was directed towards the cultural deficiencies of a perfectly eligible young man. To an old inhabitant of the world, with Mr. Sommerville's views as to the ambitions of a moneyless young person, enjoying a single brief fling in the world of young men with fortunes, it seemed certain that Sylvia's lack of tactful reticence about Arnold's ignorance could only be based on a feeling that Arnold's fortune was not big enough. She was simply, he thought with dismay, reserving her tact and reticence for a not impossible bigger. His apprehensions about the fate of a bigger of his acquaintance if its owner ever fell into the hands of this altogether too well informed young person rose to a degree which almost induced him to cry out, "Really, you rapacious young creature, Arnold's
is all any girl need ask. Ample, well invested, solid." But instead he said, "Hm. Rather a derogatory remark about your surroundings, eh?" Arnold did not understand, did not even hear, leaning back, long, relaxed, apathetic, in his great wicker chair and rolling a cigarette with a detached air, as though his hands were not a part of him. But Sylvia heard and understood, even to the hostility in the old gentleman's well bred voice. "Being in Capua," usually referring to the fact that the Carthaginians went to pieces that winter? She asked. "Oh yes, of course I know that. Good gracious, I was brought up on the idea of the dangers of being in Capua. Perhaps that's why I always thought it would be such fun to get there." She spoke rebelliously. "They got everlastingly beaten by the Romans," advanced Mr. Sommerville. "Yes, but they had had one grand good time before. The Romans couldn't take that away from them. I think the Carthaginians got the best of it." Provocative, light‐hearted malice was in her sparkling face. She was thinking to herself with the reckless bravado of youth, "Well, since he insists, I'll give him some ground for distrusting my character." Arnold suddenly emitted a great puff of smoke and a great shout of "Help! Help! Molly to the rescue!" And when a little white clad creature flitting past the door turned and brought into that quiet spot of leafy shadow the dazzling quickness of her smile, her eyes, her golden hair, he said to her nonchalantly, "Just in time to head them off. Sylvia and your grandfather were being so highbrow I was beginning to feel faint." Molly laughed flashingly. "Did grandfather keep his end up? I bet he couldn't." Arnold professed an entire ignorance of the relative status. "Oh, I fell off so far back I don't know who got in first. Who was this man Capua, anyhow? I'm a graduate of Harvard University and I never heard of him." "I'm a graduate of Miss Braddon's mountain school for girls," said Molly, "and I think it's a river." Mr. Sommerville groaned out, exaggerating a real qualm. "What my mother would have said to such ignorance, prefaced by 'I bet,' from the lips of a young lady." "Your mother," said Molly, "would be my great grandmother." She disposed of him conclusively by this statement and went on, "And I'm not a young lady. Nobody is nowadays." "What are you, if a mere grandfather may venture to inquire?" asked Mr. Sommerville deferentially. "I'm a femme what man," said Molly, biting a large piece from a sandwich. Arnold explained to the others, "That's Parisian for a lady motor driver. Some name." "Well, you won't be that, or anything else alive, if you go on driving your car at the rate I saw it going past the house this morning," said her grandfather. He spoke with an assumption of grandfatherly severity, but his eyes rested on her with a grandfather's adoration. "Oh, I'd die if I went under 35," observed Miss Sommerville negligently. "Why, Mr. Sommerville," Arnold backed up his generation, "you can't call 35 per hour dangerous. Not for a girl who can drive like Molly." "Oh, I'm as safe as if I were in a church," continued Molly. "I keep my mind on it. If I ever climb a telegraph pole, you can be sure it'll be because I wanted to. I never take my eye off the road, never once." "How you must enjoy the landscape," commented her grandfather. "Heavens! I don't drive a car to look at the landscape," cried Molly, highly amused at the idea, apparently quite new to her. "Will you gratify the curiosity of the older generation once more, and tell me what you do drive a car for?" inquired old Mr. Sommerville, looking fondly at the girl's lovely face, like a pink flushed pearl. "Why, I drive to see how fast I can go, of course," explained Molly. "The fun of it is to watch the road eaten up." "It is fascinating." Sylvia gave the other girl an unexpected reinforcement. "I've driven with Molly, and I've been actually hypnotized seeing the road vanish under the wheels." "Oh, children, children, when you reach my age," groaned Arnold, and have eaten up as many thousand miles as I. You'll stay at home." "I've driven for 3 years now," asserted Molly, "and every time I buy a new car I get the craze all over again. This one I have now is a peach of an 8. I never want to drive a 6 again. Never! I can bring it up from a creep to fast enough to scare grandfather into a fit without changing gears at all, just on the throttle." She broke off to ask, as at a sudden recollection, "What was it about Capua, anyhow?" She went to sit beside Sylvia, and put her arm around her shoulder in a caressing gesture, evidently familiar to her. "It wasn't about Capua at all," explained Sylvia indulgently, patting the lovely cheek as though the other girl had been a child. "It was your grandfather finding out what a bad character I am, and how I wallow in luxury now I have the chance." "Luxury?" inquired Molly, looking about her rather blankly. Sylvia laughed, this time with a little veiled, pensive note of melancholy, lost on the others but which she herself found very touching. "There, you see you're so used to it, you don't even know what I'm talking about." "Never mind, Molly," Arnold reassured her. "Neither do I. Don't try to follow. Let it float by, the way I do." Miss Sommerville did not smile. She thrust out her red lips in a wistful pout, and looking down into the sugar bowl intently, she remarked, her voice as pensive as Sylvia's own, "I wish I did. I wish I understood. I wish I were as clever as Sylvia." As if in answer to this remark, another searcher after tea announced himself from the door, a tall, distinguished, ugly, graceful man, who took a very fine Panama hat from a very fine head of brown hair, slightly graying, and said in a rich, cultivated voice, "Am I too late for tea? I don't mind at all if it's strong." "Oh!" said Molly Sommerville, flushing and drawing away from Sylvia. "Lord!" muttered Arnold under his breath, and "Not at all. I'll make some fresh. I haven't had mine yet," said Sylvia, busying herself with the alcohol flame. "How are you, Morrison?" said Mr. Sommerville with no enthusiasm, holding out a well kept old hand for the other to shake. Arnold stood up, reached under his chair and pulled out a tennis racket. "Excuse me, Morrison, won't you, if I run along?" he said. "It's not because you've come. I want a set of tennis before dinner, if I can find somebody to play with me. Here, Molly, you've got your tennis shoes on already. Come along." The little beauty shook her head violently. "No, goodness, no! It's too hot. And anyhow, I don't ever want to play again, since I've seen Sylvia's game." She turned to the other girl, breathing quickly. "You go, Sylvia, dear. I'll make Mr. Morrison's tea for him." Sylvia hesitated a barely perceptible instant, until she saw old Mr. Sommerville's eyes fixed speculatively on her. Then she stood up with an instant, cheerful alacrity. "That's awfully good of you, Molly darling. You won't mind, will you, Mr. Morrison?" She nodded brightly to the old gentleman, to the girl who had slipped into her place, to the other man, and was off. The man she had left looked after her as she trod with her long, light step beside the young man, and murmured, "Et vera incessu patuit die." Molly moved a plate on the table with some vehemence. "I suppose Sylvia would understand that language." "She would, my dear Molly, and what's more, she would scorn me for using such a hackneyed quotation." To Mr. Sommerville he added, laughing, "Isn't it the quaintest combination, such radiant girlhood and her absurd book learning?" Mr. Sommerville gave his assent to the quaintness by silence as he rose and prepared to retreat. "Good bye, grandfather," said Molly with enthusiasm. As they walked along, Arnold was saying to Sylvia with a listless appreciation, "You certainly know the last word of the game, don't you, Sylvia? I bet Morrison hasn't had a jolt like that for years." "What are you talking about?" asked Sylvia, perhaps slightly overdoing her ignorance of his meaning. "Why, it's a new thing for him, let me tell you. To have a girl jump up as soon as he comes in and delightedly leave him to another girl. And then to thank the other girl for being willing to take him off your hands. That's more than knowing the rules. That's art." He laughed faintly at the recollection. "It's a new one for Morrison to meet a girl who doesn't kowtow. He's a very great personage in his line, and he can't help knowing it. The very last word on Lord knows what all in the art business is what one Felix Morrison says about it. He's an 8-cylinder fascinator, too, into the bargain. Mostly he makes me sore, but when I think about him straight I wonder how he manages to keep on being as decent as he is. He's really a good enough sort, with all the high-powered petticoats in New York burning incense. It's enough to turn the head of a hydrant. That's the hold Madrina has on him. She doesn't burn any incense. She wants all the incense there is being burned for herself, and it keeps old Felix down in his place. Keeps him hanging around, too. You stick to the same method if you want to make a go of it." "I thought he wrote. I thought he did aesthetic criticisms and essays," said Sylvia, laughing aloud at Arnold's quaint advice. "Oh, he does. I guess he's chief medicine man in his tribe, all right. It's not only women who kowtow. When old man Merriman wants to know for sure whether to pay $1,000,000 for a cracked Chinese vase, he always calls in Felix Morrison, chief adviser to the predatory rich. That's one of his jobs. So you see," he came back to his first point, "it must be some jolt for the sacred F.M. to have a young lady, just a young lady, refuse to bow at the shrine. You couldn't have done a smarter trick, by heck! I've been watching you all those weeks, just too tickled for words. And I've been watching Morrison. It's been as good as a play. He can't stick it out much longer, unless I miss my guess, and I've known him ever since I was a kid. He's just waiting for a good chance to turn on the faucet and hand you a full cup of his irresistible fascination," he added carelessly, bouncing a ball up and down on the tense catgut of his racket. "What all you girls see in that old wolfhound to lose your heads over. It gets me." "Why in the world wolfhound?" asked Sylvia. "Oh, just as to his looks. He has that sort of tired, dignified, deep-eyed look a big dog has. I bet his eyes would be phosphorescent at night, too. They are that kind. Don't you know, when you strike a match in the evening, how a dog's eyes glow? It's what makes them look so soft and deep in the daytime. But as to his innards, no, Lord, no. Whatever else Morrison is, he's not a bit like any dog that ever lived. First cousin to a fish, I should say." Sylvia laughed. "Why not make it a grizzly bear, to take in the rest of the animal kingdom?" "No," persisted Arnold. "Now I've thought of it, I mean fish. A great, big, wise old fellow who lives in a deep pool and won't rise to any ordinary fly." He made a brain jolting change of metaphor and went on. "The plain truth, and it's not so low down as it seems, is that a big fat checkbook is admission to the grandstand with Felix. It has to be that way. He hasn't got much of his own, and his tastes are some—" "Molly must be sitting in the front row now, then," commented Sylvia indifferently, as though tired of the subject. They were now at the tennis court. "Run over to the summer house and get my racket, will you? It's on the bench." "Yes, Molly's got plenty of money," Arnold admitted as he came back, his accent implying some other lack which he forgot to mention, absorbed as he at once became in coping with his adversary's strong, swift serve. The change in him, as he began seriously to play, was startling, miraculous. His slack loose jointedness stiffened into quick, flexible accuracy, his lounging, flaccid air disappeared in a glow of concentrated, vigorous effort. The bored good nature in his eyes vanished, burned out by a stern, purposeful intensity. He was literally and visibly another person. Sylvia played her best, which was excellent, far better than that of any other girl in the summer colony. She had been well trained by her father and her gymnasium instructor, and played with an economy of effort delightful to see. But she was soon driven by her opponent's tiger like quickness into putting out at once her every resource. There, in the slowly fading light of the long mountain afternoon, the two young Anglo Saxons poured out their souls in a game with the immemorial instinct of their race, fierce, grim, intent, every capacity of body and will power brought into play, everything else in the world forgotten. For some time they were on almost equal terms, and then Sylvia became aware that her adversary was getting the upper hand of her. She had, however, no idea what the effort was costing him, until after a blazing fire of impossibly rapid volleys, under which she went down to defeat, she stopped, called out "Game and set," and added in a generous tribute, "Say, you can play!" Then she saw that his face was almost purple, his eyes bloodshot, and his breath came in short, gasping pants. "Good gracious, what's the matter?" she cried, running towards him in alarm. She was deeply flushed herself, but her eyes were as clear water, and she ran with her usual fawn like swiftness. Arnold dropped on the bench, waving her a speechless reassurance. With his first breath he said, "Gee, but you can hit it up for a girl." "What's the matter with you?" Sylvia asked again, sitting down beside him. "Nothing, nothing," he panted. "My wind, it's confoundedly short." He added a moment later, "It's tobacco. This is the sort of time the cigarettes get back at you, you know." The twilight dropped slowly about them, like a thin clear veil. He thrust out his feet, shapely in their well made white shoes, surveyed them with dissatisfaction, and added with moody indifference, "And cocktails, too. They play the dickens with a fellow's wind." Sylvia said nothing for a moment, looking at him by no means admiringly. Her life in the State University had brought her into such incessant contact with young men that the mere fact of sitting beside one in the twilight left her unmoved to a degree which Mr. Sommerville's mother would have found impossible to imagine. When she spoke, it was with an impatient scorn of his weakness which might have been felt by a fellow athlete. "What in the world makes you do it, then?" "Why not?" he said challengingly. "You've just said why not. It spoils your tennis. It must spoil your polo. Was that what spoiled your baseball in college? You'd be twice the man if you wouldn't." "Oh, what's the use?" he said, an immense weariness in his voice. "What's the use of anything, if you are going to use that argument?" said Sylvia, putting him down conclusively. He spoke with a sudden heartfelt simplicity. "Damn if I know, Sylvia." For the first time in all the afternoon his voice lost its tonelessness, and rang out with the resonance of sincerity. She showed an unflattering surprise. "Why, I didn't know you ever thought about such things." He looked at her askance, dimly amused. "High opinion you have of me." She looked annoyed at herself, and said with a genuine good will in her voice, "Why, Arnold, you know I've always liked you." "You like me, but you don't think much of me," he diagnosed her. "And you show your good sense." He looked up at the picturesque white house, spreading its well proportioned bulk on the top of the terraced hillside before them. "I hope Madrina is looking out of a window and sees us here, our heads together in the twilight. You've guessed, I suppose, that she had you come on here for my benefit. She thinks she's tried everything else. Now it's her idea to get me safely married. She'd have one surprise, wouldn't she, if she could hear what we're saying?" "Well, it would be a good thing for you," remarked Sylvia, as entirely without self consciousness as though they were discussing the tennis game. He was tickled by her coolness. "Well, Madrina sure made a mistake when she figured on you," he commented ironically. And then, not having been subjected to the cool, hardy conditions which caused Sylvia's present clear headedness, he felt his blood stirred to feel her there, so close, so alive, so young, so beautiful in the twilight. He leaned towards her and spoke in a husky voice. "See here, Sylvia, why don't you try it?" "Oh, nonsense!" said the girl. not raising her voice at all, not stirring. "You don't care a bit for me." "Yes, I do. I've always liked you," he said, not perceiving till after the words were out of his mouth that he had repeated her own phrase. She laughed to hear it, and he drew back, his faint stirring of warmth dashed, extinguished. "The fact is, Sylvia," he said, "you're too nice a girl to fall in love with." "What a horrid thing to say!" she exclaimed. "About you?" he defended himself. "I mean it as a compliment." "About falling in love," she said. "Oh," he said blankly, evidently not at all following her meaning. "What time is it?" she now inquired, and on hearing the hour, "Oh, we'll be late to dress for dinner," she said in concern, rising and ascending the marble steps to the terrace next above them. He came after her, long, loose jointed, ungraceful. He was laughing. "Do you realize that I proposed marriage to you and you turned me down?" he said. "No such a thing," she said, as lightly as he. "It's the nearest I ever came to it," he averred. She continued to flit up the terraces before him, her voice rippling with amusement, dropping down on him through the dusk. "Well, you'll have to come nearer than that if you ever want to make a go of it," she called over her shoulder, upon which note this very modern conversation ended. End of Chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. The Slipperbox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. More Talk Between Young Moderns. When they met at dinner, they laughed outright at the sight of one another, a merry and shadowless laugh. For an instant they looked like light-hearted children. The change of Arnold's long sallow face was indeed so noticeable that Mrs. Marshall Smith glanced sharply at him, and then looked again with great satisfaction. She leaned to Sylvia and laid her charming white hand affectionately over the girl's slim, strong, tanned fingers. "It's just a joy to have you here, my dear. You're brightening us stupid, bored people like fresh west wind," she went on, addressing herself to the usual guest of the evening. "Isn't it always the most beautiful sight, Felix, how the mere presence of radiant youth can transform the whole atmosphere of life?" "I hadn't noticed that my radiant youth had transformed much," commented Arnold dryly, "and Sylvia's only a year younger than I." He was, as usual, disregarded by the course of the conversation. "'Yes, sunshine in a shady place,'" quoted Morrison, in his fine mellow tenor, looking at Sylvia. It was a wonderful voice, used with discretion, with a fine instinct for moderation which would have kept the haunting beauty of its intonations from seeming objectionable or florid to any but American ears. In spite of the invariable good taste with which it was used, American men, accustomed to the toneless speech of the race, and jealously suspicious of anything approaching art in everyday life, distrusted Morrison at the first sound of his voice. Men who were his friends, and there were many, were in the habit of rather apologizing for those rich and harmonious accents. The first time she had heard it, Sylvia had thought of the G string of old Reinhardt's violin. "I never in my life saw anything that looked less like a shady place," observed Sylvia, indicating with an admiring gesture the table before them, gleaming and flashing its glass and silver and close textured, glossy damask up into the light. "It's morally that we're so shady," said Arnold, admiring his own wit so much that he could not refrain from adding, "Not so bad, what?" The usual conversation at his stepmother's table was, as he would have said, so pestilentially highbrow that he seldom troubled himself to follow it enough to join in. Arnold was in the habit of dubbing highbrow anything bearing on aesthetics, and Mrs. Marshall Smith's conversational range hardly extended at all outside of aesthetics of one kind or another. Communication between these two housemates of years' standing was for the most part reduced to a primitive simplicity for which a sign language would have sufficed. Arnold's phrase for the situation was, "I let Madrina alone, and she don't bother me." But now, seeing that neither the façade of Rouen nor the influence of Chardin on Whistler had been mentioned, his unusual loquacity continued. "Well, if one west wind I don't mean that as a slam on Sylvia for coming from west of the Mississippi has done us so much good, why not have another?" he inquired. "Why couldn't Judith come on and make us a visit too? It would be fun to have a scrap with her again." He explained to Morrison. "She's Sylvia's younger sister, and we have always quarreled so, as kids, that after we'd been together half an hour the referee had to shoulder in between and tell us, 'Nix on biting in clinches.' She was great, all right, Judith was. How is she now?" he asked Sylvia. "I've been meaning ever so many times to ask you about her, and something else has seemed to come up. I can't imagine Judy grown up. She hasn't pinned up that great long braid, has she, that used to be so handy to pull?" Sylvia took the last of her soup, put the spoon on the plate, and launched into a description of Judith, one of her favorite topics. "Oh, Judith's just fine. You ought to see her. She's worth 10 of me. She has such lots of character. And handsome. You never saw anything like Judith's looks. Yes, she's put her hair up. She's 20 years old now. What do you suppose she does with her hair? She wears it in a great smooth braid all around her head. And she has such hair, Aunt Victoria." She turned from Arnold to another woman, as from some one who would know nothing of the fine shades of the subject. "No short hairs at all, you know, like everybody else, that will hang down and look untidy." She pulled with an explanatory petulance at the soft curls which framed her own face, in an aureole of light. "Hers is all long and smooth and the color like a fresh chestnut, just out of the burr, and her nose is like a Greek statue. She is a Greek statue." She had been carried by her affectionate enthusiasm out of her usual self possession, her quick divination of how she was affecting everybody, and now suddenly finding Morrison's eyes on her with an expression she did not recognize, she was brought up short. What had she said to make him look at her so oddly? He answered her unspoken question at once, his voice making his every casual word of gold. "I am thinking that I am being present at a spectacle which cynics say is impossible, the spectacle of a woman delighting, and with the most obvious sincerity, in the beauty of another." "Oh!" said Sylvia, relieved to know that the odd look concealed no criticism. "I didn't know that anybody nowadays made such silly Victorian generalizations about women's cattiness. Anybody under old Mr. Sommerville's age, that is. And anyhow, Judith's my sister." "Cases of sisters jealous of each other's good looks have not been entirely unknown to history," said Morrison, smiling and beginning to eat his fish with a delicate relish. "Well, if Judy's so all fired good looking, let's have her come on, Madrina," said Arnold. "With her and Sylvia together we'd crush Lydford into a pulp." He attacked his plate with a straggling fork, eating negligently, as he did everything else. "She has a standing invitation, of course," said Mrs. Marshall Smith. "Indeed, I wrote the other day asking her if she could come here instead of to La Chance for her vacation. It's far nearer for her." "Oh, Judith couldn't waste time to go visiting," said Sylvia. "I've told you she is worth 10 of me. She's on the home stretch of her trained nurse's course now. She has only 2 weeks' vacation." "She's going to be a trained nurse?" asked Arnold in surprise, washing down a large mouthful of fish with a large mouthful of wine. "What the dickens does she do that for?" "Why, she's crazy about it. Ever since she was a little girl, 15 years old, and first saw the inside of a hospital. That's just Judith, so splendid and purposeful and single minded. I wish to goodness I knew what I want to do with myself half so clearly as she always has." If she had, deep under her consciousness, a purpose to win more applause from Morrison by more disinterested admiration of Judith's good points, she was quite rewarded by the quickness with which he championed her against her own depreciation. "I've always noticed," he said meditatively, slowly taking a sip from his wine glass, "that nobody can be single minded who isn't narrow minded, and I think it likely that people who aren't so cocksure what they want to do with themselves hesitate because they have a great deal more to do with. A nature rich in fine and complex possibilities takes more time to dispose of itself, but when it does, the world's beauty is the gainer." He pointed the reference frankly by a smile at Sylvia, who flushed with pleasure and looked down at her plate. She was surprised at the delight which his leisurely, whimsically philosophical little speech gave her. She forgot to make any answer, absorbed as she was in poring over it and making out new meanings in it. How he had understood at less than a word the secret uncertainty of herself which so troubled her, and with what astonishing sureness he had known what to say to reassure her, to make her see clear! And then her quick mind leaped to another significance. All during these past weeks, when she had been falling more and more under the fascination of his personality, when she had been piqued at his disregard of her, when she had thought he found her young and had bracketed her carelessly with Arnold, he had been in reality watching her. He had found her interesting enough to observe her, to study her, to have a theory about her character, and having done all that, to admire her as she admired him. Never in her life had she been the recipient of flattery so precisely to her taste. Her glow of pleasure was so warm that she suddenly distrusted her own judgment. She looked up at him quickly to see if she had not mistaken his meaning, had not absurdly exaggerated the degree to which he. She found his eyes on her, deep set, shadowy eyes, which did not, as she looked up, either smile or look away. Under cover of a rather wrangling discussion between Arnold and his stepmother as to having some champagne served, the older man continued to look steadily into Sylvia's eyes, with the effect of saying to her, gravely, kindly, intimately, "Yes, I am here. You did not know how closely you have drawn me to you, but here I am." Across the table, across the lights, the service, the idle talk of the other two, she felt him quietly, ever so gently, but quite irresistibly, open an inner door of her nature, and she welcomed him in. After dinner, when Mrs. Marshall Smith lifted her eyebrows at Sylvia and rose to go, Arnold made no bones of his horror at the prospect of a tête-à-tête with the distinguished critic. "Oh, I'm going in with you girls," he said, jumping up with his usual sprawling uncertainty of action. He reserved for athletic sports all his capacity for physical accuracy. "Morrison and I bore each other more than's legal." "I may bore you, my dear Arnold," said the other, rising, "but you never bored me in your life, and I've known you from childhood." To which entirely benevolent speech Arnold returned nothing but the uneasy shrug and resentful look of one baffled by a hostile demonstration too subtle for his powers of self defense. He picked up the chair he had thrown over, and waited sulkily till the others were in the high ceilinged living room before he joined them. Then, when Morrison, in answer to a request from his hostess and old friend, sat down to the piano and began to play a piece of modern, plaintive, very wandering and chromatic music, the younger man drew Sylvia out on the wide, moonlighted veranda. "Morrison is the very devil for making you want to punch his head, and yet not giving you a decent excuse. I declare, Sylvia, I don't know but that what I like best of all about you is the way you steer clear of him. He's opening up on you, too. Maybe you didn't happen to notice. At the dinner table? It wasn't much, but I spotted it for beginning. I know old Felix, a few." Sylvia felt uneasy at the recurrence of this topic, and cast about for something to turn the conversation. "Oh, Arnold," she began rather at random, "whatever became of Professor Saunders? I've thought about him several times since I've been here, but I've forgotten to ask you or Tantine. He was my little girl admiration, you know." Arnold smoked for a moment before answering. Then, "Well, I wouldn't ask Madrina about him, if I were you. He's not one of her successes. He wouldn't stay put." Sylvia scented something uncomfortable, and regretted having introduced the subject. Arnold added thoughtfully, looking hard at the ash of his cigarette, "I guess Madrina was pretty bad medicine for Saunders, all right." Sylvia shivered a little and drew back, but she instantly put the matter out of her mind with a trained and definite action of her will. It was probably horrid. Nothing could be done about it now. What else could they talk about that would be cheerful? This was a thought sequence very familiar to Sylvia, through which she passed with rapid ease. Arnold made a fresh start by offering her his cigarette box. "Have one?" he invited her sociably. She shook her head. "Oh, all the girls do," he urged her. Sylvia laughed. "I may be a fresh breeze from beyond the Mississippi, but I'm not so fresh as to think it's wicked for a girl to smoke. In fact, I like to, myself, but I can't stand the dirty taste in my mouth next morning. Smoking's not worth it." "Well," commented Arnold. Apparently he found something very surprising in this speech. His surprise spread visibly from the particular to the general, like the rings widening from a thrown pebble, and he finally broke out: "You certainly do beat the band, Sylvia. You get me. You're a sample of a piece of goods that I never saw before." "What now?" asked Sylvia, amused. "Why, for instance, that reason for your not smoking. That's not a girl's reason. That's a man's. A man who's tried it." "No, it isn't," she said, the flicker of amusement still on her lips. "A man wouldn't have sense enough to know that smoking isn't worth waking up with your mouth full of rancid fur." "Oh, gosh!" cried Arnold, tickled by the metaphor. "Rancid fur!" "The point about me, why I seem so queer to you," explained Sylvia, brightening, "is that I'm a State University girl. I'm used to you. I've seen hundreds of you. The fact that you wear trousers and have to shave and wear your hair cut short and smell of tobacco doesn't thrill me for a cent. I know that I could run circles around you if it came to a problem in calculus. Not that I want to brag." Arnold did not seem as much amused as she thought he would be. He smoked in a long, meditative silence, and when he spoke again, it was with an unusual seriousness. "It's not what you feel or don't feel about me. It's what I feel and don't feel about you that gets me," he explained, not very lucidly. "I mean liking you so, without I never felt so good about a girl. I like it. I don't make it out." He looked at her with sincerely puzzled eyes. She answered him as seriously. "I think," she said, speaking a little slowly, "I think the two go together, don't they?" "How do you mean?" he asked. "Why, it's hard to say." She hesitated, but evidently not at all in embarrassment, looking at him with serious eyes, limpid and unafraid. "I've been with boys and men a lot, of course, in my classes and in the laboratories and everywhere, and I've found out that in most cases, if the men and the girls really, really, in their own hearts, don't want to hurt each other, don't want to get something out of the other, but just want to be friends, why, they can be. Psychologists and all the bigwigs say they can't be, I know, but believe me, I've tried it, and it's awfully nice, and it's a shame that everybody shouldn't know that lots of the time you can do it, in spite of the folks who write the books." Maybe it wasn't so when the books were written. Maybe it's only going to be so later, if we all are as square as we can be now. But as a plain matter of fact, in one girl's experience, it's so now. Of course," she modified by a sweeping qualification the audacity of her naively phrased, rashly innocent guess at a new possibility for humanity, "of course, if the man's a decent man." Arnold had not taken his gaze for an instant from her gravely thoughtful eyes. He was quite pale. He looked astonishingly moved, startled, arrested. When she stopped, he said, almost at once, in a very queer voice as though it were forced out of him, "I'm not a decent man." And then, quite as though he could endure no longer her clear, steady gaze, he covered his eyes with his hand. An instant later he had sprung up and walked rapidly away out to the low marble parapet which topped the terrace. His gesture, his action, had been so eloquent of surprised, intolerable pain that Sylvia ran after him, all one quick impulse to console. "Yes, you are, Arnold. Yes, you are," she said in a low, energetic tone. "You are." He made a quavering attempt to be whimsical. "I'd like to know what you know about it," he said. I know," she simply repeated. He faced her in an exasperated shame. "Why, a girl like you can no more know what's done by a man like me." His lips twitched in a moral nausea. "Oh, what you've done," said Sylvia. "It's what you are." "What I am," repeated Arnold bitterly. "If I were worth my salt, I'd hang myself before morning." The heartsick excitement of a man on the crest of some moral crisis looked out luridly from his eyes. Sylvia rose desperately to meet that crisis. "Look here, Arnold, I'm going to tell you something I've never spoken of to anybody, not even Mother. And I'm going to do it so you'll believe me when I say you're worth living. When I was 18 years old I was a horrid, selfish, self-willed child. I suppose everybody's so at 18. I was just crazy for money and fine dresses and things like that we'd never had at home, and a man with a lot of money fell in love with me. It was my fault. I made him, though I didn't know then what I was doing, or at least I wouldn't let myself think what I was doing. And I got engaged to him. I got engaged at 4:30 in the afternoon, and at 7 o'clock that evening I was running away from him, and I've never seen him since." Her voice went on steadily, but a quick hot wave of scarlet flamed up over her face. "He was not a decent man," she said briefly, and went on. "It frightened me almost to death before I got my bearings. I was just a little girl and I hadn't understood anything, and I don't understand much now. But I did learn one thing from all that. I learned to know when a man isn't decent. I can't tell you how I know. It's all over him. It's all over me. It's in his eyes, the way he stands, the expression of his mouth. I don't only see it, I feel it. I feel it the way a thermometer feels it when you put a match under the bulb. I know." She brought her extravagant, her preposterous, her ignorant, her incredibly convincing claims to an abrupt end. "And you feel that I," began Arnold, and could not go on. "I'd like you for my brother," she said gently. He tried to laugh at her, but the honest tears were in his eyes. "You don't know what you're talking about, you silly dear," he said unsteadily. "But I'm awfully glad you came to Lydford." With her instinct for avoiding breaks, rough places, Sylvia quickly glided into a transition from this speech back into less personal talk. "Another queer thing about that experience I've never understood. It cured me of being so crazy about clothes. You wouldn't think it would have anything to do with that, would you? And I don't see how it did. Oh, I don't mean I don't dearly love pretty dresses now. I do. And I spend altogether too much time thinking about them. But it's not the same. Somehow the poison is out. I used to be like a drunkard who can't get a drink when I saw girls have things I didn't. I suppose," she speculated philosophically, "I suppose any great jolt that shakes you up a lot shakes things into different proportions." "Say, that fellow must have been just about the limit." Arnold's rather torpid imagination suddenly opened to the story he had heard. "No, no," said Sylvia. "As I look back on it, I make a lot more sense out of it. She might have been, by her accent, 50 instead of 23. And I can see that he wasn't nearly as bad as I thought him. When I said he wasn't decent, I meant that he belonged in the Stone Age, and I'm 20th century. We didn't fit together. I suppose that's what we all mean when we say somebody isn't decent, that he's stayed behind in the procession. I don't mean that man was a degenerate or anything like that. If he could have found a Stone Age woman, they'd have made a good Stone Age marriage of it. But he didn't. The girl he Do you know, Sylvia," Arnold broke in wonderingly, "I never before in all my life had anybody speak to me of anything that really mattered. And I never spoke this way myself. I've wanted to, lots of times, but I didn't know people ever did. And to think of its being a girl who does it for me, a girl who—" His astonishment was immense. "Look here, Arnold," said Sylvia, with good natured peremptoriness, "let a girl be something besides a girl, can't you?" But her attempt to change the tone to a light one failed. Apparently, now that Arnold had broken his long silence, he could not stop himself. He turned towards her with a passionate gesture of bewilderment and cried, "Do you remember, before dinner, you asked me as a joke what was the use of anything, and I said I didn't know? Well, I don't. I've been getting sicker and sicker over everything. What the devil am I here for, anyhow?" As he spoke, a girl's figure stepped from the house to the veranda, from the veranda to the turf of the terrace, and walked towards them. She was tall and strongly, beautifully built. Around her small head was bound a smooth braid of dark hair. She walked with a long, free step, and held her head high. As she came towards them, the moonlight full on her dark, proud, perfect face, she might have been the youthful Diana, but it was no antique spirit which looked out of those frank, fearless eyes. And it was a very modern and colloquially American greeting which she now gave to the astonished young people. "Well, Sylvia, don't you know your own sister?" And "Hello there, Arnold." "Why, Judith Marshall!" cried Sylvia, falling upon her breathlessly. "However in the world did you get here?" Arnold said nothing. He had fallen back a step and now looked at the newcomer with a fixed, dazzled gaze. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. Another Brand of Modern Talk. "Where's Judith?" said Arnold for sole greeting, as he saw Morrison at the piano, and Sylvia sitting near it, cool and clear in a lacy white dress. Morrison lifted long fingers from the keys and said gravely, "She came through a moment ago, saying, 'Where's Arnold?' and went out through that door." His fingers dropped and Chopin's voice once more rose plaintively. The sound of Arnold's precipitate rush across the room and out of the door was followed by a tinkle of laughter from Sylvia. Morrison looked around at her over his shoulder, with a flashing smile of mutual understanding, but he finished the prelude before he spoke. Then, without turning around, as he pulled out another sheet from the music heaped on the piano, he remarked If that French philosopher was right when he said no disease is as contagious as love making, we may expect soon to find the very chairs and tables in this house clasped in each other's arms. Old as I am, I feel it going to my head, like a bedful of full blooming valerian." Sylvia made no answer. She felt herself flushing, and could not trust her voice to be casual. He continued for a moment to thumb over the music aimlessly, as though waiting for her to speak. The beautiful room, darkened against the midsummer heat, shimmered dimly in a transparent half light. The vivid life of its bright chintz, its occasional brass, its clean daring spots of crimson and purple flowers, subdued into a fabulous half seen richness. There was not a sound. The splendid heat of the early August afternoon flamed, and paused, and held its breath. Into this silence, like a bird murmuring a drowsy note over a still pool, there floated the beginning of "Am Mere." Sylvia sat, passive to her finger tips, a vase filled to the brim with melody. She stared with unseeing eyes at the back of the man at the piano. She was not thinking of him. She was not aware that she was conscious of him at all. But hours afterward, wherever she looked, she saw for an instant again in miniature the slender, vigorous, swaying figure, the thick brown hair streaked with white, and curling slightly at the ends, the brooding head. When the last note was still, the man stood up and moved away from the piano. He dropped into an armchair near Sylvia, and leaning his fine, ugly head back against the brilliant chintz, he looked at her meditatively. His great bodily suavity gave his every action a curious significance and grace. Sylvia, still under the spell of his singing, did not stir, returning his look out of wide, dreaming eyes. When he spoke, his voice blended with the silence almost as harmoniously as the music. "Do you know what I wish you would do, Miss Sylvia Marshall? I wish you would tell me something about yourself. Now that I'm no longer forbidden to look at you, or think about you." "Forbidden?" asked Sylvia, very much astonished. "There," he said, wilfully mistaking her meaning, and smiling faintly. "I am such an old gentleman that I'm perfectly negligible to a young lady. She doesn't even notice or not whether I look at her and think about her." A few years before this, Sylvia would have burst out impetuously, "Oh yes, I have. I've wondered awfully what made you so indifferent." But now she kept this reflection to herself, and merely said, "What in the world did you fancy was forbidding you?" "Honor," said Morrison, with a note of mock solemnity. "Honor." "Victoria was so evidently snatching at you as a last hope for Arnold. She gave me to understand that everybody else but Arnold was to be strictly non-existent. But now that Arnold has found a character beautifully and archaically simple to match his own primitive needs, I don't see why I shouldn't enjoy a little civilized talk with you. In any case, it was absurd to think of you for Arnold. It merely shows how driven poor Victoria was." Sylvia tried to speak lightly, although she was penetrated with pleasure at this explanation of his holding aloof. "Oh, I like Arnold very much. I always have. There's something sort of touching about Arnold, don't you think? Though I must say that I've heard enough about the difference between training quail dogs and partridge dogs to last me the rest of my life. But that's rather touching too, his not knowing what to do with himself but fiddle around with his guns and tennis rackets. They're all he has to keep him from being bored to death, and they don't go nearly far enough. Some day he will just drop dead from ennui, poor Arnold. Wouldn't he have enjoyed being a civil engineer and laying out railroads in wild country? He'd have been a good one too. The same amount of energy he puts into his polo playing would make him fight his way through darkest Tibet." She meditated over this hypothesis for a moment, and then added with a nod of her head, "Oh yes, I like Arnold ever so much." "One kind of liking." "Of course you like him," assented the older man, who had been watching her as she talked, and whose manner now, as he took up the word himself, resembled that of an exquisitely adroit angler, casting out the lightest, the most feathery, the most perfectly controlled of dry flies. You're too intelligent not to like everybody who's not base. And Arnold's not base. He likes you. If you had cared to waste one of your red brown tresses on him, you could have drawn him by a single hair. But then, everybody likes you." "Old Mr. Sommerville doesn't," said Sylvia, on an impulse. Morrison looked at her admiringly, and put the tips of his fingers together with exquisite precision. "So you add second sight to your other accomplishments. How in the world could a girl of your age have the experience and intuition to feel that? Old Sommerville passes for a great admirer of yours. You won't, I hope, go so uncannily far in your omniscience as to pretend you know why he doesn't like you." "No, I won't," said Sylvia, "because I haven't the very faintest idea. Have you?" "I know exactly why. It's connected with one of the old gentleman's eccentricities. He's afraid of you on account of his precious nephew." "I didn't know he had a nephew." Sylvia was immensely astonished. "Well, he has, and he bows down and worships him, as he does his granddaughter. You see how he adores Molly. It's nice of the old fellow, the cult he has for his descendants, but occasionally inconvenient for innocent bystanders. He thinks everybody wants to make off with his young folks. You and I are fellow suspects. Haven't you felt him wish he could strike me dead when Molly makes tea for me, or turns over music as I play?" He laughed a little, a gentle, kind, indulgent laugh. "Molly!" he said, as if his point were more than elucidated by the mere mention of her name. Sylvia intimated with a laugh that her point was clearer yet, in that she had no name to mention. "But I never saw his nephew. I never even heard of him until this minute." "No, and very probably never will see him. He's very seldom here. And if you did see him, you wouldn't like him. He's an eccentric of the worst brand," said Morrison tranquilly. "But monomanias need no foundation in fact." He broke off abruptly to say, "Is this all another proof of your diabolical cleverness? I started in to hear something about yourself, and here I find myself talking about everything else in the world." "I'm not clever," said Sylvia, hoping to be contradicted. "Well, you're a great deal too nice to be consciously so," admitted Morrison. "See here," he went on, "it's evident that you're more than a match for me at this game. Suppose we strike a bargain. You introduce yourself to me and I'll do the same by you. Isn't it quite the most fantastic of all the bizarreries of human intercourse that an introduction to a fellow being consists in being informed of his name, quite the most unimportant, fortuitous thing about him?" Sylvia considered. "What do you want to know?" she asked finally. "Well, I'd like to know everything," said the man gaily. "My curiosity has been aroused to an almost unappeasable pitch. But of course I'll take any information you feel like doling out. In the first place, how, coming from such a—" He checked himself, and changed the form of his question. "I overheard you speaking to Victoria's maid, and I've been lying awake nights ever since, wondering how it happened that you speak French with so pure an accent." "Oh, that's simple. Professor and Madame La Rue are old friends of the family, and I've spent a lot of time with them. And then, of course, French is another mother language for Father. He and Aunt Victoria were brought up in Paris, you know." Morrison sighed. "Isn't it strange how all the miracles evaporate into mere chemical reactions when you once investigate? All the white clad, ghostly spirits turn out to be clothes on the line. I suppose there's some equally natural explanation about your way on the piano. The clear, limpid phrasing of that Bach the other day, and then the color of the Bizet afterwards. It's astonishing to hear anybody of your crude youth playing Bach at all, and then to hear it played right. And afterwards to hear a modern given his right note." Sylvia was perfectly aware that she was being flattered, and she was immensely enjoying it. She became more animated, and the peculiar sparkle of her face more spirited. "Oh, that's old Reinhardt, my music teacher. He would take all the skin off my knuckles if I played a Bach gigue the least bit like that Arlésienne minuet. He doesn't approve of Bizet very much, anyhow. He's a tremendous classicist." "Isn't it," inquired Morrison, phrasing his question carefully, "isn't it, with no disrespect to La Chance intended, isn't it rather unusually good fortune for a smallish Western city to own a real musician?" "Well, La Chance bears up bravely under its good fortune," said Sylvia dryly. "Old Mr. Reinhardt isn't exactly a prime favorite there. He's a terribly beery old man and he wipes his nose on his sleeve. Our house was the only respectable one in town that he could go into. But then, our house isn't so very respectable. It has its advantages, not being so very respectable, though it most killed me as a young girl to feel us so. But I certainly have a choice gallery of queer folks in my acquaintance, and I have the queerest hodgepodge of scraps of things learned from them. I know a little Swedish from Miss Lindström. She's a Swedish old maid who does uplift work among the Negroes. Isn't that a weird combination? You just ought to hear what she makes of Negro dialect. And I know all the socialist arguments from hearing a socialist editor get them off every Sunday afternoon. And I even know how to manage planchette and write mediumistically, save the mark, from Cousin Parnelia, a crazy old cousin of Mother's who hangs round the house more or less." "I begin to gather," surmised Morrison, "that you must have a remarkable father and mother. What are they like?" "Well," said Sylvia thoughtfully, "Mother's the bravest thing you ever saw. She's not afraid of anything. I don't mean cows, or the house of fire, or mice, or such foolishness. I mean life and death, and sickness and poverty and fear." Morrison nodded his head understandingly, a fine light of appreciation in his eyes. "Not to be afraid of fear. That's splendid." Sylvia went on to particularize. "When any of us are sick it's my little brother Lawrence who is mostly. Judith and I are always well. Father just goes all to pieces, he gets so frightened. But Mother stiffens her back and makes everything in the house go on just as usual, very quiet, very calm. She holds everything together tight. She says it's sneaking and cowardly if you're going to accept life at all, not to accept all of it, the sour with the sweet, and not whimper." "Very fine, very fine. Possibly a very small bit grim?" commented Morrison with a rising inflection. "Oh, perhaps a little," agreed Sylvia, as if it did not matter. "But I can't give you any idea of Mother. She's just great. And yet I couldn't live like her, without wanting to smash everything up. She's somebody that Seneca would have liked." "And your father?" queried Morrison. "Oh, he's great too. Dear Father, but so different. He and Mother between them have just about all the varieties of human nature that are worth while. Father's red-headed, though it's mostly gray now, and quick and blustering and awfully clever, and just adored by his students, and talks every minute, and apparently does all the deciding, and yet he couldn't draw the breath of life without Mother. And when it comes right down to doing anything, what he always does is what he knows will come up to her standard." Morrison raised delightedly amused hands to heaven. "The recording angel domiciled in the house!" he cried. "It had never occurred to me before how appallingly discerning the eye of the modern offspring must be. Go on, go on!" Elated by the sensation of appearing clever, Sylvia continued with a fresh flow of eloquence. "And there never was such a highly moral bringing up as we children have had. It's no fault of my family's if I've turned out a grasping materialist. I was brought up," she flamed out suddenly as at some long hoarded grievance, I was brought up in a moral hothouse, and I haven't yet recovered from the shock of being transplanted into real earth in the real world." Morrison paid instant tribute to her aroused and serious feeling by a grave look of attention. "Won't you explain?" he asked. "I'm so dull I don't follow you, but I haven't been so interested in years." "Why, I mean," said Sylvia, trying hard to reduce to articulateness a complicated conception, "I mean that Father and Mother just deliberately represented values to me as different from what they really are, with real folks. And now I find that I'm real folks. I can't help it. You are as you are, you know. They kept representing to me always that the best pleasures are the ones that are the most important to folks. Music, I mean, and Milton's poetry, and a fine novel. And in Mother's case, a fine sunset, or a perfect rose, or things growing in the garden." No associate of Morrison's would have recognized the man's face, shocked as it was by surprise and interest out of his usual habit of conscious, acute, self-possessed observation. The angler had inadvertently stepped off a ledge into deep water, and a very swift current was tugging at him. He leaned forward, his eyes as eager with curiosity as a boy's. "Do I understand you to say that you repudiate those best pleasures?" "Of course you don't understand anything of the sort," said Sylvia, very earnestly. "They've soaked me so in music that I'm a regular bond slave to it, and a perfect rose is associated with so many lovely recollections of Mother's wonderful silent joy in it that I could weep for pleasure. What I'm talking about, what I'm trying to tell you, is the shock it was to me when I got out of that artificially unworldly atmosphere of home, for there's no use talking, it is artificial, to find that those pleasures aren't the ones that are considered important and essential. How did I find things in the real world? Why, I find that people don't give a thought to those best pleasures until they have a lot of other things first. Everything I'd been trained to value and treasure was negligible, not worth bothering about. But money, position, not having to work, elegance, those are vital, prime. Real people can't enjoy hearing a concert if they know they've got to wash up a lot of dishes afterwards. Hiring a girl to do that work is the first thing to do. There isn't another woman in the world except my mother who'd take any pleasure in a perfect rose if she thought her sleeves were so old-fashioned that people would stare at her. Folks talk about liking to look at a fine sunset, but what they give their blood and bones for is a fine house on the best street in town." "Well, but you're not people in that vulgar sense," protested Morrison. He spoke now without the slightest arrière pensée of flattering her, and Sylvia, in her sudden burst for self-expression, was unconscious of him, save as an opponent in an argument. "You just say that in that superior way," she flashed at him, "because you don't have to bother your head about such matters, because you don't have to associate with people who are fighting for those essentials, for they are what everybody except Father and Mother, everybody, feels to be the essentials, a pretty house, handsome clothes, servants to do the unpleasant things, social life, oh, plenty of money sums it all up, vulgar as it sounds. And I don't believe you are different. I don't believe anybody you know is really a bit different. Let Aunt Victoria, let old Mr. Sommerville lose their money, and you'd see how unimportant Debussy and Masaccio would be to them, compared to having to black their own shoes." "Well, upon my word!" exclaimed Morrison. "Are you at 18 presuming to a greater knowledge of life than I at 40?" "I'm not 18, I'm 23," said Sylvia. "The difference is enormous. And if I don't know more about plain, unvarnished human nature than you, I miss my guess. You haven't gone through 5 years at a state university, rubbing shoulders with folk who haven't enough sophistication to pretend to be different from what they are. You haven't taught music for 3 years in the middle class families of a small Western city." She broke off to laugh an apologetic depreciation of her own heat. "You'd think I was addressing a meeting," she said in her usual tone. "I got rather carried away because this is the first time I ever really spoke out about it. There are so few who could understand. If I ever tried to explain it to Father and Mother, I'd be sure to find them so deep in a discussion of the relation between Socrates and Christ that they couldn't pay any attention. Professor Kennedy could understand, but he's such a fanatic on the other side." Morrison looked a quick suspicion. "Who is Professor Kennedy?" he inquired, and was frankly relieved when Sylvia explained. "He's the head of the mathematics department, about 70 years old, and the crossest, cantankerousest old misanthrope you ever saw, and thinks himself immensely clever for being so. He just loathes people the way they really are, and he dotes on Mother and Judith because they're not like anybody else. And he hates me because they couldn't all hypnotize me into looking through their eyes. He thinks it low of me to realize that if you're going to live at all, you've got to live with people, and you can't just calmly brush their values on one side. He said once that any sane person in this world was like a civilized man with plenty of gold coin, cast away on a desert island with a tribe of savages who only valued beads and calico and buttons and junk. And I said I knew perfectly well he was hitting at me, that if he was really cast away and couldn't get to another island, I thought the civilized man would be an idiot to starve to death when he could buy food of the savages by selling them junk. And I thought he just wasted his breath by swearing at the savages for not knowing about the value of gold. There I was hitting at him. He's spoiled his digestion, hating the way people are made. And Professor Kennedy said something nasty and neat, he's awfully clever, about that being rather a low occupation for a civilized being, taking advantage of the idiocies of savages. He meant me, of course. And he's right, it is a mean business. I hate it. And that's why I've always wanted to get on another island. Not an uninhabited island like the one Father and Mother have, but one where, well, this is one." She waved her hand about the lovely room. "This is just one, where everything's beautiful, costly too, but not just costly, where all the horrid, necessary consequences of things are taken care of without one's bothering, where flowers are taken out of the vases when they wilt and fresh ones put in, and dishes get themselves washed invisibly, inaudibly, and litter just vanishes without our lifting a hand. Of course the people who live so always can rejoice with a clear mind in sunsets and bright talk. That's what I meant the other day, the day Judith came, when I said I'd arrived in Capua at last, when old Mr. Sommerville thought me so materialistic and cynical. If he did that on just that phrase, what must you think after all this confession intime d'un enfant du siècle?" She stopped with a graceful pretense of dreading his judgment, although she knew that she had been talking well and read nothing but admiration in his very expressive face. "But all this means, you extraordinary young person, that you're not in the least an enfant du siècle," he cried. "It means that you're dropped down in this groaning, heavy-spirited 20th century, troubled about many things, from the exact year that was the golden climax of the Renaissance, that you're a perfect specimen of the high-hearted, glorious," he qualified on a second thought, "unless your astonishing capacity to analyze it all comes from the 19th century." "No, that comes from Father," explained Sylvia, laughing. "Isn't it funny, using the tool Father taught me to handle against his ideas? He's just great on analysis. As soon as we were old enough to think at all, he was always practicing us on analysis, especially of what made us want things or not like them. It's one of his sayings, he's always getting it off to his university classes, that if you have once really called an emotion or an ambition by its right name, you have it by the tail. so to speak. That if you know, for instance, that it's your vanity and not your love that's wounded by something, you'll stop caring. But I never noticed that it really worked if you cared hard enough. Diagnosing a disease doesn't help you any if you keep right on being sick with it." My dear," cried the man, leaning towards her again and looking, dazzled, into the beauty and intelligence of her eyes, "the idea that you are afflicted with any disease could only occur to the morbid mind of the bluest nosed Puritan who ever cut down a Maypole. You're wonderfully, you're terrifyingly, you are superbly sound and vigorous." Breaking in upon this speech, there came the quick, smooth purr of an automobile with all its parts functioning perfectly, a streak of dark gray past the shutters, the sigh of an engine stopped suddenly. Molly Sommerville sprang from behind the steering wheel and ran into the house. She was exquisitely flushed and eager when she came in, but when she saw the two alone in the great, cool, dusky room, filled to its remotest corners with the ineffable aroma of long, intimate, and interrupted talk, she was brought up short. She faltered for an instant, and then continued to advance, her eyes on Sylvia. "It's so hot," she said at random, "and I thought I'd run over for tea." "Oh, of course," said Sylvia, jumping up in haste. "It's late. I'd forgotten it was time for tea. Blame me! Since I've been here, Aunt Victoria has left it to me. Where shall I say to have it set?" "The pergola's lovely," suggested Molly. She took her close motor hat from the pure gold of her hair with a rather listless air. "All right, the pergola," agreed Sylvia, perhaps a little too anxiously. In spite of herself, she gave, and she knew she was giving, the effect of needing somehow to make something up to Molly. CHAPTER XXV of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. CHAPTER XXV Nothing in the least modern. Sylvia was sitting in the garden, an unread book on her knees, dreaming among red and yellow and orange gladioli. She looked with a fixed, bright, beatific stare at the flame colored flowers and did not see them. She saw only Felix Morrison. She heard only his voice. She was brimming with the sense of him. In a few moments she would go into the house and find him in the darkened living room, as he had been every afternoon for the last fortnight, ostensibly coming in to lounge away the afternoon over a book, really waiting for her to join him. And when she came in, he would look up at her, that wonderful penetrating deep look of his, and she would welcome him with her eyes. And then they would talk. Judith and Arnold would be playing tennis, oblivious of the heat, and Aunt Victoria would be annihilating the tedious center of the day by sleep. Nobody would interrupt them for hours. How they would talk! How they had talked! As she thought of it, the golden fortnight hummed and sang about Sylvia's ears like a Liszt Liebestraum. They had talked of everything in the world, and it all meant but one thing, that they had discovered each other. A discovery visibly as wonderful for Morrison as for the girl. They had discovered each other and they had been intelligent enough to know at once what it meant. They knew. And in a moment she would go into the house to him. She half closed her eyes as before a too great brilliance. Arnold appeared at the other end of the long row of gladioli. He was obviously looking for some one. Sylvia called to him, with the friendly tone she always had for him. "Here I am. I don't know where Judith is. Will I do?" From a distance Arnold nodded, and continued to advance, the irregularity of his wavering gait more pronounced than usual. As soon as she could see the expression of his face, Sylvia's heart began to beat fast, with the divination of something momentous. He sat down beside her, took off his hat, and laid it on the bench. "Do you remember," he asked in a strange high voice, "that you said you would like me for your brother?" She nodded. "Well, I'm going to be," he said, and covering his face with his hands, burst into sobs. Sylvia was so touched by his emotion, so sympathetically moved by his news, that even through her happy ejaculations the tears rained down her own cheeks. She tried to wipe them away and discovered, absurdly enough, that she had lost her handkerchief. "Aren't we idiots!" she cried in a voice of joyful quavers. "I never understood before why everybody cries at a wedding. See here, Arnold, I've lost my handkerchief. Loan me yours." She pulled his handkerchief out of his pocket. She wiped her eyes. She put a sisterly kiss on his thin, sallow cheek. She cried, "You dears, isn't it too good to be true? Arnold! So soon! Inside 2 weeks! How ever could you have the courage? Judith! My Judith! Why, she never looked at a man before. How did you dare?" His overmastering fit of emotion was past now. His look was of white, incredulous exultation. "We saw each other and ran into each other's arms," he said. "I didn't have to dare. It was like breathing." "Oh, how perfect!" she cried. "How simply, simply perfect!" And now there was for an instant a note of wistful envy in her voice. "It's all perfect. She never so much as looked at a man before, and you said the other night you'd never been in love before." Arnold looked at her wildly. "I said that?" he cried. "Why, yes. Don't you remember, after that funny, joking talk with me, you said that was the nearest you'd ever come to proposing to any girl?" "God Almighty!" cried the man, and did not apologize for the blasphemy. He looked at her fixedly, as though unguessed at horizons of innocence widened inimitably before his horrified eyes, and then, following some line of association which escaped Sylvia, "I'm not fit to look at Judith!" he cried. The idea seemed to burst upon him like a thunderclap. Sylvia patted him on the shoulder reassuringly. "That's the proper thing for a lover to think," she said with cheerful, commonplace inanity. She did not notice that he shrank from her hand, because she now sprang up, crying, "But where's Judy? Where is Judy?" He nodded towards the house. "She sent me out to get you. She's in her room. She wants to tell you. But when I saw you, I couldn't keep it to myself." His exaltation swept back like a wave, from the crest of which he murmured palely, "Judith! Judith!" And Sylvia laughed at him, with the tears of sympathy in her eyes, and leaving him there on the bench staring before him at the living fire of the flame colored flowers, she ran with all her speed into the house. Morrison, lounging in a chair with a book, looked up, startled at her whirlwind entrance. "What's up?" he inquired. At the sound of his voice she checked herself and pirouetted with a thistledown lightness to face him. Her face, always like a clear, transparent vase lighted from within, now gave out, deeply moved as she was, an almost visible brightness. "Judith!" she cried, her voice ringing like a silver trumpet. "Judith and Arnold!" She was poised like a butterfly, and as she spoke she burst into flight again, and was gone. She had not been near him, but the man had the distinct impression that she had thrown herself on his neck and kissed him violently, in a transport of delight. In the silent room, still fragrant, still echoing with her passage, he closed his book, and later his eyes, and sat with the expression of a connoisseur savoring an exquisite, a perfect impression. Tea that afternoon was the strangest of phenomena, a formal ceremony of civilized life performed in the abashing and disconcerting presence of naked emotion. Arnold and Judith sat on opposite sides of the pergola, Judith shining and radiant as the dawn, her usually firmly set lips soft and tremulous; Arnold rather pale, impatient, oblivious to what was going on around him, his spirit prostrated before the miracle. And when their starry eyes met, there flowed from them, and towards them from every one in the pergola, a thousand unseen waves of excitement. The mistress of the house herself poured tea in honor of the great occasion, and she was very humorous and amusing about the mistakes caused by her sympathetic agitation. "There! I've put 3 lumps in yours, Mr. Sommerville. How could I? But I really don't know what I'm doing. This business of having love at first sight in one's very family. Give your cup to Molly. I'll make you a fresh one. Oh, Arnold, how could you look at Judith just then? You made me fill this cup so full I can't pass it." Mr. Sommerville, very gallant and full of compliments and whimsical allusions, did his best to help their hostess strike the decent note of easy pleasantry, but they were both battling with something too strong for them. Unseconded as they were by any of the others, they gave a little the effect of people bowing and smirking to each other at the foot of a volcano in full eruption. Morrison, picking up the finest and sharpest of his conversational tools, ventured the hazardous enterprise of expressing this idea to them. Mrs. Marshall Smith, trying one topic after another, expressed an impatience with the slow progress of a Henry James novel she was reading, and Mr. Sommerville, remarking with a laugh, "Oh, you cannot hurry Henry," looked to see his mild witticism rewarded by a smile from the critic. But Morrison shook his head. "No, my dear old friend, il faut hurler avec les loups, especially if you are so wrought up by their hurlements that you can't hear yourself think. I'm just giving myself up to the rareness, the richness of the impression." The new fiancée herself talked rather more than usual, though this meant by no means loquacity, and presented more the appearance of composure than any one else there, although this was amusingly broken by a sudden shortness of breath whenever she met Arnold's eyes. She said in answer to a question that she would be going on to her hospital the day after tomorrow, her 2 weeks' vacation over. Oh yes, she would finish her course at the hospital. She had only a few more months. And in answer to another question, Arnold replied, obviously impatient at having to speak to any one but Judith, that of course he didn't mind if she went on and got her nurse's diploma. Didn't she want to? Anything she wanted. No, decidedly the thing was too big to make a successful fête of. Morrison was silent and appreciatively observant, his eyes sometimes on Sylvia, sometimes on Judith. Mr. Sommerville, continuing doggedly to make talk, descended to unheard of trivialities in reporting the iniquities of his chauffeur. Molly stirred an untasted cup, did not raise her eyes at all, and spoke only once or twice, addressing to Sylvia a disconnected question or two, in the answers to which she had obviously no interest. Judith and Arnold had never been very malleable social material, and in their present formidable condition they were as little assistants to the manufacture of geniality as a couple of African lions. The professional fête makers were consequently enormously relieved when it was over, and their unavailing efforts could be decently discontinued. Professing different reasons for escape, they moved in disjointed groups across the smooth perfection of the lawn towards the house, where Molly's car stood, gleaming in the sun. Sylvia found herself, as she expected, maneuvered to a place beside Morrison. He arranged it with his unobtrusive deftness in getting what he wanted out of a group of his fellow beings, and she admired his skill, and leaned on it confidently. They had had no opportunity that day for the long talk which had been a part of every afternoon for the last week, and she now looked with a buoyant certainty to have him arrange an hour together before dinner. Her anticipation of it on that burning day of reflected heat sent thrills of eager disquietude over her. It was not only for Judith and Arnold that the last week had been one of meeting eyes, long twilight evenings of breathless, quick ripening intimacy. As they slackened their pace to drop behind Mr. Sommerville, who walked hand in hand with his granddaughter in front of them, Morrison said, looking at her with burning eyes, "An instrument so finely strung that it vibrates at the mere sound of another wakened to melody. What mortal man lives who would not dream of its response if he could set his own hand to the bow?" The afternoon had been saturated with emotional excitement, and the moment had come for its inevitable crystallization into fateful words. The man spoke as though he were not wholly conscious of what he was saying. He stepped beside her like one in a dream. He could not take his eyes from her flushed, grave, receptive face, from her downcast, listening eyes, her slow, trance-like step as she waited for him to go on. He went on: "It becomes, my dear, I assure you, the idea of that possibility becomes absolutely an obsession, even to a man usually quite his own master." They were almost at a standstill now, and the two in front of them had reached the house. Sylvia had a moment of what seemed to her the purest happiness she had ever known. From across the lawn they saw a violent gesture. Molly had thrown her grandfather's clinging hand from her, and flashed back upon the two lingering there in the sunlight. She cast herself on Sylvia, panting and trying to laugh. Her little white teeth showed in what was almost a grimace. "Why in the world are you two poking along so?" she cried, passing her arm through Sylvia's. Her beautiful, sunny head came no more than to Sylvia's shoulder. Without waiting for an answer, she went on hurriedly, speaking in the tones of suppressed excitement which thrilled in every one's voice that day. "Come on, Sylvia, let's work it off together. Let me take you somewhere. Let's go to Rutland and back." "That's 30 miles away," said Sylvia, "and it's past 5 now." "I'll have you there and back long before 7," asserted Molly. "Come on, come on." She pulled impatiently, petulantly at the other girl's arm. "I'm not invited, I suppose," said Morrison, lighting a cigarette with care. Molly looked at him a little wildly. "No, Felix, you're not invited," she said, and laughed unsteadily. She had hurried them along to the car, and now they stood by the swift gray machine, Molly's own, the one she claimed to love more than anything else in the world. She sprang in and motioned Sylvia to the seat beside her. "Hats?" suggested Morrison, looking at their bare, shining heads. He was evidently fighting for time, manoeuvering for an opening. His success was that of a man gesticulating against a gale. Molly's baldly unscrupulous determination beat down the beginnings of his carefully composed opposition before he could frame one of his well balanced sentences. "No, no, it takes too long to go and get hats!" she cried peremptorily. "If you can't have what you want when you want it, it's no use having it at all." "I'm not sure," remarked Morrison, "that Miss Marshall wants this at all." "Yes, she does! Yes, she does!" Molly contradicted him heatedly. Sylvia, hanging undecided at the step, felt herself pulled into the car. The door banged, the engine started with a smooth sound of powerful machinery. The car leaped forward. Sylvia cast one backward glance at Morrison, an annoyed, distinguished, futile presence, standing motionless, and almost instantly disappearing in the distance in which first he, and then the house and tall poplars over it, shrank to nothingness. Their speed was dizzying. The blazing summer air blew hot and vital in their faces. Their hair tugged at the pins and flew back in fluttering strands. Their thin garments clung to their limbs, molded as closely by the compressing wind as by water. Molly did not turn her eyes from the road ahead, leaping up to meet them and vanishing under the car. She tried to make a little casual talk. "Don't you love to let it out? Give it all the gas there is? There's nothing like a quick spin for driving the nightmares out of your mind, is there?" But as Sylvia made no answer to these overtures, the plain fact was that Sylvia had no breath for speech, for anything but a horrified, fascinated glare at the road. She said suddenly, somberly, "If I were you, I certainly should despise me." She took the car around a sharp curve on two wheels. Sylvia clutched at the side and asked wonderingly, "Why in the world?" in a tone so permeated with sincerity that even Molly felt it. "Don't you know?" she cried. "Do you mean to say you don't know?" "Know what?" asked Sylvia. Hypnotized by the driver's intent and unwavering gaze on the road, she kept her own eyes as fiercely concentrated, her attention leaping from one quickly seen, instantly disappearing detail to another. a pile of gravel here, a half buried rock there. They both raised their voices to be heard above the sound of the engine and the rush of the car. "Know what?" repeated Sylvia loudly. "Why do you suppose I made myself ridiculous by pulling you away from Felix that idiotic, humiliating way?" Molly threw this inquiry out, straight before her, angrily. The wind caught at her words and hurled them behind. In a flash Sylvia understood something to which she had been resolutely closing her perceptions. She felt sick and scared. She clutched the side, watched a hill rise up steep before them and flatten out under the forward leap of the car. She thought hard. Something of her little girl, overmastering horror of things, rough, outspoken, disagreeable, swept over her. She violently wished that she could escape from the conversation before her. She would have paid almost any price to escape. But Molly's nerves were not so sensitive. She evidently had no desire to escape or to let Sylvia. The grim little figure at the steering wheel controlled with her small hands the fate of the two. She broke out now, impatient at Sylvia's silence. "Any fool could see that it was because I couldn't bear to see you with Felix another minute, and because I hadn't any other way to get you apart. Everybody else there knew why. I knew they knew. But I couldn't help it. I couldn't bear it another instant." She broke the glass of decent reticence with a great clattering blow. It shivered into fragments. There was nothing now between them but the real issue in all its uncomely bareness. This real issue, the Maenad at the wheel now, held up before them in a single brutal statement. "Are you in love with Felix? I am." There was something eerie, terrifying in her casting these words out, straight before her. Sylvia looked in awe at the pale, pinched profile, almost unrecognizable in its stern misery. "Because if you're not," Molly went on, her white lower lip twitching, "I wish you'd keep out. It was all right before you came with your horrible cleverness. It was all right. It was all right!" Through the iteration of this statement, through the tumult of her own thoughts, through the mad rush of the wind past her ears, Sylvia heard as quickly as though she sat again in the great, dim, quiet room, a melodious voice saying gently, indulgently, laughingly, "Molly!" Secure in her own safe place of favor, she felt a great wave of generous pity for the helpless self-deception of her sister woman. Fired by this and by the sudden perception of an opening for an act of spectacular magnanimity, would it be any the less magnanimous because it would cost her nothing in the end? She reached for the mantle of the beau rôle and cast it about her shoulders. "Why, Molly dear!" she cried, and her quick sympathies had never been more genuinely aroused. "Molly dear, of course I'll keep out, if you want me to. I'll leave the coast clear to you as long as you please." She was almost thrown from the seat by the jarring grind of the car brought to a sudden standstill. Molly caught her hands, looked into her face, the first time their eyes had met. "Do you mean it, Sylvia?" Sylvia nodded, much agitated, touched by the other's pain, half ashamed of her own apparent generosity, which was to mean no loss to her, no gain to Molly. In the sudden, becalmed stillness of the hot afternoon their bright blown hair fell about their faces in shining clouds. "I didn't understand before," said Sylvia, and she was speaking the truth. "And you'll let him alone? You won't talk to him, play his accompaniments? Oh, those long talks of yours!" "We have been talking, you silly dear, of the Renaissance compared to the 20th century, and of the passing of the leisure class, and all the beauty they always create," said Sylvia. Again she spoke the literal truth, but the true truth, burning on Molly's tongue, shriveled this to ashes. "You've been making him admire you, be interested in you, see how little I amount to!" she cried. "But if you don't care about him yourself, if you'll 2 weeks, Sylvia, just keep out for 2 weeks!" As if it were part of the leaping forward of her imagination, she suddenly started the car again, and with a whirling, reckless wrench at the steering wheel, she had turned the car about and was racing back over the road they had come. "Where are you going?" cried Sylvia to her, above the noise of their progress. "Back!" she answered, laughing out. "What's the use of going on now?" She opened the throttle to its widest and pressing her lips together tightly, gave herself up to the intoxication of speed. Once she said earnestly, "You're fine, Sylvia. I never knew a girl could be like you." And once more she threw out casually, "Do you know what I was going to do if I found out you and Felix? If you hadn't, I was going to jump the car over the turn there on Prospect Hill." Remembering the terrible young face of pain and wrath which she had watched on the way out, Sylvia believed her, or at least believed that she believed her. In reality, her immortal youth was incapable of believing in the fact of death in any form. But the words put a stamp of tragic sincerity on their wild expedition and on her companion's suffering. She thought of the 2 weeks which lay before Molly, and turned away her eyes in sympathy. 10 days after this, an announcement was made of the engagement of Mary Montgomery Sommerville, sole heiress of the great Montgomery fortune, to Felix Morrison, the well-known critic of aesthetics. End of Chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. Molly in her element. Sylvia faced her aunt's dictum with heartsick shrinking from its rigor, but she recognized it as an unexaggerated statement of the facts. "You can't go home now, Sylvia. Everybody would say you couldn't stand seeing Molly's snatch at Felix successful. You really must stay on to let people see that you are another kind of girl from Molly, capable of impersonal interest in a man of Felix' brains." Sylvia thought of making the obviously suitable remark that she cared nothing about what people thought, but such a claim was so preposterously untrue to her character that she could not bring the words past her lips. As a matter of fact, she did care what people thought. She always had. She always would. She remained silent, looking fixedly out of the great plate glass window, across the glorious sweep of blue mountain slope and green valley commanded by Mrs. Marshall Smith's bedroom. She did not resemble the romantic conception of a girl crossed in love. She looked very quiet, no paler than usual, quite self-possessed. The only change a keen eye could have noted was that now there was about her an atmosphere of slightly rigid dignity, which had not been there before. She seemed less girlish. No eyes could have been more keenly analytical than those of Mrs. Marshall Smith. She saw perfectly the new attribute, and realized perfectly what a resolute stiffening of the will it signified. She had never admired and loved Sylvia more, and being a person adept in self-expression, she saturated her next speech with her admiration and affection. "Of course you know, my dear, that I'm not one of the herd. I know entirely that your feeling for Felix was just what mine is, immense admiration for his taste and accomplishments. As a matter of fact, it was apparent to every one that, even in spite of all Molly's money, if you'd really cared to—" Sylvia winced, actually and physically, at this speech, which brought back to her with a sharp flick the egregiousness of her absurd self-deception. What a simpleton she had been, what a little naïve provincial simpleton! In spite of her high opinion of her own cleverness and knowledge of people, how stupidly steeped she had been in the childish, idiotic American tradition of entire disinterestedness in the relations of men and women. It was another instance of how betrayed she constantly was, in any manoeuvre in the actual world, by the fatuous idealism which had so colored her youth. She vented her emotion in despising that idealism and thinking of hard names to call it. "Though of course you showed your intelligence by not really caring to," went on Mrs. Marshall Smith. "It would have meant a crippled life for both of you. Felix hasn't a cent more than he needs for himself. If he was going to marry at all, he was forced to marry carefully. Indeed, it has occurred to me that he may have thrown himself into this because he was in danger of losing his head over you, and knew how fatal it would be. For you, you lovely thing of great possibilities, you need a rich soil for your roots, too, if you're to bloom out as you ought to." Sylvia, receiving this into a sore and raw consciousness, said to herself with an embittered instinct for cynicism that she had never heard more euphonious periphrases for selling yourself for money. For that was what it came down to, she had told herself fiercely a great many times during the night. Felix had sold himself for money as outright as ever a woman of the streets had done. Mrs. Marshall Smith, continuing steadily to talk, on the theory that talking prevents too great concentration of thought, and making the round of all the possible things to say, chanced at this moment upon a qualification to this theory of Morrison's conduct which for an instant caught Sylvia's attention. "And then there's always the possibility that even if you had cared to, Molly might have been too much for you, for both of you. She always has had just what she wanted, and people who have, get the habit. I don't know if you've noticed it in the little you've seen of her, but it's very apparent to me, knowing her from childhood up as I have, that there's a slight coarseness of grain in Molly when it's a question of getting what she wants. I don't mean she's exactly horrid. Molly's a dear in her way, and I'm very fond of her, of course. If she can get what she wants without walking over anybody's prostrate body, she'll go round. But there's a directness, a brilliant lack of fine shades in Molly's grab. It makes one remember that her Montgomery grandfather had firmness of purpose enough to raise himself from an ordinary Illinois farmer to arbiter of the wheat pit. Such impossible old aunts, such cousins, occasionally crop up still from the Montgomery connection, but all with the same crude force. It's almost impossible for a temperament like Felix's to contend with a nature like that." Sylvia was struck by the reflection, but on turning it over she saw in it only another reason for anger at Morrison. "You make your old friend out a very weak character," she said. Mrs. Marshall Smith's tolerant, clear view of the infirmities of humanity was grieved by this fling of youthful severity. "Oh, my dear, my dear! A young, beautiful, enormously rich, tremendously enamored girl! That's a combination. I don't think we need consider Felix exactly weak for not having resisted." Sylvia thought she knew reasons for his not yielding, but she did not care to discuss them, and said nothing. "But whether," continued Mrs. Marshall Smith, attempting delicately to convey the only reflection supposed to be of comfort to a girl in Sylvia's situation, "whether or not Molly will find after marriage that even a very masterful and ruthless temperament may fail entirely to possess and hold the things it has grabbed and carried off." Sylvia repudiated the tacit conception that this would be a balm to her. "Oh, I'm sure I hope they'll manage," she said earnestly. Of course," agreed Mrs. Marshall Smith. "Who doesn't hope so?" She paused, her loquacity run desperately thin. There was the sound of a car driving up to the front door. Sylvia rose in apprehension. Her aunt motioned a reassurance. "I told Tojiko to tell every one that we are not in, to anybody." Helene came to the door on silent, felt shod feet, a black and white picture of well-trained servility. "Pardon, Madame, Tojiko says that Mademoiselle Sommerville wishes to see Mademoiselle Sylvie." Mrs. Marshall Smith looked with considerable apprehension at her niece. "You must get it over with sometime, Sylvia. It'll be easier here than with a lot of people staring at you both, and making nasty speculations." Neither she nor Sylvia noticed that for an instant, in her haste, she had quite dropped her careful pretension that Sylvia could, Of course, if she had really cared to. Sylvia set her jaw, an action curiously visible under the smooth, subtle modeling of her young cheeks. She said to Hélène in a quiet voice, "Mais bien sûr. Tell her we're not yet dressed, but if she will give herself the trouble to come up." Hélène nodded and retreated. Sylvia looked rather pale. "You don't know what a joy your perfect French is to me, dear," said Mrs. Marshall Smith, still rapidly turning every peg in sight in an endeavor to loosen tension. But no noticeable relaxation took place in Sylvia. It did not seem to her at just that moment of great importance that she could speak good French. With desperate haste she was saying to herself, "At least Molly doesn't know about anything. I told her I didn't care. She believed me. I must go on pretending that I don't. But can I? But can I?" Light, rapid steps came flying up the stairs and down the long hall. "Sylvia! Sylvia!" Molly was evidently hesitating between doors. "Here! This way! Last door! Aunt Victoria's room!" called Sylvia, and felt like a terror-stricken actor making a first public appearance, enormously surprised, relieved, and heartened to find her usual voice still with her. As Molly came flying into the room, she ran to meet her. They fell into each other's arms with incoherent ejaculations, and under the extremely appreciative eye of Mrs. Marshall Smith, kissed each other repeatedly. "Oh, isn't she the dear!" cried Molly, shaking out amply to the breeze of Victor's easy generosity. "Isn't she the darlingest girl in the world! She understands so! When I saw how perfectly sweet she was the day Arnold and Judith announced their engagement, I said to myself I wanted her to be the first person I spoke to about mine." The approach of the inexorable necessity for her first words roused Sylvia to an inspiration which struck out an almost visible spark of admiration from her aunt. "You just count too much on my being queer, Molly," she said playfully, pulling the other girl down beside her with an affectionate gesture. "How do you know that I'm not fearfully jealous of you, such a charmer as your fiancé is?" Molly laughed delightedly. "Isn't she wonderful? Not to care a bit, really," she appealed to Sylvia's aunt. "How anybody could resist Felix! But then she's so clever. She's wonderful." Sylvia, smiling, cordial, clear‐eyed, and bitter‐hearted, thought that she really was. "But I can't talk about it here," cried Molly restlessly. "I came to carry Sylvia off. I can't sit still at home. I want to go 90 miles an hour. I can't think straight unless I'm behind the steering wheel. Come along, Sylvia!" Mrs. Marshall Smith thereupon showed herself, for all her amenity and grace, more of a match of Molly's force and energy than either Sylvia or Morrison had been on a certain rather memorable occasion 10 days before. She opposed the simple, irresistible obstacle of a flat command. "Sylvia's not going out in a car dressed in a lace-trimmed negligée with a boudoir cap on, whether you get what you want the minute you want it or not, Molly Sommerville," she said with the authoritative accent which had always quelled Arnold in his boyhood, as long as he was within earshot. The method was effective now. Molly laughed. Sylvia even made shift to laugh, and Hélène was summoned to put on the trim shirtwaist, the short cloth skirt, and close hat which Mrs. Marshall Smith selected with care and the history of which she detailed at length so copiously that there was no opportunity to speak of anything less innocuous. Her unusual interest in the matter even caused her to accompany the girls to the head of the stairs, still talking, and she called down to them finally as they went out of the front door, "It's the only way with Briggs. He's simply incorrigible about delays, and yet nobody does skirts as he does. You just have to tell him you will not take it, if he doesn't get it done on time." Sylvia cast an understanding, grateful upward look at her aunt and stepped into the car. So far it had gone better than she feared, but a tête-à-tête with Molly, overflowing with the confidences of the newly betrothed, she was not sure that she could get through with that with credit. Molly, however, seemed as little inclined to overflow at Sylvia to have her. She talked of everything in the world except of Felix Morrison. And it was not long before Sylvia's acuteness discovered that she was not thinking of what she was saying. There passed through her mind a wild, wretched notion that Molly might after all know, that Felix might have been base enough to talk about her to Molly, that Molly might be trying to "spare" her. But this idea was instantly rejected. Molly was not subtle enough to conceive of such a course, and too headlong not to make 100 blunders in carrying it out. And besides, it would not explain her manner. She was abstracted, obviously for the simple reason that she had something on her mind, something not altogether to her liking, judging from the uneasy color which came and went in her face, by her rattling, senseless flow of chatter, by her fidgeting, unnecessary adjustments of the mechanism of the car. Sylvia herself, in spite of her greater self-control, looked out upon the world with nothing of her usual eager welcome. The personality of the man they did not name hung between and around the two women like a cloud. As they swept along rapidly, young, fair, well-fed, beautifully dressed, in the costly, shining car, their clouded faces might, to a country eye, have been visible proofs of the country dictum that rich city folks don't seem to get no good out'n their money and their automobiles, always layin' their ears back and lookin' 'bout as cheerful as a balky horse. But the country eyes which at this moment fell on them were anything but conscious of class differences. It was a desperate need which reached out a gaunt claw and plucked at them when, high on the flank of the mountain, as they swung around the corner of a densely wooded road, they saw a wild-eyed man in overalls leap down from the bushes and yell at them. Sylvia was startled, and her first impression was the natural feminine one of fear. A lonely road, a strange man, excited, perhaps drunk. But Molly, without an instant's hesitation, ground the car to a stop in a cloud of dust. "What's the matter?" she shouted as the man sprang up on the running board. He was gasping, purple, utterly spent, and for an instant could only beat the air with his hands. Then he broke out in a hoarse shout. The sound in that quiet sylvan spot was like a tocsin. "Fire! An awful fire! Hewitt's Pine Woods! Up that road!" He waved a wild bare arm. His shirt sleeve was torn to the shoulder. "Go and get help! They need all the men they can get!" He dropped from the running board and ran back up the hill through the bushes. They saw him lurch from one side to the other. He was still exhausted from his dash down the mountain to the road. They heard the bushes crash, saw them close behind him. He was gone. Sylvia's eyes were still on the spot where he had disappeared when she was thrown violently back against the seat in a great leap forward of the car. She caught at the side, at her hat, and saw Molly's face. It was transfigured. The brooding restlessness was gone as acrid smoke goes when the clear flame leaps up. "What are you doing?" shouted Sylvia. "To get help," answered Molly, opening the throttle another notch. The first staggering plunge over, the car settled down to a terrific speed, purring softly its puissant, vibrant song of illimitable strength. "Hear her sing! Hear her sing!" cried Molly. In 3 minutes from the time the man had left them, they tore into the nearest village, 2 miles from the woods. It seemed that in those 3 minutes Molly had not only run the car like a demon, but had formed a plan. Slackening speed only long enough to waltz with the car on a street corner, while she shouted an inquiry to a passer-by, she followed the wave of his hand and flashed down a side street to a big brick building which proclaimed itself in a great sign, Peabody Brushback Factory. The car stopped. Molly sprang out and ran as though the car were a rifle and she the bullet emerging from it. She ran into a large, ugly, comfortable office where several white-faced girls were lifting their thin little fingers from typewriter keys to stare at the young woman who burst through and in at a door marked "Manager." "There's a fire on the mountain, a great fire in Hewitt's Pine Woods!" she cried in a clear, peremptory voice that sounded like a young captain leading a charge. "I can take 9 men on my car. Will you come with me and tell which men to go?" A dignified, elderly man with smooth gray hair and a black alpaca office coat sat perfectly motionless behind his desk and stared at her in a petrified silence. Molly stamped her foot. "There's not an instant to lose," she said. "They need every man they can get." "Who's the fire warden of this township?" said the elderly man foolishly, trying to assemble his wits. Molly appeared visibly to propel him from his chair by her fury. "Oh, they need help now!" she cried. "Come on! Come on!" Then they stood together on the steps of the office. "Those men unloading lumber over there could go," said the manager, "and I'll get 3 more from the packing rooms." "Don't go yourself. Send somebody to get them," commanded Molly. "You go and telephone anybody in town who has a car. There'll be sure to be 1 or 2 at the garage." Sylvia gasped at the prodigy taking place before her eyes, the masterful, keen-witted captain of men who emerged like a thunderbolt from their Molly, Molly, the pretty little beauty of the summer colony. She had galvanized the elderly New Englander beside her out of his first momentary apathy of stupefaction. He now put his own competent hand to the helm and took command. "Yes," he said, and with the word it was evident that he was aroused. Over his shoulder, in a quiet voice that carried like the crack of a gun, "Henderson, go get 3 men from the packing room to go to a forest fire. Shut down the machinery. Get all the able-bodied men ready in gangs of 7. Perkins, you 'phone Tim O'Keefe to bring my car here at once. And get Pat's and Tom's and the 2 at the hotel." "Tools?" said Molly. He nodded, and called out to the men, advancing with a rush on the car. "There are hoes and shovels inside the power house door. Better take some axes too." In 4 minutes from the time they had entered the village (Sylvia had her watch in her hand) they were flying back, the car packed with men in overalls and clustered thick with others on the running board. Back of them the whistle of the factory shrieked a strident announcement of disaster. Women and children ran to the doors to stare up and down, to cry out, to look, and with dismayed faces to see the great cloud of gray smoke pouring up from the side of the mountain. There was no soul in that village who did not know what a forest fire meant. Then, in a flash, the car had left the village and was rushing along the dusty highroad, the huge, ominous pillar of smoke growing nearer. The men stared up at it with sober faces. "Pretty hot fire," said one uneasily. They reached the place where the man had yelled to them, 10 minutes exactly since they had left it. Molly turned the car into the steep, sandy side road which led up the mountain. The men shouted out in remonstrance, "Hey, lady, you can't get a car up there. We'll have to walk the rest of the way. They don't never take cars there." "This one is going up," sang out Molly gallantly, almost gaily, opening the throttle to its fullest and going into second speed. The sound of the laboring engine jarred loudly through all the still hot woods. The car shook and trembled under the strain on it. Molly dropped into low. A cloud of evil-smelling blue gasoline smoke rose up from the exhaust behind, but the car continued to advance. Rising steadily, coughing and choking, up the cruelly steep grades, bumping heavily down over the great water bars, smoking, rattling, quivering, the car continued to advance. A trickle of perspiration ran down Molly's cheeks. The floor was hot under their feet, the smell of hot oil pungent in their nostrils. They were 8 minutes from the main road now, and near the fire. Over the trail hung a cloud of smoke, and as they turned a corner and came through this, they saw that they had arrived. Sylvia drew back and crooked her arm over her eyes. She had never seen a forest fire before. She came from the plain country, where trees are almost sacred, and her first feeling was of terror. But then she dropped her arm and looked again at the glorious, awful sight, which was to furnish her with nightmares for months to come. The fire was roaring down one side of the road towards them, and away to the right was eating its furious sulphurous way into the heart of the forest. They stopped 100 feet short, but the blare of heat struck on their faces like a blow. Through the dense masses of smoke, terrifying glimpses of fierce, clean flame, a resinous dead stump burning like a torch, a great tree standing helpless like a martyr at the stake, suddenly transformed into a frenzied pillar of fire. Along the front of this whirlpool of flame toiled, with despairing fury, four lean, powerful men. As they raised their blackened, desperate faces and saw the car there, actually there, incredibly there, black with its load of men, they gave a deep-throated shout of relief. Though they did not for an instant stop the frantic plying of their picks and hoes. The 9 men sprang out, their implements in their hands, and dispersed along the fighting line. Molly backed the car around, the rear wheels churning up the sand, and plunged down the hill into the smoke. Through the choking fumes of this, Sylvia shouted at her, "Molly, Molly, you're great!" She felt that she would always hear ringing in her ears that thrilling, hoarse shout of relief. Molly shouted in answer, "I could scream, I'm so happy!" And as they plunged madly down the mountain road, she said, "Oh, Sylvia, you don't know. I never was any use before. Never once. Never! I got the first load of help there. How they shouted!" At the junction of the side road with the highway, a car was discharging a load of men with rakes and picks. "I took my car up!" screamed Molly, leaning from the steering wheel but not slackening speed as she tore past them. The driver of the other car, a young man with the face of a fighting Celt, flushed at the challenge and, motioning the men back into the car, started up the sandy hill. Molly laughed aloud. "I never was so happy in my life!" she said again. Both girls had forgotten the existence of Felix Morrison. They passed cars now, many of them, streaming south at breakneck speed, full to overflowing with unsmiling men in working clothes, bristling with long-handled implements. But as they fled down the street to the factory they saw, waiting still, some 20 or more men in overalls drawn up, ready, armed, resolute. "How strong men are!" said Molly, gazing in ecstasy at this array of factory hands. "I love them!" she added under her breath. "But I take them there!" While the men were swarming into the car, the gray-haired manager came out to report, as though to an officer equal in command. "I've telephoned to Ward and Howe's marble works in Chitford," he said. "They've sent down 50 men from there. About 75 have gone from this village. I suppose all the farmers in that district are there by this time." "Will they ever stop it?" asked Sylvia despairingly, seeing wherever she looked nothing but that ravening, fiery leap of the flames, feeling that terrible hot breath on her cheek. The question and accent brought the man for the first time to a realization of the girl's youth and sex. He shifted to paternal reassurance. "Oh yes, he said, looking up the valley appraisingly at the great volume of the smoke. "With 150 men there, almost at once, they'll have it under control before long. Everything with a forest fire depends on getting help there quickly. 10 men there almost at once do more than 50 men an hour later. That's why your friend's promptness was so important. I guess it might have been pretty bad if they'd had to wait for help till one of them could have run to the village. A bad fire like that, gets so in an hour that you can't stop it. Can't stop it till it gets out where you can plow a furrow around it, and that's a terrible place for a fire up there. Lots of slash left." Molly called over her shoulder to the men climbing on the car, "All ready there?" and was off, a Valkyr with her load of heroes. Once more the car toiled and agonized up the execrable sandy steepness of the side road, but in the 20 minutes since they had been there, the tide had turned. Sylvia was amazed at the total shifting of values. Instead of 4 solitary workers, struggling wildly against overwhelming odds, a long line of men, working with a disciplined, orderly haste, stretched away into the woods. Imperious and savage, the smoke and swift flames towered above them, leaping up into the very sky, darkening the sun. bent over their rakes, their eyes on the ground, mere black specks against the raging glory of the fire, the line of men with an incessant, monotonous haste, drew away the dry leaves with their rakes, while others who followed them tore at the earth with picks and hoes. It was impossible to believe that such ant labors could avail, but already, near the road, the fire had burnt itself out, baffled by its microscopic assailants. As far as the girls could see into the charred underbrush, a narrow, clean line of freshly upturned earth marked where the fiercest of all the elements had been vanquished by the humblest of all the tools of men. Bewildered, Sylvia's eyes shifted from the toiling men to the distance, across the blackened desolation near them to where the fire still tossed its wicked crest of flames defiantly into the forest. She heard, but she did not believe the words of the men in the car, who cried out expertly as they ran forward, "Oh, the worst's over! They're shutting down on it!" How could the worst be over, when there was still that whirling horror of flame and smoke beyond them? Just after the men had gone, exultant, relieved, the girls turned their heads to the other side of the road, and there, very silent, very secret and venomous, leapt and glittered a little ring of flames. An hour before, it would have looked a pretty harmless sight to the two who now sat, stricken by horror into a momentary frozen stillness. The flames licked at the dry leaves and playfully sprang up into a clump of tall, dry grass. The fire was running swiftly towards a bunch of dead alders standing at the edge of the forest. Before it had spread an inch further, the girls were upon it, screaming for help, screaming as people in civilization seldom scream, with all their lungs. With uplifted skirts they stamped and trod out, under swift and fearless feet, the sinister, silent, yellow tongues. They snatched branches of green leaves and beat fiercely at the enemy. It had been so small a spot compared to the great desolation across the road, they stamped out the flame so easily, that the girls expected with every breath to see the last of it. To see it escape them, to see it suddenly flare up where it had been dead, to see it appear behind them while they were still fighting it in front, was like being in a nightmare when effort is impossible. The ring widened with appalling, with unbelievable rapidity. Sylvia could not think it possible that anything outside a dream could have such devouring swiftness. She trod and snatched and stamped and screamed and wondered if she were indeed awake. Yet in an instant their screams had been heard. 3 or 4 smoke-blackened fire fighters from beyond the road ran forward with rakes, and in a twinkling the danger was past. Its disappearance was as incredible as its presence. "Ain't that just like a fire in the woods?" said one of the men, an elderly farmer. He drew a long, tremulous breath. "It's so tarnation quick! It's either all over before you can catch your breath, or it's got beyond you for good." It evidently did not occur to him to thank the girls for their part. They had only done what every one did in an emergency, the best they could. He looked back at the burned tract on the other side of the road and said, "They've got the best of that all right too. I just heard 'em shouting that the men from Chitford had worked round from the upper end, so they've got a ring round it. Nothing to do now but watch that it don't jump. My, 'twas a close call. I've been to a lot of fires in my day, but I dunno as I ever saw a closeter call." "It can't be over!" cried Sylvia, looking at the lurid light across the road. "Why, it isn't an hour since we—" "Land! No, it ain't over!" he explained, scornful of her inexperience. "They'll have to have a gang of men here, watching it all night, and maybe all tomorrow, 'less we have some rain. But it won't go no further than the fire line, and as soon as there're men enough to draw that all around, it's got to stop." He went on to his companion, irritably pressing his hand to his side. "There ain't no use talking. I got to quit fire fighting. My heart 'most gi'n out on me in the hottest of that. And yit I'm only 60." "It ain't no job for old folks," said the other bitterly. "If it had ha' gone 100 feet further that way,
'Twould have been in where Ed Hewitt's been lumberin', and if it had got into them dry tops and brush, well, I guess 'twould ha' gone from here to Chitford village before it stopped. And 'twouldn't ha' stopped there neither." The old man said reflectively, "'Twas the first load of men did the business. 'Twas nip and tuck down to the last foot if we could stop it on that side. I tell you, 10 minutes of that kind of work takes about 10 years off'n a man's life. We just about gin up when we saw 'em comin'. I bet I won't be no gladder to see the pearly gates than I was to see them men with hoes." Molly turned a glowing, quivering face of pride on Sylvia, and then looked past her shoulder with a startled expression into the eyes of one of the fire fighters, a tall, lean, stooping man, blackened and briar torn like the rest. "Why, Cousin Austin!" she cried with vehement surprise. "What in the world?" In spite of his grime, she gave him a hearty, astonished, affectionate kiss. "I was just wondering," said the man, smiling indulgently down on her, "how soon you'd recognize me, you little scatterbrain." "I thought you were going to stick in Colorado all summer," said Molly. "Well, I heard they were short of help at Austin Farm and I came on to help get in the hay," said the man. Both he and Molly seemed to consider this a humorous speech. Then, remembering Sylvia, Molly went through a casual introduction. "This is my cousin, Austin Page. My favorite cousin. He's really awfully nice, though so plain to look at," she went on, still astonished. "But how'd you get here?" "Why, how does anybody in Vermont get to a forest fire?" he answered. "We were out in the hayfield, saw the smoke, left the horses, grabbed what tools we could find, and beat it through the woods. That's the technique of the game up here." "I didn't know your farm ran anywhere near here," said Molly. "It isn't so terribly near. We came across lots tolerable fast. But there's a little field back up on the edge of the woods that isn't so far. Grandfather used to raise potatoes there. I've got it into hay now," he explained. As they talked, the fire beyond them gave definite signs of yielding. It had evidently been stopped on the far side and now advanced nowhere, showing no longer a malign yellow crest, but only rolling sullenly heavenward a diminishing cloud of smoke. The fire fighters began to straggle back across the burned tract towards the road, their eyeballs gleaming white in their dark faces. "Oh, they mustn't walk. I'll take them back. The darlings!" said Molly, starting for her car. She was quite her usual brisk, free, and easy self now. "Cracky! I hope I've got gas enough. I've certainly been going some." "Why don't you leave me here?" suggested Sylvia. "I'll walk home. That'll leave room for one more." "Oh, you can't do that!" protested Molly faintly, though she was evidently at once struck with the plan. "How'd you find your way home?" She turned to her cousin. "See here, Austin, why don't you take Sylvia home? You ought to go anyhow and see Grandfather. He'll be awfully hurt to think you're here and haven't been to see him." She threw instantly into this just conceived idea the force which always carried through her plans. "Do go! I feel so grateful to these men. I don't want one of them to walk a step." Sylvia had thought of a solitary walk, longing intensely for isolation, and she did not at all welcome the suggestion of adapting herself to a stranger. The stranger, on his part, looked a very unchivalrous hesitation, but this proved to be only a doubt of Sylvia's capacity as a walker. "If you don't mind climbing a bit, I can take you over the gap between Hemlock and Windward Mountain and make a bee line for Lydford. It's not an hour from here, that way, but it's 10 miles around by the road, and hot and dusty too." "Can she climb!" ejaculated Molly scornfully, impatient to be off with her men. "She went up to Prospect Rock in 40 minutes." She high-handedly assumed that everything was settled as she wished it, and running towards the car, called with an easy geniality to the group of men starting down the road on foot, "Here, wait a minute, folks, I'll take you back." She mounted the car, started the engine, waved her hand to the two behind her, and was off. The lean, stooping man looked
dubiously at Sylvia. "You're sure you don't mind a little climb?" he said. "Oh no, I like it," she said listlessly. The moment for her was of stale, wearied return to real life, to the actual world which she was continually finding uglier than she hoped. The recollection of Felix Morrison came back to her in a bitter tide. "All ready?" asked her companion, mopping his forehead with a very dirty handkerchief. "All ready," she said, and turned, with a hanging head, to follow him. End of Chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. Between Windward and Hemlock Mountains. For a time, as they plodded up the steep wood road, overgrown with ferns and rank grass, with dense green walls of beech and oak saplings on either side, what few desultory remarks they exchanged related to Molly, she being literally the only topic of common knowledge between them. Sylvia, automatically responding to her deep lying impulse to give pleasure, to be pleasing, made an effort to overcome her somber lassitude, and spoke of Molly's miraculous competence in dealing with the fire. Her companion said that of course Molly hadn't made all that up out of her head on the spur of the moment. After spending every summer of her life in Lydford, it would be surprising if so energetic a child as Molly hadn't assimilated the Vermont formula for fighting fire. "They always put for the nearest factory and get all hands out," he explained, adding meditatively, as he chewed on a twig, "all the same, the incident shows what I've always maintained about Molly, that she is, like most everybody, lamentably miscast. Molly's spirit oughtn't to have taken up its abiding place in that highly ornamental blond shell, condemned after a fashionable girl's education to pendulum swings between Paris and New York and Lydford. It doesn't fit for a cent. It ought to have for habitation a big, gaunt, powerful man's body, and for occupation the running of a big factory." He seemed to be philosophizing more to himself than to Sylvia, and beyond a surprised look into his extremely grimy face, she made no comment. She had taken for granted from the talk between him and Molly that he was one of the forceful, impossible Montgomery cousins, and had cast her own first remarks in a tone calculated to fit in with the supposititious dialect of such a person. But his voice, his intonations, and his whimsical idea about Molly fitted in with the conception of an "impossible" as little as with the actual visible facts of his ragged shirt sleeves and faded, earth stained overalls. They toiled upwards in silence for some moments, the man still chewing on his birch twig. He noticed her sidelong, half satirical glance at it. "Don't you want one?" he asked, and gravely cut a long slim rod from one of the saplings in the green wall, shutting them into the road. As he gave it to her, he explained, "It's the kind they make birch beer of. You nip off the bark with your teeth. You'll like it." Still more at sea as to what sort of person he might be, and now fearing perhaps to wound him if he should turn out to be a very unsophisticated one, Sylvia obediently set her teeth to the lustrous dark bark and tore off a bit, which gave out in her mouth a mild, pleasant, aromatic tang, woodsy and penetrating, unlike any other taste she knew. "Good, isn't it?" said her companion simply. She nodded, slowly awakening to a tepid curiosity about the individual who strode beside her, lanky and powerful in his blue jeans. What an odd circumstance, her trudging off through the woods thus with a guide of whom she knew nothing, except that he was Molly Sommerville's cousin and worked a Vermont farm, and had certainly the dirtiest face she had ever seen, with the exception of the coal blackened stokers in the power house of the University. He spoke again, as though in answer to what might naturally be in her mind. "At the top of the road it crosses a brook, and I think a wash would be possible. I've a bit of soap in my pocket. That'll help, though it takes quite a lot of scrubbing to get off firefighting grime." He looked pointedly down at her as he talked. Sylvia was so astonished that she dropped back through years of carefully acquired self consciousness into a moment of the stark simplicity of childhood. "Why, is my face dirty?" she cried out. The man beside her apparently found the contrast between her looks and the heartfelt sincerity of her question too much for him. He burst into helpless laughter, though he was adroit enough to thrust forward as a pretext "the picture of my own grime that I get from your accent is tremendous." But it was evidently not at his own joke that he was laughing. For an instant Sylvia hung poised very near to extreme annoyance. Never since she had been grown up had she appeared at such an absurd disadvantage. But at once the mental picture of herself making inaudible carping strictures on her companion's sootiness, and all unconscious lifting to observe it a critical countenance as swart as his own, the incongruity smote her deliciously, irresistibly. Sore heart or not, black depression notwithstanding, she needs must laugh, and having laughed, laugh again, laugh louder and longer, and finally, like a child, laugh for the sake of laughing, till out through this unexpected channel she discharged much of the stagnant bitterness around her heart. Her companion laughed with her. The still, sultry summer woods echoed with the sound. "How human, how lusciously human!" he exclaimed. "Neither of us thought that he might be the blackened one." "Oh, mine can't be as bad as yours," gasped out Sylvia, but when she rubbed a testing handkerchief on her cheek, she went off in fresh peals at the sight of the resultant black smears. "Don't, for Heaven's sake, waste that handkerchief," cautioned her companion. "It's the only towel between us. Mine's impossible." He showed her the murky rag which was his own, and as they spoke, they reached the top of the road, heard the sound of water, and stood beside the brook. He stepped across it in one stride of his long legs, rolled up his shirt sleeves, took a book out of his pocket, laid it on a stone, and knelt down. "I choose this for my wash basin," he said, indicating a limpid pool paved with clean gray pebbles. Sylvia answered in the same note of play. "This'll be mine." It lay at the foot of a tiny waterfall, plashing with a tinkling note into transparent shallows. She cast an idle glance on the book he had laid down and read its title, "A History of the Institution of Property," and reflected that she had been right in thinking it had a familiar looking cover. She had dusted books with that sort of cover all her life. Molly's cousin produced from his overalls a small piece of yellow kitchen soap, which he broke into scrupulously exact halves and presented with a grave flourish to Sylvia. "Now go to it," he exhorted her. "I bet I get a better wash than you." Sylvia took off her hat, rolled up her sleeves, and began on vigorous ablutions. She laughed, yes, and heartily, but in her complicated, many-roomed heart a lively pique rubbed shoulders with her mirth, and her merriment was tinctured with a liberal amount of the traditional feminine horrified disgust at having been uncomely, and at having unconsciously been subjected to an indignity. She was determined that no slightest stain should remain on her smooth, fine textured skin. She felt, as a pretty woman always feels, that her personality was indissolubly connected with her looks, and it was a symbolic act which she performed as she fiercely scrubbed her face with the yellow soap till its acrid pungency blotted out for her the woodland aroma of moist earth and green leaves. She dashed the cold water up on her cheeks till the spattering drops gleamed like crystals on the crisp waviness of her ruddy brown hair. She washed her hands and arms in the icy mountain water till they were red with the cold, hot though the day was. She was chilled, and raw with the crude astringency of the soap, but she felt cleansed to the marrow of her bones, as though there had been some mystic quality in this lustration in running water performed under the open sky. The racy black birch tang still lingered on her tongue. Was a flavor quite in harmony with this severely washed feeling. It was a taste notably clean. She looked across the brook at her companion, now sitting back on his heels, and saw that there had emerged from his grime a thin, tanned, high-nosed face, topped by drab-colored hair of no great abundance, and lighted by a pair of extraordinarily clear, gray eyes. She perceived no more in the face at that moment, because the man, as he looked up at her, became nothing but a dazzled mirror from which he was reflected back to her the most flattering image of her own appearance. Almost actually she saw herself as she appeared to him, a wood nymph, kneeling by the flowing water, vital, exquisite, strong, radiant in a cool flush, her uncovered hair gleaming in a thousand loosened waves. Like most comely women of intelligence, Sylvia was intimately familiar with every phase of her own looks, and she knew down to the last blood corpuscle that she had never looked better. But almost at once came the stab that Felix Morrison was not the man who was looking at her, and the heartsick recollection that he would never again be there to see her. Her moment of honest joy in being lovely passed. She stood up with a clouded face, soberly pulled down her sleeves, and picked up her hat. "Oh, why don't you leave it off?" said the man across the brook. "You'd be so much more comfortable." She knew that he meant her hair was too pretty to cover, and did not care what he meant. "All right, I'll carry it," she assented indifferently. He did not stir, gazing up at her frankly admiring. Sylvia made out, from the impression he evidently now had of her, that her face had really been very, very dirty, and at the recollection of that absurd ascent of the mountain by those two black-faced, twig-chewing individuals, a return of irrepressible laughter quivered on her lips. Before his eyes, as swiftly, as unaccountably, as utterly as an April day shifts its moods, she had changed from radiant, rosy wood goddess to saddened mortal, and thence on into tricksy, laughing elf. He burst out on her: "Who are you, anyhow?" She remembered with a start. "Why, that's so, Molly didn't mention my name. Isn't that like Molly? Why, I'm Sylvia Marshall." "You may be named Sylvia Marshall," he said, leaving an inference in the air like incense. "Well, yes, to be sure," rejoined Sylvia. "I heard somebody only the other day say that an introduction was the quaintest of grotesques, since people's names are the most—" He applied a label with precision. "Oh, you know Morrison." She was startled at this abrupt emergence of the name which secretly filled her mind, and was aware with exasperation that she was blushing. Her companion appeared not to notice this. He was attempting the difficult feat of wiping his face on the upper part of his sleeve, and said in the intervals of effort: "Well, you know my name. Molly didn't forget that." "But I did," Sylvia confessed. "I was so excited by the fire I never noticed at all. I've been racking my brains to remember, all the way up here." For some reason the man seemed quite struck with this statement, and eyed her with keenness, as he said: "Oh, really? Well, my name is Austin Page." At the candid blankness of her face he showed a boyish flash of white teeth in a tanned face. "Do you mean to say you've never heard of me?" "Should I?" said Sylvia with a graceful pretense of alarm. "Do you write, or something? Lay it to my ignorance. It's immense." He shook his head. He smiled down at her. She noticed now that his eyes were very kind as well as clear and keen. "No, I don't write, or anything. There's no reason why you should ever have heard of me. I only thought. I thought possibly Molly or Uncle George might have happened to mention me." "I'm only on from the West for a visit," explained Sylvia. "I never was in Lydford before. I don't know the people there." "Well then, to avoid Morrison's strictures on introductions, I'll add to my name the information that I am 32 years old, a graduate of Columbia University, that I have some property in Colorado which gives me a great deal of trouble, and a farm with a wood lot in Vermont which is the joy of my heart. I cannot endure politics. I play the flute, like my eggs boiled 3 minutes, and admire George Meredith." His manoeuvres with his sleeve were so preposterous that Sylvia now cried to him, "Oh, don't twist around that way. You'll give yourself a crick in the neck. Here's my handkerchief. We were going to share that anyhow." "And you," he went on gravely, wiping his face with the bit of cambric, "are Sylvia Marshall, presumably Miss. You can laugh at a joke on yourself, are not afraid to wash your face with kitchen soap, and apparently are the only girl in the 20th century who has not a mirror and a powder puff concealed about her person." All approbation was sweet to Sylvia. She basked in this. "Oh, I'm a Hottentot, a savage from the West, as I told you," she said complacently. "You've been in Lydford long enough to hear Morrison hold forth on the idiocies of social convention, the while he neatly manipulates them to his own advantage." Sylvia had dreaded having to speak of Morrison, but she was now greatly encouraged by the entire success of her casual tone, as she explained, "Oh, he's an old friend of my aunt's, and he's been at the house a good deal." She ventured to try herself further, and inquired with a bright look of interest, "What do you think of his engagement to your cousin Molly?" He was petrified with astonishment. "Molly engaged to Morrison!" he cried. "We can't be talking about the same people. I mean Felix Morrison the critic?" She felt vindicated by his stupefaction and liked him for it. "Why, yes, hadn't you heard?" she asked, with an assumption of herself seeing nothing surprising in the news. "No, I hadn't, and I can't believe it now," he said, blinking his eyes. "I never heard such an insane combination of names in my life." He went on, "What under the sun does Molly want of Morrison?" Sylvia was vexed with him for this unexpected view. He was not so discerning as she had thought. She turned away and picked up her hat. "We ought to be going on," she said, and as they walked, she answered, "You don't seem to have a very high opinion of Mr. Morrison." He protested with energy. "Oh, yes, I have. Quite the contrary. I think him one of the most remarkable men I know, and one of the finest. I admire him immensely. I trust his taste sooner than I would my own." To this handsome tribute Sylvia returned, smiling, "The inference is that you don't think much of Molly." "I know Molly," he said simply. "I've known her and loved her ever since she was a hot tempered, imperious little girl, which is all she is now. Engaged, and engaged to Morrison! It's a plain case of schoolgirl infatuation." He was lost in wonder, uneasy wonder it seemed, for after a period of musing, he brought out, "They'll cut each other's throats inside 6 months, or Molly'll cut her own. What under the sun was her grandfather thinking of?" Sylvia said gravely, "Girls' grandfathers have such an influence in their marriages." He smiled a rueful recognition of the justice of her thrust and then fell into silence. The road did not climb up now, but led along the side of the mountain. Through the dense woods the sky line, first guessed at, then clearly seen between the thick standing tree trunks, sank lower and lower. "We are approaching," said Page, motioning in front of them, "the jumping off place." They passed from the tempered green light of the wood and emerged upon a great windy plateau, carpeted thickly with deep green moss, flanked right and left with two mountain peaks and roofed over with an expanse of brilliant summer sky. Before them the plateau stretched a mile or more, wind swept, sun drenched, with an indescribable bold look of great altitude. But close to them at one side ran a parapet like line of tumbled rock and beyond this a sheer descent. The eye leaped down from abrupt slopes of forest to the valley they had left, now 1,000 feet below them, jewel-like with mystic blues and greens, tremulous with heat. On the noble height where they stood, the wind blew cool from the sea of mist blue peaks beyond the valley. Sylvia was greatly moved. "Oh, what a wonderful spot!" she said under her breath. "I never dreamed that anything could be..." She burst out suddenly, scarcely knowing what she said. "Oh, I wish my mother could be here!" She had not thought of her mother for days, and now hardly knew that she had spoken her name. Standing there, poised above the dark richness of the valley, her heart responding to those vast airy spaces by an upward soaring sweep. The quick tears of ecstasy were in her eyes. She had entirely forgotten herself and her companion. He did not speak. His eyes were on her face. She moved to the parapet of rock and leaned against it. The action brought her to herself, and she flashed around on Page a grateful smile. "It's a very beautiful spot you've brought me to," she said. He came up beside her now. "It's a favorite of mine," he said quietly. "If I come straight through the woods it's not more than a mile from my farm. I come up here for the sunset sometimes, or for dawn." Sylvia found the idea almost too much for her. "Oh!" she cried. "Dawn here?" "Yes," said the man, smiling faintly. "It's all of that." In her life of plains and prairies, Sylvia had never been upon a great height, had never looked down and away upon such reaches of far valley, such glorious masses of sunlit mountain; and beyond them, giving wings to the imagination, were mountains, more mountains, distant, incalculably distant, with unseen hollow valleys between, and finally mountains again, half cloud, melting indistinguishably into the vaporous haze of the sky. Above her, sheer and vast, lay Hemlock Mountain, all its huge bulk a sleeping, passionless calm. Beyond was the solemnity of Windward Mountain's concave shell, full to the brim with brooding blue shadows, a well of mystery in that day of wind-blown sunshine. Beneath her, above her, before her, seemingly the element in which she was poised, was space, illimitable space. She had never been conscious of such vastness. She was abashed by it. She was exalted by it. She knew a moment of acute shame for the pettiness of her personal grievances. For a time her spirit was disembarrassed of the sorry burden of egotism, and she drank deep from the cup of healing which Nature holds up in such instants of beatitude. Her eyes were shining pools of peace. They went on in a profound silence across the plateau, the deep, soft moss bearing them up with a tough elasticity, the sun hot and lusty on their heads, the sweet, strong summer wind swift and loud in their ears, the only sound in all that enchanted upland spot. Often Sylvia lifted her face to the sky, so close above her, to the clouds moving with a soundless rhythm across the sky. Once or twice she turned her head suddenly from one side to the other, to take in all the beauty at one glance, and smiled on it all, a vague, sunny, tender smile. But she did not speak. As she trod on the thick moss upspringing under her long, light step, her advance seemed as buoyant as though she stepped from cloud to cloud. When they reached the other side, and were about to begin the descent into Lydford Valley, she lingered still. She looked down into the valley before her, across to the mountains, and, smiling, with half shut eyes of supreme satisfaction, she said under her breath, "It's Beethoven, just the blessedness of Beethoven. The valley is a legato passage, quiet and flowing, those far up pricking hills staccato, and the mountains here, the solemn chords." Her companion did not answer. She looked up at him inquiringly, thinking that he had not heard her, and found him evidently too deeply moved to speak. She was startled, almost frightened, almost shocked by the profundity of his gaze upon her. Her heart stood still and gave a great leap. Chiefly she was aware of an immense astonishment and incredulity. An hour before he had never seen her, had never heard of her, and during that hour she had been barely aware of him, absorbed in herself, indifferent. How could he, in that hour, have He looked away, and said steadily, "And the river is the melody that binds it all together." Sylvia drew a great breath of relief. She had been the victim of some extraordinary hallucination. "With the little brooks for variations on the theme," she added hastily. He held aside an encroaching briar, stretching its thorny arm across the path. "Here's the beginning of the trail down to Lydford," he said. "We will be there in 20 minutes. It's almost a straight drop down." End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. Sylvia asks herself, why not? If Sylvia wondered, as she dropped down the heights to the valley, what her reception might be at her aunt's ceremonious household when she entered escorted by a strange hatless man in blue overalls, her fancy fell immeasurably short of the actual ensuing sensation. Mrs. Marshall Smith, her stepson, Felix Morrison, and old Mr. Sommerville were all sitting together on the wide north veranda, evidently awaiting to be called to luncheon when, at 1:30, the two pedestrians emerged through a side wicket in the thick green hedge of spruce, and advanced up the path with the free, swinging step of people who have walked far and well. The effect on the veranda was unimaginable. Sheer, open mouthed stupefaction blurred for an instant the composed, carefully arranged masks of those four exponents of decorum. They gasped and stared, unable to credit their eyes. And then, according to their natures, they acted. Mrs. Marshall Smith rose quickly, smiled brilliantly, and stepped forward with welcoming, outstretched hands. "Why, Sylvia dear, how delightful! What an unexpected pleasure, Mr. Page!" Old Mr. Sommerville fairly bounded past Sylvia, caught the man's arm, and said in an anxious, affectionate, startled voice, "Why, Austin! Austin! Austin!" Morrison rose, but stood quietly by his chair, his face entirely expressionless, palpably and correctly at attention. He had not seen Sylvia since the announcement of his engagement the day before. He gave her now a graceful, silent, friendly salute from a distance. As she stood by her aunt, he called out to her companion a richly cordial greeting of, "Well, Page, this is luck indeed," but he indicated by his immobility that as a stranger he would not presume to go further until the first interchange between blood kin was over. As for Arnold, he neither stirred from his chair nor opened his mouth to speak. A slow smile widened on his lips. It expanded. He grinned delightedly down at his cigarette and up at the ceiling, and finally broke into an open laugh of exquisite enjoyment of the scene before him. Four people were talking at once. Mr. Sommerville, a dismayed old hand still clutching at the newcomer, was protesting with extreme vigor, and being entirely drowned out by the others. "Of course he can't stay as he is! I'll go home with him at once. His room at my house is always ready for him. Fresh clothes. No, no, impossible to stay." Mrs. Marshall Smith was holding firm with her loveliest manner of warm friendliness concentrated on Page. "Oh, no ceremony, Mr. Page, not between old friends. Luncheon is just ready. Who cares how you look?" She did not physically dispute with Mr. Sommerville the possession of the newcomer, but she gave entirely that effect. Sylvia, unable to meet Morrison's eyes, absorbed in the difficulty of the moment for her, unillumined by the byplay between her aunt and old Mr. Sommerville, strove for an appearance of vivacious loquacity, and cast into the conversation entirely disregarded bits of description of the fire. "Oh, Tantine, such an excitement! We took 9 men with hose up such a steep," and finally Page, resisting old Mr. Sommerville's pull on his arm, was saying, "If luncheon is ready, and I'm invited, no more needs to be said. I've been haying and fire fighting since 7 this morning. A wolf is nothing compared with me." He looked across the heads of the 3 nearest him and called to Arnold, "Smith, you'll lend me some flannels, won't you? We must be much of the same build." Mrs. Marshall Smith turned, taking no pains to hide her satisfaction. She positively gloated over the crestfallen Mr. Sommerville. "Sylvia, run quick and have Hélène smooth your hair, and call to Tojiko to put on an extra place for luncheon. Arnold, take Mr. Page up to your room, won't you, so that he—" Sylvia, running up the stairs, heard her late companion protesting, "Oh, just for a change of clothes, only a minute. You needn't expect me to do any washing. I'm clean. I'm washed within an inch of my life. Yellow soap. Kitchen soap." "And our little scented toilet futilities," Morrison's cameo of small talk carried to the upper hall. What could they add to such a Spartan lustration? "Hurry, Hélène," said Sylvia. "It is late, and Mr. Page is dying of hunger." In spite of the exhortation to haste, Hélène stopped short, uplifted brush in hand. "Mr. Page, the millionaire!" she exclaimed. Sylvia blinked at her in the glass, amazed conjectures racing through her mind. But she had sufficient self possession to say, carelessly, as though his identity was nothing to her, "I don't know. It is the first time I have seen him. He certainly is not handsome." Hélène thrust in the hairpins with impassioned haste and deftness, and excitedly snatched a lace jacket from a drawer. To the maid's despair, Sylvia refused this adornment, refused the smallest touch of rouge, refused an ornament in her hair. Hélène wrung her hands. "But see, Mademoiselle is not wise. For what good is it to be so savage? He is more rich than all. They say he owns all the state of Colorado." Sylvia, already in full retreat towards the dining room, caught this last geographic extravagance of Gallic fancy, and laughed, and with this mirth still in her face, made her re entry on the veranda. She had not been away 3 minutes from the group there, and she was to the eye as merely flushed and gay when she came back as when she went away, but a revolution had taken place. Closely shut in her hand, she held fast, the key Hélène had thrust there. Behind her smile, her clear, bright look of valiant youth, a great many considerations were being revolved with extreme rapidity by an extremely swift and active brain. Swift and active as was the brain, it fairly staggered under the task of instantly rearranging the world according to the new pattern. For the first certainty to leap into sight was that the pattern was utterly changed by the events of the morning. She had left the house, betrayed, defenseless save for a barren dignity, and she had re entered it in triumph, or at least with a valid appearance of triumph, an appearance which had already tided her over the aching difficulty of the first meeting with Morrison, and might carry her. She had no time now to think how far. Page and Arnold were still invisible when she emerged again on the veranda, and Mrs. Marshall Smith pounced on her with the frankest curiosity. "Sylvia, do tell us, how in the world—" Sylvia was in the midst of a description of the race to the fire, as vivid as she could make it, when Arnold sauntered back, and after him, in a moment, Page, astonishingly transformed by clothes. His height meant distinction now. Sylvia noted again his long, strong hands, his aquiline, tanned face and clear eyes, his thoughtful, observant eyes. There was a whimsical quirk of his rather thin but gentle lips, which reminded her of the big bust of Emerson in her father's study. She liked all this, but her suspiciousness, alert for affront since the experience with Morrison, took offense at his great ease of manner. It had seemed quite natural and unaffected to her, in fact she had not at all noticed it before, but now that she knew of his great wealth, she instantly conceived a resentful idea that possibly it might come from the self assurance of a man who knows himself much courted. She held her head high, gave to him as to Arnold a nod of careless recognition, and continued talking. "Such a road, so steep, sand half way to the hubs, such water bars." She turned to Morrison with her first overt recognition of the new status between them. "You ought to have seen your fiancée. She was wonderful. I was proud of her." Morrison nodded a thoughtful assent. "Yes, Molly's energy is irresistible," he commented, casting his remark in the form of a generalization the significance of which did not pass unnoticed by Sylvia's sharp ears. They were the first words he had spoken to her since his engagement. "Luncheon is ready," said Mrs. Marshall Smith. "Do come in." Every one by this time being genuinely hungry and for various reasons extremely curious about the happenings back of Sylvia's appearance, the meal was dedicated frankly to eating, varied only by Sylvia's running account of the fire. "And then Molly wanted to take the fire fighters home, and I offered to walk to have more room for them, and Mr. Page brought me up the other side of Hemlock and over the pass between Hemlock and Windward and down past Deer Cliff, home," she wound up, compressing into tantalizing brevity what was patently for her listeners by far the most important part of the expedition. "Well, whatever route he took, it is astonishing that he knew the way to Lydford at all," commented Mrs. Marshall Smith. "I don't believe you've been here before for years," she said to Page. "It's my confounded shyness," he explained, turning to Sylvia with a twinkle. "The grand sophisticated ways of Lydford are too much for the nerves of a plain living rustic like me. When I farm in Vermont, the spirit of the place takes hold of me. I'm quite apt to eat my pie with my knife, and Lydford wouldn't like that." Sylvia was aware, through the laughter which followed this joking remark, that there was an indefinable stir around the table. His turning to her had been pronounced. She took a sore pleasure in Morrison's eclipse. For the first time he was not the undisputed center of that circle. He accepted it, gravely, a little preoccupied, a little absent, a wonderfully fine and dignified figure. Under her misanthropic exultation, Sylvia felt again and again the stab of her immense admiration for him, her deep affinity for his way of conducting life. Whatever place he might take in the circle around the luncheon table, she found him inevitably at the center of all her own thoughts. However it might seem to those evidently greatly struck with her extraordinary good luck, her triumph was in reality only the most pitiful of pretenses. But such as it was, and it gleamed richly enough on the eyes of the onlookers, she shook it out with a flourish, and gave no sign of heartsick qualms. She gave a brilliantly undivided attention to the bit of local history Page was telling her, of a regiment of Green Mountain boys who had gone down to the battle of Bennington over the pass between Windward and Hemlock Mountain, and she was able to stir Page to enthusiasm by an appreciative comparison of their march with the splendid and affecting incident before Marathon, when the 1,000 hoplites from the little town of Plataea crossed the Cithaeron range and went down to the plain to join the Athenians in their desperate stand. "How do you happen to come East just now, anyhow?" inquired old Mr. Sommerville, resolutely shouldering his way into the conversation. "My yellow streak," affirmed his nephew. "Colorado got too much for me. And besides, I was overcome by an atavistic longing to do chores." He turned to Sylvia again, the gesture as unconscious and simple as a boy's. "My great grandfather was a native of these parts, and about once in so often I revert to type." "All my mother's people came from this region too," Sylvia said. She added meditatively, "And I think I must have reverted to type, up there on the mountain." This morning." He looked at her, silently, with softening eyes. "You'll be going back soon, I suppose, as usual," said old Mr. Sommerville with determination. "To Colorado?" inquired Page. "No, I think. I've a notion I'll stay on this summer for some time. There is an experiment I want to try with alfalfa in Vermont." Over his wine glass Arnold caught Sylvia's eye, and winked. "Still reading as much as ever, I suppose?" Mr. Sommerville was not to be put down. "When I last saw you, it was some fool socialistic poppycock about the iniquity of private exploitation of natural resources. How'd they ever have been exploited any other way, I'd like to know? What's socialism? Organized robbery, nothing else. Down with success, down with initiative, down with brains. Stuff!" "It's not socialism this time. It's Professor Merritt's theories on property," said Sylvia to the old gentleman, blandly ignoring his ignoring of her. Page stared at her in astonishment. "Are you a clairvoyant?" he cried. "No, no," she explained, laughing. "You took it out of your pocket, up there by the brook. But you saw only the title. Merritt's name isn't on the cover." "Oh, it's a pretty well known book," said Sylvia easily, "and my father's a professor of economics. When I was little I used to have books like that to build houses with, instead of blocks, and I've had to keep them in order and dusted ever since. I'm not saying that I know much about their insides." "Just look there!" broke in Arnold. "Did I ever see a young lady pass up such a perfectly good chance to bluff?" As usual, nobody paid the least attention to his remark. The conversation shifted to a radical play which had been on the boards in Paris the winter before. After luncheon they adjourned into the living room. As the company straggled across the wide, dimly shining, deeply shaded hall, Sylvia felt her arm seized and held, and turning her head, looked into the laughing face of Arnold. "What kind of flowers does Judy like the best?" he inquired, the question evidently the merest pretext to detain her, for as the others moved out of earshot, he said in a delighted whisper, his eyes gleaming in the dusk with amused malice: "Go it, Sylvia! Hit 'em out! It's worth enduring oceans of Greek history to see old Sommerville squirm. Molly gone, Morrison as poor as a church mouse, and now Page going fast before his very eyes." She shook off his hand with genuine annoyance. "I don't know what you're talking about, Arnold. You're horrid. Judith doesn't like cut flowers at all, any kind. She likes them alive, on plants." "She would!" Arnold was wrapped in his habitual certainty that every peculiarity of Judith's was another reason for prostrate adoration. "I'll send her a window box for every window in the hospital." His admiration overflowed to Judith's sister. He patted her on the shoulder. "You're all right too, Sylvia. You're batting about .360 right now. I've always told the girls when they said Page was offish that if they could only get in under his guard once. And somehow you've done it. I bet on you." He began to laugh at her stern face of reproof. "Oh yes, yes, I agree. You don't know what I'm talking about. It's just alfalfa in Vermont. Only my low vulgarity to think anything else." He moved away down the hall. "Beat it. I slope." "Where are you going?" she asked. "Away, away," he answered. "Anywhere that's away. The air is rank with Oscar Wilde and the Renaissance. I feel them coming." Still laughing, he bounded upstairs, 3 steps at a time. Sylvia stepped forward, crossing the threshold of the living room, and paused by the piano, penetrated by bittersweet associations. If Morrison felt them also, he gave no sign. He had chosen a chair by a distant window, and was devoting himself to Molly's grandfather, who accepted this delicate and entirely suitable attention with a rather glum face. Mrs. Marshall Smith and Page still stood in the center of the room, and turned as Sylvia came in. "Do give us some music, Sylvia," said her aunt, sinking into a chair while Page came forward to sit near the piano. Sylvia's fingers rested on the keys for a moment. her face very grave, almost somber, and then, as though taking a sudden determination, she began to play a Liszt Liebestrom. It was the last music Morrison had played to her before the beginning of the change. Into its fevered cadences she poured the quivering, astonished hurt of her young heart. No one stirred during the music, nor for the moment afterward, in which she turned about to face the room. She looked squarely at Morrison, who was rolling a cigarette with meticulous care, and as she looked he raised his eyes and gave her across the room one deep, flashing glance of profound significance. That was all. That was enough. That was everything. Sylvia turned back to the piano shivering, hot and cold with secret joy. His look said, "Yes, of course, 1,000 times of course, you are the one in my heart," what the facts said for him. "But I am going to marry Molly because she has money." Sylvia was horrified that she did not despise him, that she did not resent his entering her heart again with the intimacy of that look. Her heart ran out to welcome him back, but from the sense of furtiveness she shrank back with her lifetime habit and experience of probity, with the instinctive distaste for stealth engendered only by long and unbroken acquaintance with candor. With a mental action as definite as the physical one of freeing her feet from a quicksand, she turned away from the alluring, dim possibility opened to her by that look. No, no! No stains, no smears, no shufflings! She was conscious of no moral impulse in the usual sense of the word. Her imagination took in no possibility of actual wrong. But when, with a fastidious impulse of good taste, she turned her back on something ugly, she turned her back unwittingly on something worse than ugly. But it was not easy. Oh, not at all easy. She quailed with a sense of her own weakness, so unexpected, so frightening. Would she resist it the next time? How pierced with helpless ecstasy she had been by that interchange of glances! What was there, in that world, by which she could steady herself? "How astonishing well you play!" said Page, rousing himself from the dreamy silence of appreciation. "I ought to," she said with conscious bitterness. "I earn my living by teaching music." She was aware from across the room of an electric message from Aunt Victoria protesting against her perversity, and she reflected with a morose amusement that however delicately phrased Aunt Victoria's protests might be, its substance was the same as that of Hélène crying out on her for not adding the soupçon au rouge. She took a sudden resolution. Well, why not? Everything conspired to push her in that direction. The few factors which did not were mere imbecile idealism or downright hypocrisy. She drew a long breath. She smiled at Page, a smile of reference to something in common between them. "Shan't I play you some Beethoven?" she asked. "Something with a legato passage and great solemn chords and a silver melody binding the whole together?" "Oh, yes, do," he said softly, and in a moment she was putting all of her intelligence, her training, and her capacity to charm into the tones of the E flat minuet. Chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. Recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. A Hypothetical Livelihood. The millionaire proprietor had asked them all over to the Austin farm, and as they drew near the end of the very expensive and delicately served meal which Page had spoken of as a "picnic lunch," various plans for the disposition of the afternoon were suggested. These suggestions were prefaced by the frank statement of the owner of the place that whatever else the others did, it was his own intention to take Miss Marshall through a part of his pine plantations and explain his recent forestry operations to her. The assumption that Miss Marshall would of course be interested in his pine plantations and lumbering operations struck nobody but Miss Marshall as queer. With the most hearty and simple unconsciousness, they unanimously felt that of course Miss Marshall would be interested in the pine plantations and the lumbering operations of any man who was worth nobody knew how many millions in coal, and who was so obviously interested in her. Sylvia had been for some weeks observing the life about her with very much disillusioned eyes, and she now labeled the feeling on the part of her friends with great accuracy, saying to herself cynically, if it were prize guinea pigs or collecting beer steins, they would all be just as sure that I would jump up and say, "Oh yes, do show me, Mr. Page." Following this moody reflection, she immediately jumped up and said enthusiastically, "Oh yes, do show me, Mr. Page." The brilliance in her eyes during these weeks came partly from a relieved sense of escape from a humiliating position, and partly from an amusement at the quality of human nature which was as dubiously enjoyable as the grim amusement of biting on a sore tooth. She now took her place by the side of their host, and thought, looking at his outdoor aspect, that her guess at what to wear had been better than Aunt Victoria's or Molly's. For the question of what to wear had been a burning one. Pressure had been put on her to don just a lacy garden party toilette of lawn and net, as now automatically barred both Aunt Victoria and Molly from the proposed expedition to the woods. Nobody had had the least idea what was to be the color of the entertainment offered them, for the great significance of the affair was that it was the first time that Page had ever invited any one to the spot for which he evidently felt such an unaccountable affection. Aunt Victoria had explained to Sylvia, "It's always at the big Page estate in Lenox that he entertains. Or rather that he gets his mother to do the absolutely indispensable entertaining for him." Morrison said laughingly, "Isn't it the very quintessence of quaintness to visit him there, to watch his detached, whimsical air of not being in the least a part of all the magnificence which bears his name. He insists, you know, that he doesn't begin to know his way around that huge house." "It was his father who built the Lenox place," commented Mrs. Marshall Smith. "It suited his taste to perfection. Austin seems to have a sort of Marie Antoinette reaction towards a somewhat painfully achieved simplicity. He's not the man to take any sort of pose. If he were, it would be impossible not to suspect him of a little pose in his fondness for going back to his farmer great grandfather's setting." Guided by this conversation, and by shrewd observations of her own, Sylvia had insisted, even to the point of strenuousness, upon wearing to the first housewarming a cloth skirt and coat, tempering the severity of this costume with a sufficiently feminine and beruffled blouse of silk. As their car had swung up before the plain, square, big chimneyed old house, and Page had come to meet them, dressed in khaki colored forester's garb, with puttees, Aunt Victoria had been generous enough to admit by an eye flash to Sylvia that the girl knew her business very well. There was not, of course, Sylvia reflected, the slightest pretense of obscurity between them as to what, under the circumstances, her business was. All this lay back of the fact that, as Sylvia, her face bright with spontaneous interest in pine plantations and lumbering operations, stepped to the side of the man in puttees, her costume exactly suited his own. From the midst of a daring and extremely becoming arrangement of black and white striped chiffon and emerald green velvet, Molly's beautiful face smiled on them approvingly. For various reasons, the spectacle afforded her as much pleasure as it did extreme discomfort to her grandfather, and with her usual masterful grasp on a situation, she began to arrange matters so that the investigation of pine plantations and lumber operations should be conducted en tête à tête. Mrs. Marshall Smith, you're going to stay here, of course, to look at Austin's lovely view. Think of his having hidden that view away from us all till now. I want to go through the house later on, and without Austin, so I can linger and pry if I like. I want to look at every single thing. It's lovely, the completest Yankee setting. It looks as though we all ought to have on clean gingham aprons and wear steel rimmed spectacles. No, Austin, don't frown. I don't mean that for a knock. I love it. Honestly, I do. I always thought I'd like to wear clean gingham aprons myself. The only things that are out of keeping are those shelves and shelves and shelves of solemn books with such terrible titles." "That's a fact, Page," said Morrison, laughing. "Molly's hit the nail squarely. Your modern economic spasms over the organization of industrialism are out of place in that delightful 18th century plain old interior. They threw their fits over theology." The owner of the house nodded. "Yes, you do know your period. A great great grandfather of mine, a ministerial person, had left a lot of books on the nature of the Trinity and free will and such. They had to be moved up to the attic to make room for mine. What books will be on those shelves 100 years from now, I wonder?" "Treatises on psychic analysis, on how to transfer thought without words, unless I read the signs of the times wrong," Morrison hazarded a guess. Molly was bored by this talk and anxious to get the walkers off. "You'd better be starting if you're going far up on the mountain, Austin. We have to be back for a tea at Mrs. Neville's where Sylvia's to pour. Mrs. Neville would have a thing or two to say to us if we made her lose her main drawing card." "Are you coming, Morrison?" asked Page. "No, he isn't," said Molly decidedly. "He's going to stay to play to me on that delicious tin panny old harpsichordy thing in your 'best room.' You do call it the 'best room,' don't you? They always do in New England dialect stories. Grandfather, you have your cards with you, haven't you? You always have. If you'll get them out, Felix and Arnold and I'll play whist with you." Only one of those thus laid hold of slipped out from her strong little fingers. Arnold raised himself, joint by joint, from his chair, and announced that he was a perfect nut head when it came to whist. "And anyhow," he went on insistently, raising his voice as Molly began to order him back into the ranks, "and anyhow, I don't want to play whist. And I do want to see what Page has been up to all this time he's kept so dark about his goings on over here. No, Molly, you needn't waste any more perfectly good language on me. You can boss everybody else if you like, but I'm the original Harry Wildman who gets what he wants." He strolled off across the old fashioned garden and out of the gate with the other two, his attention given as usual to lighting a cigarette. It was an undertaking of some difficulty on that day of stiff September wind which blew Sylvia's hair about her ears in bright, dancing flutters. They were no more than out of earshot of the group left on the porch, than Sylvia, as so often happened in her growing acquaintanceship with Page, found herself obliged entirely to reconstruct an impression of him. It was with anything but a rich man's arrogant certainty of her interest that he said, very simply, as he said everything: "I appreciate very much, Miss Marshall, your being willing to come along and see all this. It's a part of your general kindness to everybody. I hope it won't bore you to extremity. I'm so heart and soul in it myself, I shan't know when to stop talking about it. In fact, I shan't want to stop, even if I know I should. I've never said much about it to any one before, and I very much want your opinion on it." Sylvia felt a decent pinch of shame, and her eyes were not brilliant with sardonic irony, but rather dimmed with self‐distrust, as she answered, with a wholesome effort for honesty: "I really don't know a single thing about forestry, Mr. Page. You'll have to start in at the very beginning and explain everything. I hope I've sense enough to take an intelligent interest." Very different, this, from the meretricious sparkle of her "Oh yes, do show me, Mr. Page." She felt that to be rather cheap, as she remembered it. She wondered if he had seen its significance, had seen through her. From a 3 weeks' intensive acquaintance with him, she rather thought he had. His eyes were clear, formidably so. He put her on her mettle. Arnold had lighted his cigarette by this time, offered one to Page with his incurable incapacity to remember that not every sane man smokes, and on being refused, put his hands deep in his pockets. The three tall young people were making short work of the stretch of sunny, windy upland pasture, and were already almost in the edge of the woods which covered the slope of the mountain above them, up to the very crest, jewel green against the great piled cumulus clouds. "Well, I will begin at the beginning then," said Page. "I'll begin back in 1762, when this valley was settled and my ever so many greats grandfather took possession of a big slice of this side of Hemlock Mountain, with the sole idea that trees were men's enemies. The American colonists thought of forests, you know, as places for Indians to lurk, spots that couldn't be used for corn, growths to be exterminated as fast as possible." They entered the woods now, walking at a good pace up the steeply rising, grass grown wood road. Sylvia quite consciously summoned all her powers of attention and concentration for the hour before her, determined to make a good impression to counteract whatever too great insight her host might have shown in the matter of her first interest. She bent her fine brows with the attention she had so often summoned to face a difficult final examination, to read at the correct tempo a complicated piece of music, to grasp the essentials of a new subject. Her trained interest in understanding things, which of late had been feeding on rather moldy scraps of clinical psychology, seized with energy and delight on a change of diet. She not only tried to be interested. Very shortly she was interested, absorbed, intent. What Page had to say fascinated her. She even forgot who he was, and that he was immensely rich. Though this forgetfulness was only momentary, it was an unspeakable relief and refreshment to her. She listened intently. At times she asked a pertinent question. As she walked, she gave the man an occasional direct survey, as impersonal as though he were a book from which she was reading, and exactly as an intelligent reader, in a first perusal of a new subject, snatches the heart out of paragraph after paragraph, ignoring the details, until later, she took to herself only the gist of her host's recital. Yes, yes, she saw perfectly the generations of Vermont farmers who had hated trees because they meant the wilderness, and whose destruction of forests was only limited by the puniness of the forces they matched against the great wooded slopes of the mountains they preempted. And she saw later the long years of utter neglect of those hacked at and half destroyed forests, while Page's grandfather and father descended on the city and on financial operations with the fierce, fresh energy of a frontiersman. She was struck by the fact that those ruthless victors of Wall Street had not sold the hundreds of worthless acres which they never took the trouble to visit, and by the still more significant fact that as the older ones of the family died, the Austins, the Pages, the Wolsons, the Hawkers, and as a legacy after legacy of more worthless mountain acres came by inheritance to the financiers, whose tracts, too, were never sold. They never thought of them, Page told her, except grumblingly to pay the taxes on them. They considered them of ridiculously minute proportions compared to their own titanic manipulations, but they had never sold them. Sylvia saw them vividly, those self-made exiles from the mountains, and felt in them some unacknowledged loyalty to the soil, the barren soil which had borne them,
some inarticulate affection which had lived through the heat and rage of their embattled lives. The taproot had been too deep for them to break off, and now from it there was springing up this unexpected stem, this sole survivor of their race, who turned away from what had been the flaming breath of life in their brazen nostrils, back to the green fragrance of their mutilated and forgotten forests. Not the least of the charm of this conception for Sylvia came from the fact that she quarried it out for herself from the bare narration presented to her, that she read it not at all in the words, but in the voice, the face, the manner of the raconteur. She was amused, she was touched, she was impressed by his studiously matter-of-fact version of his enterprise. He put forward with the shy, prudish shamefacedness of the New Englander the sound financial basis of his undertaking, as its main claim on his interest, as its main value. "I heard so much about forestry being nothing but a rich man's plaything," he said. "I just got my back up, and wanted to see if it couldn't be made a paying thing. And I've proved it can be. I've had the closest account kept of income and outgo, and so far from being a drain on a man to reforest his woodland and administer it as he should, there's an actual profit in it, enough to make a business of it, enough to occupy a man for his lifetime and his son after him, if he gives it his personal care." At this plain statement of a comprehensible fact, Arnold's inattention gave place to a momentary interest. "Is there?" he asked with surprise. "How much?" "Well," said Page, "my system, as I've gradually worked it out, is to clear off a certain amount each year of our mediocre woodland, such as for the most part grows up where the bad cutting was done a couple of generations ago. Maple and oak and beech it is, mostly, with little stands of white birch where fires have been. I worked it up in my own sawmill so as to sell as little of a raw product as possible, and dispose of it to the wood working factories in the region." Sylvia remembered the great brushback factory whence Molly had recruited her fire fighters. "Then I replant that area to white pine. That's the best tree for this valley. I put about 1,000 trees to the acre. Or if there seems to be a good prospect of natural reproduction, I try for that. There's a region over there, about 100 acres," he waved his hand to the north of them, "that's thick with seedling ash. I'm leaving that alone. But for the most part, white pine's our best lay. Pine thrives on soil that stunts oak and twists beech. Our oak isn't good quality, and maple is such an interminably slow grower. In about 20 years from planting, you can make your first boxboard cutting of pine, and every 10 years thereafter—" Arnold had received this avalanche of figures and species with an astonished blink, and now protested energetically that he had had not the slightest intention of precipitating any such flood. "Great Scott, Page! Catch your breath! If you're talking to me, you'll have to use English anyhow. I've no more idea what you're talking about. Who do you take me for? I don't know an ash tree from an ash cart. You started in to tell me what the profit of the thing is." Page looked pained but patient, like a reasonable man who knows his hobby is running away with him, but who cannot bring himself to use the curb. "Oh yes," he said apologetically. "Why, we cleared last year, exclusive of the farm, which yields a fair profit. We cleared about $2,000. Arnold seemed to regard this statement as quite the most ridiculous mouse which ever issued from a mountain. He burst into an open laugh. "Almost enough to buy you a new car a year, isn't it?" he commented. Page looked extremely nettled. An annoyed flush showed through the tan of his clear skin. He was evidently very touchy about his pet lumbering operations. "A great many American families consider that a sufficient income," he said stiffly. Sylvia had another inspiration, such as had been the genesis of her present walking costume. "You're too silly, Arnold. The important thing isn't what the proportion with Mr. Page's own income is. What he was trying to do, and what he has done, only you don't know enough to see it, is to prove that sane forestry is possible for forest owners of small means. I know, if you don't, that 2,000 is plenty to live on. My father's salary is only 2,400 now, and we were all brought up when it was 2,000." She had had an intuitive certainty that this frank revelation would please Page, and she was rewarded by an openly ardent flash from his clear eyes. There was in his look at her an element of enchanted, relieved recognition, as though he had nodded and said, "Oh, you are my kind of woman after all. I was right about you." Arnold showed by a lifted eyebrow that he was conscious of being put down, but he survived the process with his usual negligent obliviousness of reproof. "Well, if 2,000 a year produced Judith, go ahead, Page, and my blessing on you." He added in a half apology for his offensive laughter, "It just tickled me to hear a man who owns most of several counties of coal mines so set up over finding a nickel on the street." Page had regained his geniality. "Well, Smith, maybe I needn't have jumped so when you stepped on my toe. But it's my pet toe, you see. You're quite right. I'm everlastingly set up over my nickel. But it's not because I found it. It's because I earned it. It happens to be the only nickel I ever earned. It's natural I should want it treated with respect." Arnold did not trouble to make any sense out of this remark, and Sylvia was thinking bitterly to herself, "But that's pure bluff. I'm not his kind of woman. I'm Felix Morrison's kind." No comment, therefore, was made on the quaintness of the rich man's interest in earning capacity. They were now in one of the recent pine plantations, treading a wood road open to the sky, running between acres and acres of thrifty young pines. Page's eyes glistened with affection as he looked at them, and with the unwearied zest of the enthusiast he continued expanding on his theme. Sylvia knew the main outline of her new subject now, felt that she had walked all around it, and was agreeably surprised at her sympathy with it. She continued with a genuine curiosity to extract more details, and like any man who talks of a process which he knows thoroughly, Page was wholly at the mercy of a sympathetic listener. His tongue tripped itself in his readiness to answer, to expound, to tell his experiences, to pour out a confidently accurate and precise flood of information. Sylvia began to take a playful interest in trying to find a weak place in his armor, to ask a question he could not answer. But he knew all the answers. He knew the relative weight per cubic foot of oak and pine and maple. He knew the railroad rates per ton on carload lots. He knew why it is cheaper in the long run to set transplants in sod land instead of seeding it. He knew what per cent to write off for damage done by the pine weevil. He reveled in complicated statistics as to the actual cost per thousand for chopping, skidding, drawing, sawing logs. He laughed at Sylvia's attempts to best him, and in return beat about her ears with statistics for timber cruising, explained the variations of the Vermont and the Scribner's decimal log rule, and recited log scaling tables as fluently as the multiplication table. They were in the midst of this lively give and take, listened to with a mild amusement on Arnold's part, when they emerged on a lookout ledge of gray slate and were struck into silence by the grave loveliness of the immense prospect below them. "And of course," murmured Page finally, on another note, "of course it's rather a satisfaction to feel that you are making waste land of use to the world, and helping to protect the living waters of all that." He waved his hand over the noble expanse of sunlit valley.
It seems," he drew a long breath, "it seems something quite worth doing." Sylvia was moved to a disinterested admiration for him. And it was a not unworthy motive which kept her from looking up to meet his eyes on her. She felt a petulant distaste for the calculating speculations which filled the minds of all her world about his intentions towards her. He was really too fine for that. At least she owed it to her own dignity not to abuse this moment of fine, impersonal emotion to advance another step into intimacy with him. But as she stood, looking fixedly down at the valley, she was quite aware that a sympathetic silence and a thoughtful pose might make, on the whole, an impression quite as favorable as the most successfully managed meeting of eyes. Chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. Arnold continues to dodge the Renaissance. A gaunt, roaming figure of ennui and restlessness, Arnold appeared at the door of the pergola, and with a petulant movement tore a brilliant autumn leaf to pieces as he lingered for a moment, listening moodily to the talk within. He refused with a grimace the chair to which Sylvia motioned him. "Lord, no! Hear 'em go it!" he said quite audibly, and turned away to lounge back towards the house. Sylvia had had time to notice, somewhat absently, that he looked ill, as though he had a headache. Mrs. Marshall Smith glanced after him with misgiving, and, under cover of a brilliantly resounding passage at arms between Morrison and Page, murmured anxiously to Sylvia, "I wish Judith would give up her nonsense and marry Arnold." "Oh, they've only been engaged a couple of months," said Sylvia. "What's the hurry? She'll get her diploma in January. It'd be a pity to have her miss." Arnold's stepmother broke in rather impatiently, "If I were a girl engaged to Arnold, I'd marry him." "The trouble with all you connoisseurs, Morrison, is that you're barking up the wrong tree. You take for granted, from your own tastes, when people begin to buy jade Buddhas and Zuloaga bullfighters, that they're wanting to surround themselves with beauty. Not much. It's the consciousness of money they want to surround themselves with." Morrison conceded part of this. "Oh, I grant you there's a disheartening deal of imitation in this matter. But America's new to aesthetics. Don't despise beginnings because they're small." "A nettle leaf is small. But that's not the reason why it won't ever grow into an oak. Look here, a sheaf of winter grasses, rightly arranged in clear glass, has as much of the essence of beauty as a bronze vase of the Ming dynasty. I ask you just one question. How many people do you know who are capable of—" The art critic broke in. "Oh, come, you're setting up an impossibly high standard of aesthetic feeling." "I'm not presuming to do any such thing as setting up a standard. I'm just insisting that people who can't extract joy from the shadow pattern of a leafy branch on a gray wall are liars if they claim to enjoy a fine Japanese print. What they enjoy in the print is the sense that they've paid a lot for it. In my opinion, there's no use trying to advance a step towards any sound aesthetic feeling till some step is taken away from the idea of cost as the criterion of value about anything." He drew a long breath and went on, rather more rapidly than was his usual habit of speech. "I've a real conviction on that point. It's come to me of late years that one reason we haven't any national art is because we have too much magnificence. All our capacity for admiration is used up on the splendor of palace-like railway stations and hotels. Our national tympanum is so deafened by that blare of sumptuousness that we have no ears for the still, small voice of beauty. And perhaps," He paused, looking down absently at a crumb he had rolled between his thumb and finger on the table. "It's possible that the time is ripening for a wider appreciation of another kind of beauty, that has little to do even with such miracles as the shadow of a branch on a wall." Morrison showed no interest in this vaguely phrased hypothesis, and returned to an earlier contention. "You underestimate," he said, "the amount of education and taste and time it takes to arrange that simple looking vase of grasses, to appreciate your leaf shadows." "All I'm saying is that your campaign of aesthetic education hasn't made the matter vital enough to people, to any people, not even to people who call themselves vastly aesthetic, so that they give time and effort and self-schooling to the acquisition of beauty. They not only want their money to do their dirty work for them, they try to make it do their fine living for them too, with a minimum of effort on their part. They want to buy beauty outright, with cash, and have it stay put, where they can get their fingers on it at any time, without bothering about it in the meantime. That's the way a Turk likes his women. Same impulse exactly." "I've known a few Caucasians too," Mrs. Marshall Smith contributed a barbed point of malice to the talk. Page laughed, appreciating her hit. "Oh, I mean Turk is a generic term." Sylvia, circling warily about the contestants, looking for a chance to make her presence felt, without impairing the masculine gusto with which they were monopolizing the center of the stage, tossed in a suggestion. "Was it Hawthorne's? It's a queer fancy, like Hawthorne's. The idea of the miser, don't you remember, whose joy was to roll naked in his gold pieces?" Page snatched up with a delighted laugh the metaphor she had laid in his hand. "Capital! Precisely! There's the thing in a nutshell. We 20th century Midases have got beyond the simple taste of that founder of the family for the shining yellow qualities of money. But we love to wallow in it none the less. We like to put our feet on it, in the shape of rugs valued according to their cost. We like to eat it in insipid, out of season fruit and vegetables." "Doesn't it occur to you," broke in Morrison, "that you may be attacking something that's a mere phase, an incident of transition?" "Is anything ever anything else?" Page broke in to say. Morrison continued, with a slight frown at the interruption. "America is simply emerging from the frontier condition of bareness, and it is only natural that one, or perhaps two, generations must be sacrificed in order to attain a smooth mastery of an existence charged and enriched with possession." He gave the effect of quoting a paragraph from one of his lectures. "Isn't the end of that transition," inquired Page, "usually simply that after one or two generations people grow dull to everything but possession, and fancy themselves worthily occupied when they spend their lives regulating and caring for their possessions? I hate," he cried with sudden intensity, "I hate the very sound of the word." "Does you great credit, I'm sure," said Morrison, with a faint irony, a hidden acrimony pricking for an instant an ugly ear through his genial manner. Ever since the day of the fire, since Page had become a more and more frequent visitor in Lydford, and had seen more and more of Sylvia, she had derived a certain amount of decidedly bad tasting amusement from the fact of Morrison's animosity to the other man. But this was going too far. She said instantly, "Do you know, I've just thought what it is you all remind me of? I mean Lydford, and the beautiful clothes, and nobody bothering about anything but tea and ideas and knowing the right people. I knew it made me think of something else, and now I know. It's a Henry James novel." Page took up her lead instantly, and said gravely, putting himself beside her as another outsider, "Well, of course, that's their ideal. That's what they try to be like, at least to talk like James people. But it's not always easy, the vocabulary is so limited."
"Limited!" cried Mrs. Marshall Smith. "There are more words in a Henry James novel than in any dictionary." "Oh yes, words enough," admitted Page, "but all about the same sort of thing. It reminds me of the seminarists in Rome who have to use Latin for everything. They can manage predestination and vicarious atonement like a shot, but when it comes to ordering somebody to call them for the 6:20 train to Naples, they're lost. Now you can talk about your bric-a-brac in Henry Jamesese, you can take away your neighbor's reputation by subtle suggestion, you can appreciate a fine deed of self-abnegation, if it's not too definite. I suppose a man could even make an attenuated sort of love in the lingo, but I'll be hanged if I see how anybody could order a loaf of bread." "One might do without bread, possibly," suggested Morrison, pressing the tips of his beautiful fingers together. "By Jove!" cried Page, in hearty assent. "I've a notion that lots of times they do." This was getting nowhere. Mrs. Marshall Smith put her hand to the helm and addressed herself to Morrison with a plain reminder of the reason for the grotesqueness of his irritability. "Where's Molly keeping herself nowadays?" she inquired. "She hasn't come over with you to tea for ever so long. The pergola isn't itself without her sunny head." "Molly is a grain of sand in a hurricane nowadays," said Morrison seriously. "It seems that the exigencies of divine convention decree that a girl who is soon to be married belongs neither to herself, to her family, to her fiancé, oh, least of all to her fiancé, but heart and soul and body to a devouring horde of dressmakers and tailors and milliners and hairdressers and corsetiers and petticoat specialists and jewelers and hosiery experts and—" They were all laughing at the interminable defile of words proceeding with a Spanish gravity, and Mrs. Marshall Smith broke in: "I don't hear anything about house furnishers." "No," said Morrison, "the house furnisher's name is F. Morrison, and he has no show until after the wedding." "What are your plans?" asked Mrs. Marshall Smith. "Nothing very definite except the great date. That's fixed for the 21st." "Oh, so soon! Less than 3 weeks from now!" Morrison affected to feel a note of disapproval in her voice, and said with his faint smile, "You can hardly blame me for not wishing to delay." "Oh, no blame!" She denied his inference. "After all, it's over a month since the engagement was announced, and who knows how much longer before that you and Molly knew about it. No, I'm not one who believes in long engagements. The shorter the better." Sylvia saw an opportunity to emerge with an appearance of ease from a silence that might seem ungracious. It was an enforced manoeuver with which the past weeks had made her wearily familiar. "Aunt Victoria's hitting at Arnold and Judith over your head," she said to Morrison. "It's delicious, the way Tantine shows herself, for all her veneer of modernity, entirely 19th century in her impatience of Judith's work. Now that there's a chance to escape from it into the blessed haven of idle matrimony, she can't see why Judith doesn't give up her lifetime dream and marry Arnold tomorrow." Somewhat to her surprise, her attempt at playfulness had no notable success. The intent of her remarks received from her aunt and Morrison the merest formal recognition of a hasty dim smile, and with one accord they looked at once in another direction. "And after the wedding, Mrs. Marshall Smith? Or is that a secret?" "Oh no, when one belongs to Molly's exalted class or is about to be elevated into it, nothing is secret. I'm quite sure that the society editor of the Herald knows far better than I the names of the hotels in Jamaica we're to frequent." "Oh, Jamaica! How original!" Mrs. Marshall Smith cast about her rather desperately for a commendatory adjective. "Yes, quite so, isn't it?" agreed Morrison. "It's Molly's idea. She is original, you know. It's one of her greatest charms. She didn't want to go to Europe because there is so much to see there, to do. She said she wanted a honeymoon and not a personally conducted trip." They all laughed again, and Sylvia said, "How like Molly! How clever! Nobody does her thinking for her." "The roads in Jamaica are excellent for motoring too, I hear," added Morrison. "That's another reason, of course." Page gave a great laugh. "Well, as Molly's cousin, let me warn you, Molly driving a car in Jamaica will be like Pavlova doing a bacchante on the point of a needle. You'll have to keep a close watch on her to see that she doesn't absent mindedly dash across the island and jump off the bank right on into the ocean." "Where does F. Morrison, house furnishing expert, come in?" asked Mrs. Marshall Smith. "After the wedding, after Jamaica," said Morrison. "We're to come back to New York and for a few months impose on the good nature of Molly's grandfather's household, while we struggle with workmen at all. The Montgomery house on Fifth Avenue, that's shut up for so many years, ever since the death of Molly's parents, is the one we've settled on. It's very large, you know. It has possibilities. I have a plan for remodeling it and enlarging it with a large inner court, glass roofed, something slightly Saracenic about the arches, and what is now a suite of old fashioned parlors on the north side is to be made into a long gallery. There'll be an excellent light for paintings. I've secured from Devine a promise for some tapestries I've admired for a long time. Beauvais, not very old, Louis XVII, but excellent in color. Those for the staircase?" He spoke with no more animation than was his custom, with no more relish than was seemly. His carefully chosen words succeeded each other in their usual exquisite precision. No complacency showed above the surface. His attitude was, as always, composed of precisely the right proportion of dignity and ease. But as he talked, some untarnished instinct in Sylvia shrank away in momentary distaste, the first she had ever felt for him. Mrs. Marshall Smith evidently did not at all share this feeling. "Oh, what a house that will be!" she cried, lost in a forecasting admiration. "You with a free hand! A second house of Jacques Coeur!" Sylvia stood up rather abruptly. "I think I'll go for a walk beside the river," she said, reaching for her parasol. "May I tag along?" said Page, strolling off beside her with the ease of familiarity. Sylvia turned to wave a careless farewell to the two thus left somewhat unceremoniously in the pergola. She was in brown corduroy with suede leather sailor collar and broad belt, a costume which brought out vividly the pure, clear coloring of her face. "Good bye," she called to them with a pointedly casual accent, nodding her gleaming head. "She's a very pretty girl, isn't she?" commented Mrs. Marshall Smith. Morrison, looking after the retreating figures, agreed with her briefly. "Yes, very. Extraordinarily perfect specimen of her type." His tone was dry. Mrs. Marshall Smith looked with annoyance across the stretch of lawn to the house. "I think I would better go see where Arnold is," she said. Her tone seemed to signify more to the man than her colorless words. He frowned and said, "Oh, is Arnold?" She gave a fatigued gesture. "No, not yet. But for the last 2 or 3 days." He began impatiently, "Why can't you get him off this time before he " "An excellent idea," she broke in, with some impatience of her own, "but slightly difficult of execution." CHAPTER XXXI of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. Recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER XXXI SYLVIA MEETS WITH PITY. Under the scarlet glory of frost touched maples, beside the river strolled Sylvia,
conscious of looking very well and being admired, but contrary to the age-old belief about her sex and age, the sensation of looking very well and being admired by no means filled the entire field of her consciousness. In fact, the corner occupied by the sensation was so small that occasional efforts on her part to escape to it from the less agreeable contents of her mind were lamentable failures. Aloud, in terms as felicitous as she could make them, she was commenting on the beauty of the glass-smooth river, with its sumptuously colored autumn trees casting down into it the imperial gold and crimson of their reflections. Silently she was struggling to master and dominate and suppress a confusion of contradictory mental processes. At almost regular intervals, like a hollow stroke on a brazen gong, her brain resounded to the reverberations of "The wedding is on the 21st." And each time that she thrust that away, there sprang up with a faint hissing note of doubt and suspicion, "Why does Aunt Victoria want Arnold married?" A murmur, always drowned out but incessantly recurring, ran, "What about Father and Mother? What about their absurd, impossible, cruel, unreal, and beautiful standards?" Contemptible little echoes from the silly self-consciousness of the adolescence so recently left behind her. "I must think of something clever to say. I must try to seem different and original and independent and yet must attract," mingled with an occasional fine sincerity of appreciation and respect for the humanity of the man beside her. Like a perfume borne in gusts came reaction to the glorious color about her, quickly recurring and quickly gone, a sharp cymbal clap of alarm. "What shall I do if Austin Page now, today, or tomorrow tells me?" And grotesquely, the companion cymbal on which this smote gave forth an antiphonal alarm of "What shall I do if he does not?" While, unheard of her conscious ear, but coloring everything with its fundamental note of sincerity, rose solemnly from the depths of her heart the old cry of desperate youth, "What am I to do with my life?" No, the eminently successful brown corduroy, present though it was to the mind of the handsome girl wearing it, was hardly the sure and sufficient rock of refuge which tradition would have had it. With an effort, she turned her attention from this confused tumult in her ears and put out her hand, rather at random, for an introduction to talk. "You spoke, back there in the pergola, of another kind of beauty. I didn't know what you meant." He answered at once, with his usual direct simplicity, which continued to have for Sylvia at this period something suspiciously like the calmness of a reigning sovereign who is above being embarrassed, who may speak, without shamefacedness, of anything, even of moral values, that subject taboo in sophisticated conversation. "Ah, just a notion of mine that perhaps all this modern ferment is of what's known as social, conscious, or civic responsibility, isn't a result of the sense of duty, but of the old, old craving for beauty." Sylvia looked at him, astonished. "Beauty?" "Why, yes, beauty isn't only a matter of line and color, is it? There's the desire for harmony, for true proportions, for grace and suavity, for nobility of movement. Perhaps the lack of those qualities is felt in human lives as much as on canvases. At least perhaps it may be felt in the future." "It's an interesting idea," murmured Sylvia, "but I don't quite see what it means concretely, as applied to our actual America." He meditated, looking, as was his habit when walking, up at the trees above them. "Well, let's see. I think I mean that perhaps our race, not especially inspired in its instinct for color and external form, may possibly be fumbling toward an art of living. Why wouldn't it be an art to keep your life in drawing as well as a mural decoration?" He broke off to say, laughing, "I bet you the technique would be quite as difficult to acquire," and went on again, thoughtfully, "In this modern maze of terrible closeness of interrelation, to achieve a life that's happy and useful and causes no undeserved suffering to the untold numbers of other lives which touch it, isn't there an undertaking which needs the passion of harmony and proportion? Isn't there a beauty as a possible ideal of aspiration for a race that probably never could achieve a Florentine or Japanese beauty of line? He cast this out casually, as an idea which had by chance been brought up to the top by the current of the talk, and showed no indication to pursue it further when Sylvia only nodded her head. It was one of the moments when she heard nothing but the brazen clangor of "The wedding is on the 21st," and until the savage constriction around her heart had relaxed, she had not breath to speak. But that passed again, and the two sauntered onward, in the peaceable silence which was one of the great new pleasures which Page was able to give her. It now seemed like a part of the mellow ripeness of the day. They had come to a bend in the slowly flowing river, where, instead of torch bright maples and poplars, rank upon rank of somber pines marched away to the summit of a steeply ascending foothill. The river was clouded dark with their melancholy reflections. On their edge, overhanging the water, stood a single sumac, a standard bearer with 1,000 little down drooping flags of crimson. "Oh," said Sylvia, smitten with admiration. She sat down on a rock partly because she wanted to admire at her leisure, partly because she was the kind of girl who looks well sitting on a rock. And as she was aware of this latter motive, she felt a qualm of self scorn. What a cheap vein of commonness was revealed in every one, by the temptation of a great fortune! Morrison had succumbed entirely. She was nowadays continually detecting in herself motives which made her sick. Page stretched his great length on the dry leaves at her feet. Any other man would have rolled a cigarette. It was one of his oddities that he never smoked. Sylvia looked down at his thoughtful, clean face and reflected, wonderingly, that he seemed the only person not warped by money. Was it because he had it, or was it because he was a very unusual person? He was looking partly at the river, at the pines, at the flaming tree, and partly at the human embodiment of the richness and color of autumn before him. After a time Sylvia said, "There's Cassandra. She's the only one who knows of the impending doom. She's trying to warn the pines." It had taken her some moments to think of this. Page accepted it with no sign that he considered it anything remarkable, with the habit of a man for whom people produce their best. "She's using some very fine language for her warning, but like some other fine language, it's a trifle misapplied. She forgets that no doom hangs over the pines. She's the fated one. They're safe enough." Sylvia clasped her hands about her knees and looked across the dark water at the somber trees. "And yet they don't seem to be very cheerful about it." It was her opinion that they were talking very cleverly. "Perhaps," suggested Page, rolling over to face the river, "perhaps she's not prophesying doom at all, but blowing a trumpet peal of exultation over her own good fortune. The pines may be black with envy of her." Sylvia enjoyed this rather macabre fancy with all the zest of healthful youth, secure in the conviction of its own immortality. "Yes, yes, life's ever so much harder than death." Page dissented with a grave irony from the romantic exaggeration of this generalization. "I don't suppose the statistics as to the relative difficulty of life and death are really very reliable." Sylvia perceived that she was being, ever so delicately, laughed at, and tried to turn her remark so that she could carry it off. "Oh, I don't mean for those who die, but those who are left knowing something about it, I imagine. My mother always said that the encounter with death is the great turning point in the lives of those who live on. She said you might miss everything else irrevocable and vital, falling in love, having children, accomplishing anything, but that sooner or later you have to reckon with losing somebody dear to you." She spoke with an academic interest in the question. I should think," meditated Page, taking the matter into serious consideration, "that the vitalness of even that experience would depend somewhat on the character undergoing it. I've known some temperaments of approved frivolity which seem to have passed through it without any great modifications. But then I know nothing about it personally. I lost my father before I could remember him, and since then I haven't happened to have any close encounter with such loss. My mother, you know, is very much alive." "Well, I haven't any personal experience with death in my immediate circle either," said Sylvia, "but I wasn't brought up with the usual cult of the awfulness of it. Father was always anxious that we children should feel it something as natural as breathing. You are dipped up from the great river of consciousness, and death only pours you back. If you've been worth living, there are more elements of fineness in humanity." Page nodded. "Yes, that's what they all say nowadays. Personal immortality is as out of fashion as big sleeves." "Do you believe it?" asked Sylvia, seeing the talk take an intimate turn. "Or are you like me, and don't know at all what you do believe?" If she had under this pseudo philosophical question a veiled purpose analogous to that of the less subtle charmer whose avowed expedient is to get "a man to talk about himself," the manoeuvre was eminently successful. "I've never had the least chance to think about it," he said, sitting up, "because I've always been so damnably beset by the facts of living. I know I am not the first of my race to feel convinced that his own problems are the most complicated, but " "Yours!" cried Sylvia, genuinely astonished. "And one of the hardships of my position," he told her at once, with a playful bitterness, "is that everybody refuses to believe in the seriousness of it. Because my father, after making a great many bad guesses as to the possible value of mining stock in Nevada, happened to make a series of good guesses about the value of mining stock in Colorado. It is assumed that all questions are settled for me, that I can joyously cultivate my garden, securely entrenched in the certainty that this is the best possible of all possible worlds." "Oh yes, labor unions, socialism, I.W.W.," Sylvia murmured vaguely, unable, in spite of her intelligence, to refrain from marking, by a subsidence of interest, her instinctive feelings that those distant questions could not in the nature of things be compared to present personal complications. "No, no," he protested. "That's no go. I've tried for 5 years now to shove it out of sight on some one of those shelves. I've learned all the arguments on both sides. I can discuss on both sides of those names as glibly as any other modern quibbler. I can prove the rights of all those labels or I can prove the wrongs of them, according to the way my dinner is digesting. What stays right there, what I never can digest, if you'll pardon an inelegant simile that's just occurred to me, a lump I never can either swallow entirely down or get up out of my throat, is the fact that there are men, hundreds of men, thousands of men, working with picks underground all day, every day, all their lives, and that part of their labor goes to provide me with the wherewithal to cultivate my taste, to pose as a patron of the arts, to endow promising pianists, to go through all the motions suitable to that position to which it has pleased Providence to call me. It sticks in my crop that my only connection with the entire business was to give myself the trouble to be born my father's son." "But you do work!" protested Sylvia. "You work on your farm here. You run all sorts of lumbering operations in this region. The first time I saw you, you certainly looked less like the traditional idea of a predatory coal operator." She laughed at this recollection. "Oh yes, I work. When my undigested lump gets too painful, I try to work it off. But what I do bears the same relation to real, sure enough work that playing tennis does to laying brick. But such as it is, it's real satisfaction I get out of my minute Vermont holdings. They come down to me from my farmer great grandfather, who held the land by working it himself. There's no sore spot there. But speak of Colorado or coal. and you see me jump with the same shooting twinge you feel when the dentist's probe reaches a nerve. An intelligent conscience is a luxury a man in my position can't afford to have." He began with great accuracy to toss small stones at a log showing above the surface of the water. Sylvia, reverting to a chance remark, now said, "I never happened to hear you speak of your mother before. Does she ever come to Lydford?" He shook his head. "No, she vibrates between the Madison Avenue house and the Newport one. She's very happy in those two places. She's Mr. Sommerville's sister, you know. She's one of Morrison's devotees, too. She collects under his guidance." "Collects?" asked Sylvia, a little vaguely. "Oh, it doesn't matter much what. The instinct, the resultant satisfaction are the same. As a child, it's stamps or buttons or corks. Later on as a matter of fact, it's lace that my mother collects. She specializes in Venetian lace. The older the better, of course. The connection with coal mines is obvious. But after all, her own fortune, coming mostly from the Sommerville side, is derived from oil. The difference is great." "Do you live with her?" asked Sylvia. "My washing is said to be done in New York," he said seriously. "I believe that settles the question of residence for a man." "Oh, how quaint!" said Sylvia, laughing. Then with her trained instinct for contriving a creditable exit before being driven to an enforced one by flagging of masculine interest, she rose and looked at her watch. "Oh, don't go!" he implored her. "It's so beautiful here. We never were so who knows when we'll ever again be in so " Sylvia divined with one of her cymbal claps that he had meant, perhaps, that very afternoon too. She felt a dissonant clashing of triumph and misgiving. She thought she'd decided, quite coolly, quite dryly, that pursuit always lent luster to the object pursued. But in reality she did not at all recognize the instinct which bade her say, turning her watch around on her wrist, "It's quite late. I don't think I'd better stay any longer. Aunt Victoria likes dinner promptly." She turned to go. He took his small defeat with his usual imperturbable good nature, in which Sylvia not infrequently thought she detected a flavor of the unconscious self assurance of the very rich and much courted man. He scrambled to his feet now promptly and fell in step with her quick treading advance. "You're right, of course. There's no need to be grasping. There's tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that. And if it rains, we can wear rubbers and carry umbrellas." "Oh, I don't carry an umbrella for a walk in the rain," she told him. "It's one of our queer Marshall ways. We only own one umbrella for the whole family at home, and that's to lend. I wear a rubber coat and put on a sou'wester and let it rain." "You would!" he said in an unconscious imitation of Arnold's accent. She laughed up at him. "Shall I confess why I do? Because my hair is naturally curly." "Confession has to be prompter than that to save souls," he answered. "I knew it was, 5 weeks ago, when you splashed the water up on it so recklessly there by the brook." She was astonished by this revelation of depths behind that well remembered clear gaze of admiration, and dismayed by such unnatural accuracy of observation. "How cynical of you to make such a mental comment!" He apologized. "It was automatic, unconscious. I've had a good deal of opportunity to observe young ladies." And then, as though aware that the ice was thin over an unpleasant subject, he shifted the talk. "Upon my word, I wonder how Molly and Morrison will manage." "Oh, Molly's wonderful. She'd manage anything," said Sylvia with conviction. "Morrison is rather wonderful himself," advanced Page, "and that's a magnanimous concession for me to make when I'm now so deep in his bad books. Do you know, by the way," he asked, looking with quick interrogation at the girl, "why I'm so out of favor with him?" Sylvia's eyes opened wide. She gazed at him, startled, fascinated. Could "it" be coming so suddenly, in this casual, abrupt manner? "No, I don't know," she managed to say, and braced herself. I don't blame him in the least. It was very vexing. I went back on him, so to speak, dissolved an aesthetic partnership in which he furnished the brains and my coal mines the sinews of art. I was one of his devotees, you know. For some years after I got out of college, I collected under his guidance, as my mother does, as so many people do. I even specialized. I don't like to boast, but I dare affirm that no man knows more than I about 16th century Majolica. It is a branch of human knowledge which you must admit is singularly appropriate for a dweller in the 20th century, and of great value to the world. My collection was one of Morrison's triumphs." Sylvia felt foolish and discomfited. With an effort she showed a proper interest in his remarks. "Was?" she asked. "What happened to it?" "I went back on it. In one of the first of those fits of moral indigestion. One day I'd been reading a report in one of the newspapers on the status of the coal miner, and the connection between my bright colored pots and platters and my father's lucky guess became a little too dramatic for my taste. I gave the collection to the Metropolitan, and I've never bought a piece since. Morrison was immensely put out. He'd been to great trouble to find some fine Fontana specimens for me. And then not to have me look at them. He was right, too. It was a silly, pettish thing to do. I didn't know any better then. I don't know any better now." It began to dawn on Sylvia that, under his air of whimsical self mockery, he was talking to her seriously. She tried to adjust herself to this, to be sympathetic, earnest, though she was still smarting with the sense of having appeared to herself as undignified and ridiculous. "And besides that," he went on, looking away, down the dusty highroad they were then crossing on their way back to the house, "besides that, I went back on a great scheme of Morrison's for a National Academy of Aesthetic Instruction, which I was to finance and he was to organize. He had gone into all the details. He had shown wonderful capacity. It's really very magnanimous of him not to bear me more of a grudge. He thought that giving it up was one of my half-baked ideas. And it was. As far as anything I've accomplished since, I might as well have been furthering the appreciation of Etruscan vases in the Middle West. But then, I don't think he'll miss it now. If he still has a fancy for it, he can do it with Molly's money. She has plenty. But I don't believe he will. It has occurred to me, lately, it's an idea that's been growing on me about everybody, that Morrison, like most of us, has been miscast. He doesn't really care a continental about the aesthetic salvation of the country. It's only the contagion of the American craze for connecting everything with social betterment, tagging everything with that label, that ever made him think he did. He's far too thoroughgoing an aesthete himself. What he was brought into the world for was to appreciate, as nobody else can, all sorts of esoterically fine things. Now that he'll be able to gratify that taste, he'll find his occupation in it. Why shouldn't he? It'd be a hideously leveled world if everybody was trying to be a reformer. Besides, who'd be left to reform? I love to contemplate a genuine, whole-souled appreciator like Morrison, without any qualms about the way society is put together. And I envy him. I envy him as blackly as your pines envied the sumac. He got out of the wrong role into the right one. I wish to the Lord I could." They were close to the house now, in the avenue of poplars, yellow as gold above them in the quick falling autumn twilight. Sylvia spoke with a quick spirited sincerity, her momentary pique forgotten, her feeling rushing out generously to meet the man's simple openness. "Oh, that's the problem for all of us, to know what rôle to play. If you think it hard for you, who have only to choose, how about the rest of us who must?" She broke off. "What's that? What's that?" She had almost stumbled over a man's body, lying prone, half in the driveway, half on the close-clipped grass on the side. A well-dressed man, tall, thin, his limbs sprawled about broken jointedly. He lay on his back, his face glimmering white in the clear, dim dusk. Sylvia recognized him with a cry. "Oh, it's Arnold! He's been struck by a car! He's dead!" She sprang forward and stopped short, at gaze, frozen. The man sat up, propping himself on his hands, and looked at her, a wavering smile on his lips. He began to speak, a thick, unmodulated voice, as though his throat were stiff. "Coming to meet you," he articulated very rapidly and quite unintelligibly, "and countered hill in driveway, no hill, in driveway, and climb, and climb." He lost himself in repetition and brought up short, to begin again, "labor successum, had to rest." Sylvia turned a paper white face on her companion. "What's the matter with him?" she tried to say, but Page only saw her lips move. He made no answer. That she would know in an instant what was the matter flickered from her eyes, from her trembling white lips. That she did know, even as she spoke, was apparent from the scorn and indignation which like sheet lightning leaped out upon him. "Arnold! For shame! Arnold! Think of Judith!" At the name he frowned vaguely as though it suggested something extremely distressing to him, though he evidently did not recognize it. "Judish? Judish?" he repeated, drawing his brows together and making a grimace of great pain. "What's Judish?" And then quite suddenly the pain and distress were wiped from his face by sodden vacuity. He had hitched himself to one of the poplars and now leaned against this, his head bent on his shoulder at the sickening angle of a man hanged, his eyes glassy, his mouth open, a trickle of saliva flowing from one corner. He breathed hard and loudly. There was nothing there but a lump of uncomely flesh. Sylvia shrank back from the sight with such disgust that she felt her flesh creep. She turned a hard, angry face on Page. "Oh, the beast! The beast!" she cried under her breath. She felt defiled. She hated Arnold. She hated life. Page said quietly, "You'll excuse my not going with you to the house? I'll have my car and chauffeur here in a moment." He stepped away quickly and Sylvia turned to flee into the house. But something halted her flying feet. She hesitated, stopped, and pressed her hands together hard. He could not be left alone there in the driveway. A car might run over him in the dusk. She turned back. She stood there, alone with the horror under the tree. She turned her back on it, but she could see nothing but the abject, strengthless body, the dreadful ignominy of the face. They filled the world. And then quickly, everything came quickly to Sylvia. There stood before her the little boy who had come to see them in La Chance so long ago, the little honest eyed boy who had so loved her mother and Judith, who had loved Pauline the maid and suffered with her pain. And then the bigger boy who, out of his weakness, had begged for a share of her mother's strength and been refused. And then the man, still honest eyed, who, aimless, wavering, had cried out to her in misery upon the emptiness of his life, and who later had wept those pure tears of joy that he had found love. She had a moment of insight, of vision, of terrible understanding. She did not know what was taking place within her, something racking, spasmodic throes of sudden growth, the emergence for the first time in all her life of the capacity for pity. When, only a moment or two later, Page's car came swiftly down the driveway, and he sprang out, he found Sylvia sitting by the drunkard, the quiet tears streaming down her face. She had wiped his mouth with her handkerchief. She held his limp hand in hers. His foolish, staring face was hidden on her shoulder. The two men lifted him bodily, an ignoble, sagging weight, into the car. She stood beside him, and without a word stooped and gently disposed his slackly hanging arms beside him. Dark had quite fallen by this time. They were all silent, shadowy forms. She felt that Page was at her side. He leaned to her. Her hand was taken and kissed. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. Recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. Much Ado. The rest of October was a period never clear in Sylvia's head. Everything that happened was confusing, and almost everything was painful, and a great deal happened. She had thought at the time that nothing would ever blur in her mind the shock of finding Aunt Victoria opposed to what seemed to her the first obvious necessity, writing to Judith about Arnold. She had been trying for a long time now with desperate sincerity to take the world as she found it, to see people as they were with no fanatic intolerance, to realize her own inexperience of life, to be broad, to take in without too much of a wrench another point of view. But to Aunt Victoria's idea, held quite simply and naturally by that lady, that Judith be kept in ignorance of Arnold's habits until after marriage, Sylvia's mind closed as automatically, as hermetically as an oyster shell snaps shut. She could not discuss it. She could not even attend with hearing ears to Mrs. Marshall Smith's very reasonable presentation of her case. The long tradition as to the justifiability of such ignorance on a bride's part. The impossibility that any woman should ever know all of any man's character before marriage. The strong presumption that marriage with a woman he adored would cure habits, contracted only through the inevitable aimlessness of too much wealth. The fact that, once married, a woman like Judith would accept, and for the most part deal competently with, facts which would frighten her in her raw, girlish state of ignorance and crudeness. Sylvia did not even hear these arguments, and many more like them, dignified with the sanction of generations of women trying their best to deal with life. She had never thought of the question before. It was the sort of thing from which she had always averted her moral eyes with extreme distaste. But now that it was forced on her, her reaction to it was instantaneous. From the depths of her there rose up fresh in its original vigor, never having been dulled by a single enforced compliance with a convention running counter to a principle, the most irresistible instinct against concealment. She did not argue. She could not. She could only say, with a breathless certainty against which there was no holding out, "Judith must know! Judith must know!" Mrs. Marshall Smith, alarmed by the prospect of a passage at arms, decreed quietly that they should both sleep on the question and take it up the next morning. Sylvia had not slept. She had lain in her bed wide-eyed, a series of pictures passing before her eyes with the unnatural vividness of hallucinations. These pictures were not only of Arnold again, of Arnold and Judith. There were all sorts of odd bits of memories. A conversation overheard years before, between her father and Lawrence, when Lawrence was a little boy. He had asked, it was like Lawrence's eerie ways, apropos of nothing at all, what sort of a man was Aunt Victoria's husband? His father had said, "A rich man, very rich." This prompt appearance of readiness to answer had silenced the child for a moment. And then Sylvia could see his thin little hands patting down the sand cake he was making. He had persisted. "What kind of a rich man?" His father had said, "Well, he was bald, quite bald. Lawrence, come run a race with me to the woodshed." Sylvia, now 10 years later, wondered why her father had evaded. What kind of a man had Arnold's father been? But chiefly she braced herself for the struggle with Aunt Victoria in the morning. It came to her in fleeting glimpses that Aunt Victoria would be only human if she resented with some heat this entire disregard of her wishes. That the discussion might very well end in a quarrel, and that a quarrel would mean the end of Lydford with all that Lydford meant now and potentially. But this perception was swept out of sight, like everything else, in the singleness of her conviction. Judith must know. Judith must know. There was, however, no struggle with Aunt Victoria in the morning. Mrs. Marshall Smith, encountering the same passionate outcry, recognized an irresistible force when she encountered it. Recognized it, in fact, soon enough to avoid the long drawn out acrimony of discussion into which a less intelligent woman would inevitably have plunged. Recognized it almost, but not quite, in time to shut off from Sylvia's later meditations certain startling vistas down which she had now only fleeting glimpses. "Very well, my dear," said Mrs. Marshall Smith, her cherished clarity always unclouded by small resentments. "Very well. We will trust in your judgment, rather than my own. I don't pretend to understand present day girls, though I manage to be very fond of one of them. Judith is your sister. You will do, of course, what you think is right. It means, of course, Judith being what she is, that she will instantly cast him off. And Arnold being what he is, that means that he will drink himself into delirium tremens in 6 months. His father," she stopped short, closing with some haste the door to a vista, and poured herself another cup of coffee. They were having breakfast in her room, both in negligee and lacy caps, two singularly handsome representatives of differing generations. Mrs. Marshall Smith looked calm, Sylvia extremely agitated. She had been awake at the early hour of deadly pale dawn, when a swift, long barreled car had drawn up under the porte cochere, and Arnold had been taken away under the guard of a short, broad, brawny man with disproportionately long arms. She was not able to swallow a mouthful of breakfast. During the night she had not looked an inch beyond her blind passion of insistence. Now that Aunt Victoria yielded with so disconcerting a suddenness, she faced with a pang what lay beyond. "Oh, Judith wouldn't cast him off. She loves him so. She'll give him a chance. You don't know Judith. She doesn't care about many things, but she gives herself up absolutely to those that do matter to her. She adores Arnold. It's fairly frightened me to see how she was burning up when he was near. She'll insist on his reforming, of course. She ought to. But " "Suppose he doesn't reform to suit her," suggested Mrs. Marshall Smith, stirring her coffee. "He's been reformed at intervals ever since he was 15. He never could stay through a whole term in any decent boys' school." Here was a vista, ruthlessly opened. Sylvia's eyes looked down it and shuddered. "Poor Arnold," she said under her breath, pushing away her untasted cup. "I'm dull enough to find you take an odd way to show your sympathy for him," murmured Mrs. Marshall Smith, with none of the acidity the words themselves seemed to indicate. She seemed, indeed, genuinely perplexed. "It's not been exactly a hilarious element in my life, either. But I've always tried to hold on to Arnold. I thought it my duty. And now, since Felix Morrison has found this excellent specialist for me, it's much easier. I telegraph to him and he comes at once, and takes Arnold back to his sanitarium till he's himself again." For the first time in weeks Morrison's name brought up between them no insistently present, persistently ignored shadow. The deeper shadow now blotted him out. "But, Aunt Victoria, it's for Judith to decide. She'll do the right thing." "Sometimes people are thrown by circumstances into a situation where they wouldn't have dreamed of putting themselves, and yet they rise to it and conquer it," philosophized Aunt Victoria. "Life takes hold of us with strong hands and makes us greater than we thought. Judith will mean to do the right thing. If she were married, she'd have to do it. It seems to me a great responsibility you take, Sylvia. You may, with the best of intentions in the world, be ruining the happiness of two lives." Sylvia got up, her eyes red with unshed tears. It was not the first time that morning. "It's all too horrible," she murmured. but I haven't any right to conceal it from Judith." Her eyes were still red when, an hour later, she stepped into the room again and said, "I've mailed it." Her aunt, still in lavender silk negligee, so far progressed towards the day's toilet as to have her hair carefully dressed, looked up from the Revue Bleue and nodded. Her expression was one of quiet self possession. Sylvia came closer to her and sat down on a straight backed chair. She was dressed for the street and hatted, as though she herself had gone out to mail the letter. "And now, Tantine," she said, with the resolute air of one broaching a difficult subject, "I think I ought to be planning to go home very soon." It was a momentous speech, and a momentous pause followed it. It had occurred to Sylvia, still shaken with the struggle over the question of secrecy, that she could, in decency, only offer to take herself away, after so violently antagonizing her hostess. She realized with what crude intolerance she had attacked the other woman's position, how absolutely with claw and talon she had demolished it. She smarted with the sense that she had seemed oblivious of an obligation. She detested the sense of obligation. And having become aware of a debt due her dignity, she had paid it hastily on the impulse of the moment. But as the words still echoed in the air, she was struck to see how absolutely her immediate future, all her future, perhaps, depended on the outcome of that conversation she herself had begun. She looked fixedly at her aunt, trying to prepare herself for anything. But she was not prepared for what Mrs. Marshall Smith did. She swept the magazine from her lap to the floor and held out her arms to Sylvia. "I had hoped you were happy with me," she said, and in her voice was that change of quality, that tremor of sincerity which Sylvia had always found profoundly moving. The girl was overcome with astonishment and remorse and immense relief. She ran to her. "Oh, I am! I am! I was only thinking I've gone against your judgment." Her nerves, stretched with a sleepless night and the strain of writing the dreadful letter to Judith, gave way. She broke into sobs. She put her arms tightly around her aunt's beautiful neck and laid her head on her shoulder, weeping, her heart swelling, her mind in a whirling mass of disconnected impressions. Arnold! Judith! How strange it was that Aunt Victoria really cared for her. Did she really care for Aunt Victoria, or only admire her? Did she really care for anybody, since she was agreeing to stay longer away from her father and mother? How good it would be not to have to give up Hélène's services! What a heartless, materialistic girl she was! She cared for nothing but luxury and money. She would be going abroad now to Paris. Austin Page, he had kissed her hand, and yet she felt that he saw through her mean little devices and stratagems. How astonishing that he should be so very, very rich. It seemed that a very, very rich man ought to be different from other men. His powers were so unnaturally great. Girls could not feel naturally about him. And all the while that these varying reflections passed at lightning speed through her mind, her nervous sobs were continuing. Aunt Victoria taking them, naturally enough, as signs of continued remorse, lifted her out of this supposed slough of despond with affectionate peremptoriness. "Don't feel so badly about it, darling. We won't have any more talk for the present about differing judgments, or of going away, or of anything uncomfortable." And in this way, with nothing clearly understood, on a foundation indeed of misunderstanding, the decision was made, in the haphazard fashion which characterizes most human decisions. The rest of the month was no more consecutive or logical. Into the midst of the going away confusion of a household about to remove itself half around the world, into a house distracted with packing, cheerless with linen covers, desolate with rolled up rugs and cold lunches and half packed trunks, came, in a matter of fact manner characteristic of its writer, Judith's answer to Sylvia's letter. Sylvia opened it, shrinking and fearful of what she would read. She had, in the days since hers had been sent, imagined Judith's answer in every possible form, but never in any form remotely resembling what Judith wrote. The letter stated in Judith's concise style that, of course, she agreed with Sylvia that there should be no secrets between betrothed lovers, nor, in this case, were there any. Arnold had told her, the evening before she left Lydford, that he had inherited an alcoholic tendency from his father. She had been in communication with a great specialist in Wisconsin about the case. She knew of the sanitarium to which Arnold had been taken and did not like it. The medical treatment there was not serious. She hoped soon to have him transferred to the care of Dr. Rivdahl. If Arnold's general constitution were still sound, there was every probability of a cure. Doctors knew so much more about that sort of thing than they used to. Had Sylvia heard that Madame La Rue was not a bit well, that old trouble with her heart, only worse? They'd been obliged to hire a maid. How in the world were the La Rues going to exist on American cooking? Cousin Parnelia said she could cure Madame with some sanopractic nonsense, a new fad that Cousin Parnelia had taken up lately. Professor Kennedy had been elected vice president of the American Mathematical Association, and it was funny to see him try to pretend that he wasn't pleased. Mother's garden this autumn was "Well!" ejaculated Sylvia, stopping short. Mrs. Marshall Smith had stopped to listen in the midst of the exhausting toil of telling Hélène which dresses to pack and which to leave hanging in the Lydford house. She now resumed her labors unflaggingly, waving away to the closet a mauve satin and beckoning into a trunk a favorite black and white chiffon. To Sylvia she said, "Now I know exactly how a balloon feels when it is pricked." Sylvia agreed ruefully. "I might have known Judith would manage to make me feel flat if I got wrought up about it. She hates a fuss made over anything, and she can always take you down if you make one." She remembered with a singular feeling of discomfiture the throbbing phrases of her letter, written under the high pressure of the quarrel with Aunt Victoria. She could almost see the expression of austere distaste in the stern young beauty of Judith's face. Judith was always making her appear foolish. "We were, both of us," commented Mrs. Marshall Smith dryly, "somewhat mistaken about the degree of seriousness with which Judith would take the information." Sylvia forgot her vexation and sprang loyally to Judith's defense. "Why, of course, she takes it like a trained nurse, like a doctor, feels it a purely medical affair, as I suppose it is. We might have known she'd feel that way. But as to how she really feels inside, personally, you can't tell anything by her letter. You probably couldn't tell anything by her manner if she were here. You never can. She may be simply wild about a thing inside, but you'd never guess." Mrs. Marshall Smith ventured to express some skepticism as to the existence of volcanic feelings always so sedulously concealed. "After all, can you be so very sure that she is ever simply wild if she never shows anything?" "Oh, you're sure, all right, if you've lived with her. You feel it. And then, after about so long a time of keeping it down, she breaks loose and does something awful that I'd never have the nerve to do, and tears into flinders anything she doesn't think is right. Why, when we were little girls and went to the public schools together, two of our little playmates, who turned out to have a little Negro blood, we—" Sylvia stopped, suddenly warned by some instinct that Aunt Victoria would not be a sympathetic listener to that unforgotten episode of her childhood. That episode which had seemed to have no consequences, no sequel, but which ever since that day had insensibly affected the course of her growth, like a great rock fallen into the current of her life. Mrs. Marshall Smith, deliberating with bated breath between broadcloth and blue Panama, did not notice the pause. She did, however, add a final comment on the matter, some moments later, when she observed: "How any girl in her senses can go on studying when she's engaged to a man who needs her as much as Arnold needs Judith." To which Sylvia answered irrelevantly, with a thought which had just struck her thrillingly: "But how perfectly fine of Arnold to tell her himself." "She must have hypnotized him," said Mrs. Marshall Smith with conviction. "But then I don't pretend to understand the ways of young people nowadays." She was now 45, in the full bloom of a rarely preserved beauty, and could afford to make remarks about the younger generation. "At any rate," she went on, "it is a comfort to know that Judith has set her hand to the wheel. I have not in years crossed the ocean with so much peace of mind about Arnold as I shall have this time," said his stepmother. "No, leave that blue voile, Hélène. The collar never fitted." "Oh, he doesn't spend the winters in Paris with you?" asked Sylvia. "He's been staying here in Lydford of late, crazy as it sounds. He was simply so bored that he couldn't think of anything else to do. He has, besides, an absurd theory that he enjoys it more in winter than in summer. He says the natives are to be seen then. He's been here from his childhood. He knows a good many of them, I suppose. Now, Hélène, let's see the gloves and hats." It came over Sylvia with a passing sense of great strangeness that she had been in this spot for 4 months and, with the exception of the men at the fire, she had not met, had not spoken to, had not even consciously seen a single inhabitant of the place. And in the end, she went away in precisely the same state of ignorance. On the day they drove to the station, she did, indeed, give one fleeting glimpse over the edge of her narrow prison house of self‐centered interest. Surrounded by a great many strapped and buckled pieces of baggage, with Hélène, fascinatingly ugly in her serf's uniform, holding the black leather bag containing Aunt Victoria's jewels, they passed along the street for the last time, under the great elms, already almost wintry with their bare boughs. Now that it was too late, Sylvia felt a momentary curiosity about the unseen humanity which had been so near her all the summer. She looked out curiously at the shabby vehicles. It seemed to her that there were more of them than in the height of the season. At the straight standing, plainly dressed, briskly walking women and children. There seemed to be a new air of life and animation about the street, now that most of the summer cottages were empty. And at the lounging, indifferent, powerfully built men. She wondered, for a moment, what they were like, with what fortitude their eager human hearts bore the annual display of splendor they might never share. They looked, in that last glimpse, somehow quite strong, as though they would care less than she would in their places. Perhaps they were only hostile, not envious. "I dare say," said Aunt Victoria, glancing out at a buckboard, very muddy as to wheels, crowded with children, "that it's very forlorn for the natives to have the life all go out of the village when the summer people leave. They must feel desolate enough." Sylvia wondered. The last thing she saw as the train left the valley was the upland pass between Windward and Hemlock mountains. It brought up to her the taste of black birch, the formidably clean smell of yellow soap, and the rush of summer wind past her ears. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. Whom God Hath Joined. They were to sail on the 23rd, and ever since the big square invitation had come, it had been a foregone conclusion, conceded with no need for wounding words, that there was no way out of attending the Sommerville Morrison wedding on the 21st. They kept, of course, no constrained silence about it. Aunt Victoria detested the awkwardness of not mentioning difficult subjects as heartily as she did the mention of them. And as the tree toad evolves a skin to answer his needs, she had evolved a method all her own of turning her back squarely on both horns of a dilemma. No, there was no silence about the wedding, only about the possibility that it might be an ordeal, or that the ordeal might be avoided. It could not be avoided. There was nothing to be said on that point. But there was much talk during the few days of their stay in New York about the elaborate preparations for the ceremony. Morrison, who came to see them in their temporary quarters, kept up a somewhat satirical report as to the magnificence of the performance, and on the one occasion when they went to see Molly they found her flushed, excited, utterly inconsecutive, distracted by a million details, and accepting the situation as the normal one for a bride to be. There were heart searchings as to toilets to match the grandeur of the occasion, and later satisfaction with the moss green chiffon for Sylvia and violet colored velvet for her aunt. There were consultations about the present Aunt Victoria was to send from them both, a wonderfully expensive, newly patented leather traveling case for a car, guaranteed to hold less to the square inch and pound than any other similar, heavy, gold-mounted contrivance. Mrs. Marshall Smith told Morrison frankly, in this connection, that she had tried to select a present which Molly herself would enjoy. "Am I not to have a present myself?" asked Morrison. "Something that you selected expressly for me?" "No," said Sylvia, dropping the sugar into his tea with deliberation. "You are not to have any present for yourself." She was guiltily conscious that she was thinking of a certain scene in The Golden Bowl, a scene in which a wedding present figures largely, and when, a moment later, he said, "I have a new volume of Henry James I'd like to loan you," she knew that the same scene had been in his head. She would not look at him lest she read in his eyes that he had meant her to know. As she frequently did in those days, she rose and, making an excuse of a walk in the park, took herself off. She was quite calm during this period, her mind full of trivial things. She had the firm conviction that she was living in a dream, that nothing of what was happening was irrevocable. And besides, as at Lydford, for much of the day, she was absorbed in the material details of her life, being rubbed and dressed and undressed, and adorned and fed and catered to. They were spending the few days before sailing in a very grand hotel overlooking Central Park. Sylvia had almost every day the thought that she herself was now in the center of exactly the same picture in which, as a child, she had enviously watched Aunt Victoria. She adored every detail of it. It was an opening out, even from the Lydford life. She felt herself expanding like a dried sponge placed in water to fill every crack and crevice of the luxurious habits of life. The traveling along that road is always swift, and Sylvia's feet were never slow. During the first days in Vermont it had seemed a magnificence to her that she need never think of dish washing or bed making. By this time it seemed quite natural to her that Hélène drew and tempered the water for her bath and put on her stockings. Occasionally she noticed with a little surprise that she seemed to have no more free time than in the laborious life of La Chance. But for the most part she threw out, in all haste, innumerable greedy root tendrils into the surcharged richness of her new soil and sent up a rank growth of easeful acquiescence in redundance. The wedding was quite as grand as the Sommervilles had tried to make it. The street was crowded with staring, curious, uninvited people on either side of the church, and when the carriage containing the bride drove up, The surge forward to see her was as fierce as though she had been a defaulting bank president being taken to prison. The police had to intervene. The interior, fern and orchid swathed, very dimly lighted by rich purple stained glass and aristocratic dripping wax candles instead of the more convenient electric imitations, was murmurous with the wonderful throbbing notes of a great organ and with the discreet low tones of the invited guests as they speculated about the relative ages and fortunes of the bride and bridegroom. The chancel was filled with a vested choir which, singing and carrying a cross, advanced down the aisle to meet the bridal party. Molly, who had not been in a church since her childhood, had needed to be coached over and over again in the ins and outs of the complicated service. Sylvia, seated several guests away from the aisle, saw little of the procession as it went up into the chancel. She caught a glimpse of a misty mass of white, and beside it, old Mr. Sommerville's profile, very white and nervous and determined. She did not at that time see the bridegroom at all. The ceremony, which took place far within the chancel, was long and interspersed with music from the choir. Sylvia, feeling very queer and callous, as though under an anesthetic she were watching with entire unconcern the amputation of one of her limbs, fell to observing the people about her. The woman in front of her leaned against the pew and brought her broad, well-fed back close under Sylvia's eyes. It was covered with as many layers as a worm in a cocoon. There were beads on lace, the lace encrusted on other lace, chiffon, fishnet, a dimly seen filmy satin, cut in points, and, lower down, an invisible foundation of taffeta. Through the interstices there gleamed a revelation of the back itself, fat, white, again like a worm in a cocoon. Sylvia began to plan out a comparison of dress with architecture, bringing out the insistent tendency in both to the rococo, to the burying of structural lines in ornamentation. The cuff, for instance, originally intended to protect the skin from contact with unwashable fabrics, degenerated into a mere bit of trimming, which has lost all its meaning, which may be set anywhere on the sleeve. Like a strong hand about her throat came the knowledge that she was planning to say all this to please Felix Morrison, who was now within 50 feet of her, being married to another woman. She flamed to fever, and chilled again to her queer absence of spirit. There was a chorister at the end of the line near her, a pale young man with a spiritual face, who chanted his part with shining, rapt eyes. When he sang, he slipped his hand under his white surplice and took out his watch. Still singing, "Glory be to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost," he cast a hasty eye on the watch and frowned impatiently. He was evidently afraid the business in hand would drag along and make him late to another appointment. "Is now and ever shall be, world without end. Amen," he sang fervently. Sylvia repressed an hysterical desire to laugh. The ceremony was over. The air in the building beat wildly against the walls, the stained glass windows, and the ears of the worshipers in the excited tumult of the wedding march. The procession began to leave the chancel. This time Sylvia caught one clear glimpse of the principals, but it meant nothing to her. They looked like wax effigies of themselves, self-conscious, posed, emptied of their personalities by the noise, the crowds, the congestion of ceremony. The idea occurred to Sylvia that they looked as though they had taken in as little as she the significance of what had happened. The people about her were moving in relieved restlessness after the long immobility of the wedding. The woman next to her went down on her knees for a devout period, her face in her white gloves. When she rose, she said earnestly to her companion, "Do you know if I had to choose one hat trimming for all the rest of my life, I should make it small pink roses in clusters. It's perfectly miraculous how, with black chiffon, they never go out." She settled in place the great cluster of costly violets at her breast, which she seemed to have exuded like some natural secretion of her plump and expensive person. "Why don't they let us out?" she said complainingly. A young man, one of those born to be a wedding usher, now came swiftly up the aisle on patent leather feet, and untied with pearl gray fingers the great white satin ribbon which restrained them in the pew. Sylvia caught her aunt's eye on her, its anxiety rather less well hidden than usual. With no effort at all the girl achieved a flashing smile. It was not hard. She felt quite numb. She had been present only during one or two painful, quickly passed moments. But the reception at the house, the big, old fashioned, very rich Sommerville house, was more of an ordeal. There was the sight of the bride and groom in the receiving line, now no longer badly executed graven images, but quite themselves. Molly, starry-eyed, triumphant, astonishingly beautiful. Her husband, distinguished, ugly, self-possessed, easily the most interesting personality in the room. There was the difficult moment of the presentation, the handclasp with Felix, the rapturous, vague kiss from Molly, evidently too uplifted to have any idea as to the individualities of the people defiling before her. Then the passing on into the throng, the eating and drinking and talking with acquaintances from the Lydford summer colony, of whom there were naturally a large assortment. Sylvia had a growing sense of pain, which was becoming acute when across the room she saw Molly, in a lull of arrivals, look up to her husband and receive from him a smiling, intimate look of possession. Why, they were married! It was done! The delicate food in Sylvia's mouth turned to ashes. Mrs. Marshall Smith's voice, almost fluttered, almost, for her, excited, came to her ears. "Sylvia, here is Mr. Page, and he's just told me the most delightful news, that he's decided to run over to Paris for a time this fall." "I hope Miss Marshall will think that Paris will be big enough for all of us?" asked Austin Page, fixing his remarkably clear eyes on the girl. She made a great effort for self-possession. She turned her back on the receiving line. She held out her hand cordially. "I hope Paris will be quite, quite small, so that we shall all see a great deal of each other," she said warmly. End of Chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34. Sylvia Tells the Truth. They left Mrs. Marshall Smith with a book, seated on a little yellow painted iron chair, the 15 centime kind, at the top of the great flight of steps leading down to the wide green expanse of the tapis vert. She was alternately reading Huysmans' highly imaginative ideas on Gothic cathedrals and letting her eyes stray up and down the long façade of the great Louis. Her powers of aesthetic assimilation seemed to be proof against this extraordinary mixture of impressions. She had insisted that she would be entirely happy there in the sun, for an hour at least, especially if she were left in solitude with her book. On which intimation Sylvia and Page had strolled off to do some exploring. It was a situation which a month of similar arrangements had made very familiar to them. "No, I don't know Versailles very well," he said in answer to her question, "but I believe the gardens back of the Grand and Petit Trianon are more interesting than these near the Château itself. The conscientiousness with which they're kept up is not quite so formidable." So they walked down the side of the Grand Canal, admiring the rather pensive beauty of the late November woods, and talking, as was the proper thing, about the great Louis and his court, and how they both detested his style of gilded, carved wall ornamentation, although his chairs weren't as bad as some others. They turned off at the cross arm of the canal towards the Great Trianon. They talked again, dutifully in the spirit of the place, about Madame de Maintenon. They differed on the subject just enough to enjoy discussing it. Page averred that the whole affair had always passed his comprehension. What that ease-loving, vain, indulgent, trivial-minded grandson of Henri Quatre could have ever seen for all those years in that stiff, prim, cold old school-ma'am. But Sylvia shook her head. I know how he felt. He had to have her, once he'd found her. She was the only person in all his world he could depend on. Why not depend on himself? Page asked. Oh, he couldn't! He couldn't! She had character and he hadn't. What do you mean by character? He challenged her. It's what I haven't, she said. He attempted a chivalrous exculpation. Oh, if you mean by character such hard, insensitive lack of imagination as Madame de Maintenon. No, not that, said Sylvia. You know what I mean by character as well as I. By the time they were back of the little Trianon, this beginning had led them naturally enough away from the frivolities of historical conversation to serious considerations, namely themselves. The start had been a reminiscence of Sylvia's, induced by the slow fall of golden leaves from the last of the birches into the still water on the lake in the midst of Marie Antoinette's hamlet. They stopped on an outrageously rustic bridge, constructed quite in the artificially rural style of the place, and, leaning on the railing, watched in a fascinated silence the quiet eddying descent of the leaves. There was not a breath of wind. The leaves detached themselves from the tree with no wrench. They loosened their hold gradually, and finally out of sheer fullness of maturity floated down to their graves with a dreamy content. I never happened to see that effect before, said Page. I suppose leaves were detached only by wind. It's astonishingly peaceful, isn't it? I saw it once before, said Sylvia, her eyes fixed on the noiseless arabesques traced by the leaves in their fall. At home in La Chance. I'll never forget it. She spoke in a low tone, as though not to break the charmed silence about them. And, upon his asking her for the incident, she went on, almost in a murmur. It isn't a story you could possibly understand. You've never been poor. But I'll tell you if you like. I've talked to you such a lot about home and the queer people we know. Did I ever mention Cousin Parnelia? She's a distant cousin of my mother's, a queer woman who lost her husband and 3 children in a train wreck years ago, and has been a little bit crazy ever since. She has always worn, for instance, exactly the same kind of clothes, hat, and everything, that she had on the day the news was brought to her. The spiritualists got hold of her then, and she's been one herself for ever so long. Table rapping, planchette writing, all the horrid rest of it, and she makes a little money by being a medium for ignorant people. But she hardly earns enough that way to keep her from starving, and Mother has for ever so long helped her out. Well, there was a chance to buy a tiny house and lot for her, $220. It was just a 2-roomed cottage, but it would be a roof over her head at least. She is getting old and ought to have something to fall back on. Mother called us all together and said this would be a way to help provide for Cousin Parnelia's old age. Father never could bear her. He's so hard on ignorant, superstitious people. But he always does what Mother thinks best. So he said he'd give up the new typewriter he'd been hoping to buy. Mother gave up her chicken money she'd been putting by for some new rose bushes, and she loves her roses too. Judith gave what she'd earned picking raspberries, and oh, how I hated to do it, but I was ashamed not to. I gave what I'd saved up for my autumn suit. Lawrence just stuck it out that he hated Cousin Parnelia and he wouldn't give a bit. But he was so little that he only had 30 cents or something like that in a tin bank, so it didn't matter. When we put it all together, it wasn't nearly enough, of course, and we took the rest out of our own little family savings bank, rainy day savings, and bought the tiny house and lot. Father wanted to surprise Cousin Parnelia with the deed. He wanted to lay it under some flowers in a basket, or slip it into her pocket, or send it to her with some eggs or something. But Mother, it was so like her. The first time Cousin Parnelia happened to come to the house, Mother picked up the deed from her desk and said offhand, "Oh, Parnelia, we bought the little Garrons house for you," and handed her the paper and went to talking about cutworms or Bordeaux mixture. Page smiled, appreciative of the picture. I see her. I see your mother. Vermont to the core. Well, it was only about 2 weeks after that. I was practicing, and Mother was rubbing down a table she was fixing over. Nobody else happened to be at home. Cousin Parnelia came in, her old battered black straw hat on one ear as usual. She was all stirred up and pleased about a new method of using planchette. You know what planchette is, don't you? The little heart-shaped piece of wood spiritualists use, with a pencil fast to it, to take down their silly messages. Some spiritualistic fake was visiting town conducting séances, and he claimed he'd discovered some sort of method for inducing greater receptivity, or something like that. I don't know anything about spiritualism, but little tags I've picked up from hearing Cousin Parnelia talk. Anyway, he was teaching other mediums for a big price. And it came out that Cousin Parnelia had mortgaged the house for more than it was worth, and had used the money to take those lessons. I couldn't believe it for a minute. When I really understood what she'd done, I was so angry I felt like smashing both fists down on the piano keys and howling. I thought of my blue corduroy I'd given up. I was only 14, and just crazy about clothes. Mother was sitting on the floor, scraping away at the table leg. She got up, laid down her sandpaper, and asked Cousin Parnelia if she'd excuse us for a few minutes. Then she took me by the hand as though I was a little girl. I felt like one too. I felt almost frightened by Mother's face, and we both marched out of the house. She didn't say a word. She took me down to our swimming hole in the river. There is a big maple tree leaning over that. It was a perfectly breathless autumn day like this, and the tree was shedding its leaves like that birch, just gently, slowly, steadily letting them go down into the still water. We sat down on the bank and watched them. The air was full of them, yet all so quiet, without any hurry. The water was red with them. They floated down on our shoulders, on our heads, in our laps. Not a sound. So peaceful, so calm, so perfect. It was like the Andante of the Kreutzer. I knew what Mother wanted, to get over being angry with Cousin Parnelia. And she was. I could see it in her face, like somebody in church. I felt it myself, all over, like an E string that's been pulled too high, slipping down into tune when you turn the peg. But I didn't want to feel it. I wanted to hate Cousin Parnelia. I thought it was awfully hard in Mother not to want us to have even the satisfaction of hating Cousin Parnelia. I tried to go on doing it. I remember I cried a little. But Mother never said a word, just sat there in that quiet autumn sunshine, watching the leaves falling, falling. And I had to do as she did. And by I felt, just as she did, that Cousin Parnelia was only a very small part of something very big. When we went in, Mother's face was just as it always was, and we got Cousin Parnelia a cup of tea and gave her part of a boiled ham to take home, and a dozen eggs, and a loaf of graham bread, just as though nothing had happened. She stopped speaking. There was no sound at all but the delicate, forlorn whisper of the leaves. "That is a very fine story," said Page finally. He spoke with a measured, emphatic, almost solemn accent. "Yes, it's a very fine story," murmured Sylvia, a little wistfully. "It's finer as a story than it was as real life. It was years before I could look at blue corduroy without feeling stirred up. I really cared more about my clothes than I did about that stupid, ignorant old woman. If it's only a cheerful giver the Lord loves, He didn't feel much affection for me." They began to retrace their steps. "You gave up the blue corduroy," he commented as they walked on. "And you didn't scold your silly old kinswoman." "That's only because Mother hypnotized me. She has character. I did it as Louis signed the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, because Madame de Maintenon thought he ought to. But she couldn't hypnotize your brother Lawrence, although he was so much younger. He did give up his 37 cents. I think you're bragging without cause if you claim any engaging and picturesque absence of character." "Oh, Lawrence, he's different. He's extraordinary. Sometimes I think he is a genius. And it's Judith who hypnotizes him. She supplies his character." They emerged into an opening and walked in silence for some moments towards the Grand Trianon. "You're lucky, very lucky," commented Page, "to have such an ample supply of character in the family. I'm an only child. There's nobody to give me the necessary hypodermic supply of it at the crucial moments," he went on, turning his head to look at the great Trianon, very mellow in the sunshine. "It's my belief, however, that at the crucial moments you have plenty of it of your own." "That's a safe guess," said Sylvia ironically, "since there never have been any crucial moments in a life so uninterestingly eventless as mine. I wonder what I would do," she mused. "My own conviction is that, suppose I'd lived in the days of the Reformation, in the days of Christ, in the early abolition days." She had an instant's certainty. "Oh, I have been entirely on the side of whatever was smooth and elegant and had amenity. I'd have hated the righteous side." Page did not look very deeply moved by this revelation of depravity. Indeed, he smiled rather amusedly at her, and changed the subject. "You said a moment ago that I couldn't understand, because I'd always had money. Isn't it a bit paradoxical to say that the people who haven't a thing are the only ones who know anything about it?" "But you couldn't realize what losing the money meant to us. You can't know what the absence of money can do to a life." "I can know," said Page, "what the presence of it cannot do for a life." His accent implied rather sadly that the omissions were considerable. "Oh, of course," Sylvia agreed. "There's any amount it can't do. After you have it, you must get the other things too." He brought his eyes down to her from a roving quest among the tops of the trees. "It seems to me you want a great deal," he said quizzically. "Yes, I do," she admitted, "but I don't see that you have any call to object to my wanting it. You don't have to wish for everything at once. You have it already." He received this into one of his thoughtful silences, but presently it brought him to a standstill. They were within sight of the Grand Canal again, looking down from the terrace of the Trianon. He leaned against the marble balustrade and thrust his hands deep into his pockets. His clear eyes were clouded. He looked profoundly grave. "I am 32 years old," he said, "and never for a moment of that time have I made any sense out of my position in life. If you call that having everything." It occurred to Sylvia, fleetingly, that she had never made any sense out of her position in life either, and had been obliged to do a great many disagreeable things into the bargain; but she kept this thought to herself, and looked conspicuously what she genuinely felt, a sympathetic interest. The note of plain, direct sincerity which was Page's hallmark never failed to arrest her attention, a little to arouse her wonder, and occasionally, for a reason that she did not like to dwell upon, somewhat to abash her. The reason was that he never spoke for effect, and she often did. He was not speaking for effect now. He seemed scarcely even to be speaking to her, rather to be musingly formulating something for his own enlightenment. He went on: "The fact is that there is no sense to be made out of my situation in life. I am like a man with a fine voice who has no ear." He showed surprise that Sylvia failed to follow this, and explained: "I mean the voice is no good to that kind of a man. It's no good to anybody. It's the craziest accidental affair, anyhow. Haven't you ever noticed it? Who draws the fine voices? Half the time, more than half the time, most of the time, it seems to me when I've been recently to a lot of concerts, the people who have the voices haven't any other qualifications for being singers. And it's so with coal mines, with everything else that's inherited. For 5 years now I've given up what I'd like to do, and I've tried, under the best maestri I could find, to make something out of my voice, so to speak. And it's no go. It's in the nature of things that I can't make a go of it. Over everything I do lies the taint that I'm the owner. They are suspicious of me, always will be, and rightly so. Anybody else not connected with the medieval idea of possession could do better than I. The whole relation's artificial. I'm in it for the preposterous reason that my father, operating on Wall Street, made a lucky guess. As though I should be called upon to run a locomotive because my middle initial is L." Sylvia still felt the same slight sense of flatness when this recurring topic thrust itself into a personal talk. But during the last month she had adjusted herself to Page so that this no longer showed on the surface. She was indeed quite capable of taking an interest in the subject, as soon as she could modulate herself into the new key. "Yes, of course," she agreed. "It's like so many other things that are perfectly necessary to go on with, perfectly absurd when you look closely at them. My father nearly lost his position once for saying that all inheritance was wrong, but even he never had the slightest suggestion as to what to do about it, how to get an inheritance into the hands of the people who might make the best use of it." She was used from her childhood to this sort of academic doubt of everything, conducted side by side with a practical acceptance of everything. Professor and Madame La Rue, in actual life devotedly faithful married lovers, staid, stout, habit-ridden elderly people, professed a theoretical belief in the flexibility of relationships sanctioned by the practice of free love. It was perhaps with this recollection in her mind that she suggested: "Don't you suppose it will be like the institution of marriage, very, very gradually altered till it fits conditions better? In the meantime, how about the cases of those who are unhappily married?" "I don't see anything for them but just to get along the best they can," she told him. "You think I'd better give up trying to do anything with my Colorado?" he asked her, as though genuinely seeking advice. "I should certainly think that 5 years was plenty long enough for a fair trial. You'd make a better ambassador than an active captain of industry anyhow," she said with conviction. Whereupon he bestowed on her a long, thoughtful stare as though he were profoundly pondering her suggestion. They moved forward towards the Grand Canal in silence. Privately, she was considering his case hardly one of extreme hardship. Privately, also, as they advanced nearer and nearer the spot where they had left Mrs. Marshall Smith, she was a little dreading the return to the perfect breeding with which Aunt Victoria did not ask, or intimate, or look, the question which was in her mind after each of these strolling tête-à-têtes which consistently led nowhere. There were instants when Sylvia would positively have preferred the vulgar openness of a direct question to which she might have answered, with the refreshing effect to her of a little honest blood letting. "Dear Aunt Victoria, I haven't the least idea myself what's happening. I'm simply letting myself go because I don't see anything else to do. I have even no very clear idea as to what is going on inside my own head. I only know that I like Austin Page so much, in spite of a certain quite unforgotten episode. There would be nothing at all unpleasant about marrying him. But I also know that I didn't feel the least interest in him until Hélène told me about his barrels of money. I also know that I feel the strongest aversion to returning to the Spartan life of La Chance. And it occurs to me that these two things may throw considerable light on my liking for Austin. As for what's in his mind, there is no subject on which I'm in blacker ignorance. And after being so tremendously fooled, in the case of Felix, about the degree of interest a man was feeling, I do not propose to take anything for granted which is not on the surface. It is quite possible that this singularly sincere and simple mannered man may not have the slightest intention of doing anything more than enjoy a pleasant vacation from certain rather hair-splitting cares which seem to trouble him from time to time. As they walked, side by side along the stagnant waters, she was sending inaudible messages of this sort towards her aunt. She had even selected the particular mauve speck at the top of the steps, which might be Mrs. Marshall Smith. In the glowing yellow gold of the sky, a faintly whirring dark gray spot appeared. An airman made his way above the Grand Canal, passed above the château, and disappeared. They had sat down on a bench, the better to crane their heads to watch him out of sight. Sylvia was penetrated with the strangeness of that apparition, in that spot, and thrilled out: "Isn't it wonderful! Isn't it wonderful! Here!" "There's something more wonderful," he said, indicating with his cane the canal before them, where a group of neat, poorly dressed, lower middle class people looked proudly out from their triumphal progress in the ugly, gasping little motor boat which operates at 25 centimes a trip. She had not walked and talked a month with him for nothing. She knew that he did not refer to motor boats as against aeroplanes. "You mean," she said appreciatively, "you mean those common people going freely around the Royal Canal where 200 years ago—" He nodded, pleased by her quickness. "200 years from now," he conjectured, "the stubs of my checkbook will be exhibited in an historical museum along with the regalia of the last hereditary monarch." Here she did not follow, and she was too intelligent to pretend she did. He lifted his eyebrows. Relic of a quaint old social structure inexplicably tolerated so late as the beginning of the 20th century. "Oh, coal mines forever!" she said, smiling, her eyes brilliant with friendly mockery. "Aye, toujours perdrix," he admitted. He continued to look steadily and seriously into her smiling, sparkling face until, with a sudden pulse of premonition, she was stricken into a frightened gravity. And then, with no prelude, no approach, quite simply and directly, he spoke. "I wonder how much you care for me," he said musingly, as he had said everything else that afternoon; and as she positively paled at the eeriness of this echo from her own thought, he went on, his voice vibrating in the deep organ note of a great moment. "You must know, of course, by this time that I care everything possible for you." Compressed into an instant of acute feeling, Sylvia felt the pangs which had racked her as a little girl, when she had stood in the schoolyard with Camilla Fingal before her, and the terrifying hostile eyes about her. Her two selves rose up against each other, fiercely, murderously, as they had then. The little girl sprang forward to help the woman who for an instant hesitated. The fever and the struggle vanished as instantly as they had come. Sylvia felt very still, very hushed. Page had told her that she always rose to crucial moments. She rose to this one. "I don't know," she said as quietly as he, with as utter a bravery of bare sincerity. "I don't know how much I care for you, but I think it is a great deal." She rose upon a solemn wing of courage to a greater height of honesty. Her eyes were on his, as clear as his. The mere beauty of her face had gone like a lifted veil. For an instant he saw her as Sylvia herself did not dream she could be. "It is very hard," said Sylvia Marshall, with clear eyes and trembling lips of honest humility, "for a girl with no money to know how much she cares for a very rich man." She had never been able to imagine what she would say if the moment should come. She had certainly not intended to say this, but an unsuspected vein of granite in her rang an instant echo to his truth. She was bewildered to see his ardent gaze upon her deepen to reverence. He took her hand in his and kissed it. He tried to speak, but his voice broke. She was immensely moved to see him so moved. She was also entirely at a loss. How strangely different things always were from forecasts of them. They had suddenly taken the long expected stride away from their former relation, but she did not know where they had arrived. What was the new status between them? What did Austin think she meant? It came to her with a shock that the new status between them was, on the surface, exactly what it was in reality, that the avowed relation between them was, as far as it went, precisely in accord with the facts of the case. The utter strangeness of this in any human relationship filled her with astonishment, with awe, almost with uneasiness. It seemed unnatural not to have to pretend anything. Apparently it did not seem unnatural to the man beside her. "You are a very wonderful woman," he now said, his voice still but partly under his control. "I had not thought that you could exist." He took her hand again, and continued more steadily: "Will you let me, for a little while longer, go on living near you? Perhaps things may seem clearer to us both later." Sylvia was swept by a wave of gratitude as for some act of magnanimity. "You are the wonderful one!" she cried. Not since the day Hélène had told her who he was had she felt so whole, so sound, so clean as now. The word came rushing on the heels of the thought. "You make one feel so clean," she said, unaware that he could scarcely understand her, and then she smiled, passing with her free, natural grace from the memorable pause and the concentration of a great moment forward into the even stepping advance of life. "That first day, even then you made me feel clean. That soap! That cold, clean water! It is your aroma." Their walk along the silent water, over the great lawn, and up the steps was golden with the level rays of the sun setting back of them at the end of the canal, between the distant sentinel poplars. Their mood was as golden as the light. Sometimes they spoke, sometimes they were silent. Truth walked between them. Sylvia's mind, released from the tension of that great moment, began making its usual sweeping, circling explorations of its own depths. Not all that it found was of an equal good report. Once she thought fleetingly, "This is only a very, very pretty way of saying that it is all really settled. With his great wealth he is like a reigning monarch. Let him be as delicate-minded as he pleases when he indicates a wish." More than once, many, many times, Felix Morrison's compelling dark eyes looked at her penetratingly, but she resolutely turned away her head from them, and from the impulse to answer their reproach even with an indignant, well-founded reproach of her own. Again and again she felt a sweet strangeness in her new position. The aroma of utter sincerity was like the scent of a wild flower growing in the sun. spicy, free. She wondered at a heart like his, that could be at once ardent and subtle, that could desire so profoundly. The deep vibrations of that voice of yearning were in her ears still. And yet pause, and stand back, and wait, rather than force a hair's breadth of pretense. How he had liberated her! And once she found herself thinking, "I shall have sables myself, and diamonds, and a house as great as Molly's, and I shall learn how to entertain ambassadors, as she will never know." She was ashamed of this. She knew it to be shockingly out of key with the grand passage behind them. But she had thought it. And as these thoughts, and many more, passed through her mind, as she spoke with a quiet peace, or was silent, she was transfigured into a beauty almost startling, by the accident of the level golden beams of light back of her. Her aureole of bright hair glowed like a saint's halo. The curiously placed lights and unexpected shadows brought out new subtleties in the modeling of her face. Her lightened heart gleamed through her eyes like a lighted lamp. After a time the man fell into a complete silence, glancing at her frequently, as though staring away a priceless memory. Chapter 35